Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Deku had a cat shapeshifting quirk and became the most unpredictable hero in MHA history? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Izuku Midoriya stood in front of the mirror, his green eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and anxiety. Tomorrow was the day he would finally find out if he had a quirk. At 4 years old, most children had already manifested their abilities, but Izuku remained quirkless. His mother, Inko Midoriya, tried to hide her worry behind warm smiles, but Izuku could see the concern in her eyes. "Izuku, sweetie, it's time for bed," his mother called from the hallway. "Coming, Mom," Izuku replied, taking one last look at his All Might poster before heading to his room. That night, Izuku dreamed of heroes, of saving people with a brilliant smile like All Might. In his dream, he wasn't powerless. He was strong, capable, and most importantly, he had a quirk. But this quirk was different from anything he had imagined. In his dream, his body shifted and changed, becoming smaller, more agile. Fur sprouted across his skin, his ears became pointed and mobile, and a tail emerged from his spine. He was a cat. When Izuku woke the next morning, something felt different. His body felt lighter, more flexible. He stretched, arching his back in a way that should have been impossible, and froze. That stretch felt too natural, too feline. Panic seized him as he looked down at his hands, except they weren't hands anymore. Soft white paws with pink pads greeted his vision. "Mom!" Izuku tried to shout, but what came out was a sharp, high-pitched meow. The sound of his mother's footsteps thundered through the apartment as she rushed to his room. When Inko opened the door, she gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. On Izuku's bed sat a small white kitten with distinctive green eyes she would recognize anywhere. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice trembling. The kitten, Izuku, nodded frantically, relief flooding through him. At least his mother recognized him. But how was he supposed to change back? He focused, trying to will his body to return to normal. Nothing happened. He concentrated harder, imagining his human form, feeling desperate as seconds ticked by with no change. Then, suddenly, his body began to tingle. The sensation started in his core and spread outward like ripples in a pond. His limbs lengthened, fur receded, and within moments, Izuku was back in his human form, sitting on his bed in his All Might pajamas. I have a quirk," Izuku exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder and disbelief. Inko rushed forward and wrapped her son in a tight embrace. "Oh, Izuku. This is wonderful." The rest of the morning was a blur of excitement and experimentation. Izuku discovered that he could transform into a cat at will, though it took concentration at first. The transformation was instantaneous once he got the hang of it, and he could shift back just as quickly. His cat form wasn't just any ordinary cat either. He retained his intelligence and could understand human speech perfectly, even if he could only communicate through meows and body language. "We need to get you registered," Inko said, her practical nature taking over. "And we should see if there are any other aspects to your quirk that we haven't discovered yet." Quote, the quirk registration office was busy that day, filled with excited children and their parents. Izuku clutched his All Might action figure, using it as a security blanket as they waited their turn. When their number was finally called, a tired-looking woman, with glasses and a quirk that made her fingers glow, led them to an examination room. "So, young man, I hear you manifested your quirk last night," the examiner said, pulling up a form on her tablet. "Can you show me what you can do?" Izuku nodded eagerly and closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of transformation. In a flash of green light, he shifted into his cat form. The examiner's eyes widened slightly. It was always interesting to see a transformation quirk, especially one that appeared so seamlessly. "Fascinating," she murmured, making notes on her tablet. "The transformation appears complete and instant. Can you transform back?" Izuku concentrated and shifted back to his human form, grinning proudly. "Excellent control for such a new manifestation," the examiner noted. "Now, let's test the parameters of your quirk. How long can you maintain the transformation?" Over the next hour, they ran various tests. Izuku could maintain his cat form indefinitely without fatigue. It seemed to be as natural as his human form. His senses were enhanced in cat form, hearing was sharper, night vision was exceptional, and he could detect scents and vibrations that were impossible to perceive as a human. The examiner was particularly impressed by his balance and agility in cat form. I'm classifying this as a transformation-type quirk with sensory enhancement components, the examiner finally declared. Your quirk name is officially registered as Nekomata, after the legendary cat spirits of Japanese folklore. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. Quote. Walking out of the registration office, Izuku felt like he was floating. He had a quirk. He could be a hero. All those years of feeling less than everyone else, of watching his classmates develop amazing abilities while he remained ordinary, all of that was behind him now. He couldn't wait to tell Kachan. Katsuki Bakugo had been Izuku's best friend since they were in diapers. They lived in the same neighborhood, attended the same preschool, and shared an obsession with heroes. Katsuki had manifested his explosion quirk months ago, and Izuku had watched with a mixture of awe and envy as his friend created small blasts from his palms. Kachan! Kachan! Izuku called out, running up to his friend at the park the next day. Guess what? I got my quirk. Katsuki looked up from the jungle gym, his red eyes sparkling with interest. Really? What is it? Watch this. Izuku transformed into his cat form, his clothes somehow integrating into the transformation and reappearing when he shifted back. For a moment, Katsuki stared in stunned silence. Then his face split into a huge grin. That's so cool, Deku. You can turn into a cat. It's not just any cat, Izuku explained excitedly. The examiner said I have enhanced senses and agility. And I can transform instantly. Watch. He demonstrated several rapid transformations, shifting back and forth between forms. That's actually really useful for hero work, Katsuki admitted, his competitive nature already analyzing the strategic applications. You could scout ahead in cat form, nobody would suspect a cat of being a hero. And with those enhanced senses, you could track villains or find people in rescue situations. Quote. Izuku's eyes lit up. He hadn't even considered half of those applications. Kachan, you're right. This quirk could be perfect for hero work. Course I'm right, Katsuki said smugly. Come on, let's practice. If we're both gonna be heroes, we need to start training now. Quote. And train they did. Over the next few years, Izuku and Katsuki spent countless hours at the park, developing their quirks and dreaming of the day they would attend to a high school together. Izuku learned to use his cat form in creative ways, his small size allowed him to slip through tight spaces, his enhanced hearing let him detect danger before it arrived, and his natural feline agility made him incredibly difficult to catch. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. Izuku discovered that his cat form came with some complications. For one thing, he had an inexplicable urge to chase small moving objects, especially string or laser pointers. It was embarrassing when it happened in public. He also found that he would sometimes shift unconsciously when startled, which led to several awkward moments at school. The worst incident happened during a math test in elementary school. A particularly loud clap of thunder startled him mid-equation, and suddenly there was a small white cat sitting at his desk, his test paper scattered beneath his paws. His teacher, who had a quirk that allowed her to manipulate paper, simply sighed and used her ability to gather his test while Izuku shifted back, his face burning with embarrassment. Midoriya, we've discussed this, she said gently. You need to work on controlling your transformations, especially when surprised. Quote. Yes, ma'am, Izuku mumbled, sinking lower in his seat. Despite these occasional mishaps, Izuku's confidence grew. He wasn't quirkless anymore. He had an ability, something unique and useful. His dream of becoming a hero like All Might wasn't just a fantasy, it was achievable. The years passed quickly. Izuku studied hero tactics, analyzed villain encounters, and filled notebook after notebook with observations about quirks and hero strategies. His analytical mind, combined with his unique quirk, made him a formidable strategist even at a young age. He learned to think like a cat in his transformed state, using shadows for cover, staying silent when necessary, and striking with precision when the moment was right. Katsuki's explosion quirk grew more powerful as well, and while he remained competitive and loud, there was an unspoken understanding between them. They pushed each other to be better, to train harder, to dream bigger. Where once Izuku might have been left behind, Now he ran alongside his friend toward their shared goal. By the time middle school arrived, Izuku had mastered his transformation to the point where it was second nature. He could shift mid-movement, using the sudden change in size and form to dodge attacks or slip through barriers. His hero notebooks had grown to 15 volumes, each one meticulously detailed with quirk analyses, hero strategies, and potential applications of his own abilities. One afternoon during their third year of middle school, as they walked home together, Katsuki brought up the subject they had both been thinking about for months. "Ua's entrance exam is in 9 months, he said, his hands shoved in his pockets. "You ready?" Izuku nodded, determination burning in his chest. "I've been ready my whole life, Kachan." Quote. "Good." Katsuki's trademark smirk appeared. "Because I'm not going easy on you during the exam. I'm going to be number 1 at Ua, got it?" "We'll see about that," Izuku replied with a grin. "I might have a few tricks up my sleeve." Quote. "Bring it on, Deku." Quote. As they parted ways at the corner where their routes diverged, Izuku looked up at the sky, where the sun was beginning to set in brilliant shades of orange and pink. Somewhere out there, All Might was saving people, being the symbol of peace that inspired an entire generation. And soon, Izuku would follow in his footsteps. He transformed into his cat form and bounded up to the rooftop of a nearby building, something he had started doing regularly for the view and the solitude. From up here, he could see the entire neighborhood spreading out below him. The city lights were beginning to flicker on, creating a tapestry of illumination against the gathering darkness. Izuku's enhanced feline hearing picked up the sounds of the city, cars honking, people laughing, the distant wail of a siren. Somewhere in this vast metropolis, heroes were working tirelessly to keep everyone safe. And soon, he would join their ranks. A thought occurred to him, one that had been growing in the back of his mind for months. His quirk was useful, certainly, but was it enough? Heroes like All Might had incredible strength, the ability to change the weather with a single punch, to save hundreds of people at once. Could a cat transformation quirk really compete with that level of power? Doubt tried to creep in, but Izuku pushed it away. It didn't matter if his quirk wasn't the flashiest or the strongest. What mattered was how he used it. Every quirk had potential, it was up to the user to unlock it. And Izuku intended to unlock every ounce of potential his Nekomata quirk possessed. He shifted back to his human form and pulled out his current hero notebook, volume 16, started just last week. Opening to a blank page, he began to write. Nekomata quirk, advanced applications. The key to becoming a top hero isn't just about having a powerful quirk. It's about using your quirk strategically, creatively, and in ways that others wouldn't expect. My cat form gives me advantages in stealth, reconnaissance, and agility. But I need to think bigger. Quote. He tapped his pen against the page, thinking hard. What if I trained my human form to match my cat form's agility? What if I studied martial arts that complemented feline movement patterns? What if I used my enhanced senses in human form through partial transformation? That last thought made him pause. Partial transformation, he had never tried that before. Could he manifest cat ears or a tail while remaining in human form? Could he access his enhanced senses without fully transforming? The possibilities sent a thrill through him. Izuku spent the next hour experimenting, trying to manifest just his cat ears or just his enhanced vision. It was difficult, like trying to flex a muscle he didn't quite know how to control. But after several attempts, he managed to grow a pair of cat ears on his head while maintaining his human body. The difference was immediate, sounds that had been muted became crystal clear. He could hear conversations happening blocks away, could detect the flutter of bird wings in nearby trees, could sense the subtle vibration of footsteps on pavement. It was overwhelming at first, a sensory flood that made him dizzy, but gradually he learned to filter the information, focusing on relevant sounds while tuning out the rest. Yes, Izuku pumped his fist in triumph. This changed everything. If he could access his enhanced senses without fully transforming, he could maintain human mobility and strength while gaining the perceptive advantages of his cat form. It was the best of both worlds. As the moon rose over the city, casting silver light across the rooftops, Izuku made a silent promise to himself. He would train harder than anyone. He would push his quirk to its absolute limits. And when the UA entrance exam came, he would prove that a cat transformation quirk could be just as heroic as any explosion or super strength. 9 months wasn't a lot of time, but it was enough. It had to be. Izuku Midoriya had a quirk, a dream, and the determination to make that dream reality. Nothing was going to stop him from becoming the greatest hero he could be, not doubt, not fear, and certainly not the limitations others might see in his quirk. He was going to be a hero. And not just any hero, he was going to be the most unpredictable hero who a high school had ever seen. Chapter 2, Training and Trials. The alarm clock blared at 5 in the morning, but Izuku was already awake. He had been for the past hour, lying in bed and mentally preparing for the brutal training regimen he had designed for himself. 9 months until the UA entrance exam meant 270 days of pushing his body and quirk to their absolute limits. He rolled out of bed and immediately dropped into his cat form, landing silently on all 4 paws. This was how he started every morning now, transforming the moment he woke up to reinforce the reflex, making it as natural as breathing. He padded across his room, leapt onto his desk, then launched himself to the top of his bookshelf in a single fluid motion. "Izuku, breakfast is ready," his mother called from the kitchen. He transformed back to human form while dropping from the bookshelf, landing in a crouch that utilized the feline muscle memory he was developing. Perfect. The transition between forms was becoming seamless, taking less than a heartbeat to complete. Breakfast was a quick affair, a protein-rich meal his mother had started preparing ever since he explained his training plans. Inko worried constantly about her son pushing himself too hard, but she also understood his determination. Her own quirk, a minor telekinesis that let her pull small objects toward herself, had never been strong enough for hero work. She lived her hero dreams vicariously through her son, and she would support him however she could. "Remember to stretch properly before your run," she reminded him as he headed for the door. "And don't overdo the transformation training. You nearly gave yourself a headache last week from switching too rapidly." Quote, "I'll be careful, Mom," Izuku promised, though they both knew he would push himself regardless. That was who he was, someone who gave everything to achieve his goals. The pre-dawn streets were quiet as Izuku began his morning run. He had mapped out a 5-kilometer course that took him through varying terrain, flat streets, stairs, inclines, and even a few walls he could scale in cat form. The route was designed to build both endurance and agility. For the first kilometer, he ran in human form, focusing on breathing techniques and maintaining a steady pace. His body was still growing, still adapting to the physical demands he was placing on it. At the 2-kilometer mark, he transformed mid-stride, his human gait flowing smoothly into feline movement. The transition was jarring at first. 4 legs required a completely different coordination than 2, but months of practice had made it feel natural. In cat form, Izuku's speed increased dramatically. His smaller size and lower center of gravity allowed him to take corners at sharp angles, and his enhanced senses let him navigate obstacles before they became problems. He leapt over a low fence, darted through a narrow alley, and scaled a wall using claws that left tiny marks in the concrete. At the halfway point, he transformed back to human form while jumping from the wall, using the momentum to carry him forward into a roll. His heart was pounding, his muscles burning with exertion, but he felt alive in a way that nothing else could match. This was what it meant to be a hero, to push past your limits, to transform weakness into strength, to never give up no matter how hard the path became. By the time he returned home, the sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of amber and gold. Izuku was drenched in sweat, his legs shaking from exertion, but satisfaction filled his chest. Another day, another step closer to his goal. After a quick shower, he headed to school. Middle school had become somewhat of a formality at this point. His mind was always on UA, on hero training, on perfecting his quirk. But he still maintained perfect attendance and high grades. A hero needed intelligence as much as power, and Izuku was determined to excel in both areas. Katsuki was already at their usual spot in the classroom, feet propped up on his desk with his characteristic scowl in place. "You look like crap, Deku," he observed as Izuku took his seat. "Early morning training," Izuku replied, pulling out his hero notebook. "I'm working on rapid transformation sequences. If I can switch between forms fast enough, I can use it defensively to avoid attacks." Quote, Show me after school, Katsuki demanded. I want to test it against my explosions. Quote. Izuku grinned. Their after-school sparring sessions had become a regular routine, each one pushing them to develop new techniques and counter-strategies. Katsuki's explosions were getting more powerful by the day, and Izuku needed to evolve his defensive capabilities to keep up. The school day dragged by with agonizing slowness. Izuku took notes automatically while his mind wandered to training strategies and quirk applications. He sketched diagrams in his notebook, ways to use his tail for balance during complex maneuvers, how to integrate partial transformations into combat scenarios, potential support gear that could complement his abilities. Midoriya. The teacher's sharp voice snapped him back to reality. If you're more interested in your notebook than my lesson, perhaps you'd like to solve this equation on the board. Izuku flushed with embarrassment but stood and walked to the front of the classroom. The equation was complex, a quadratic function that most of his classmates struggled with. But math came naturally to Izuku's analytical mind, and he solved it quickly despite the distraction. Correct, the teacher said, somewhat grudgingly. However, I expect you to pay attention during my lessons. Hero work requires focus, Midoriya. Quote. Yes, sir, Izuku replied, returning to his seat with his ears burning. When the final bell rang, Izuku and Katsuki immediately headed to their training spot, an abandoned lot on the outskirts of the neighborhood that had become their unofficial training ground. The space was large enough to let Katsuki use his explosions without damaging anything important, and the varied terrain provided good practice obstacles. All right, Deku, Katsuki said, stretching his arms and creating small pops from his palms. Show me this defensive transformation thing you've been working on. Quote. Izuku took a deep breath and settled into a ready stance. Try to hit me with your explosions. I'm going to practice switching forms to dodge. Quote. Katsuki grinned ferally. You're gonna regret saying that. Quote. The first explosion came fast, a blast aimed at Izuku's chest. He transformed instantly, his smaller cat form dropping beneath the attack. The heat washed over his fur, but he was unharmed. Before Katsuki could follow up, Izuku transformed back to human form and rolled to the side, avoiding the second blast. Good, Katsuki said, increasing the pace. But can you keep it up? Explosions rained down in rapid succession. Transform, dodge, transform back, reposition, the pattern became a rhythm, a dance of shifting forms and desperate evasion. Izuku's concentration wavered after the seventh transformation, and he took a glancing blow that sent him tumbling. Damn, he muttered, checking his singed shirt. I'm still too slow on the eighth transformation. There's a delay. Quote. Your human form is vulnerable for a split second before you shift, Katsuki observed, walking over to help him up. You need to work on that timing. If a villain notices that weakness, they'll exploit it. Quote. Izuku nodded, making mental notes. This was exactly why they trained together. Katsuki's combat instincts were exceptional, and his brutally honest feedback helped identify weaknesses that Izuku might miss. They spent the next 2 hours sparring, testing different scenarios and techniques. Izuku practiced using his partial transformation ability, manifesting cat ears to detect attacks from behind while maintaining human agility. Katsuki experimented with explosion patterns that were harder to predict, forcing Izuku to rely on instinct rather than analysis. By the time they finished, both were exhausted, covered in dirt and sweat. But the satisfied grins on their faces said everything. They were getting stronger, better, more ready for Ua with each passing day. Same time tomorrow? Katsuki asked as they prepared to head home. Wouldn't miss it, Izuku replied. The months blurred together in a haze of training, studying, and constant improvement. Izuku's body transformed along with his skills. He developed lean muscle from the constant exercise. His reflexes sharpened to the point where he could react to danger almost before it registered consciously. The transformation between human and cat became so fluid that sometimes he wasn't sure which form was his default anymore. He discovered new aspects of his quirk as well. In cat form, he could compress his body to fit through impossibly tight spaces, his bones and organs somehow adjusting to accommodate the contortion. His night vision was so acute that he could navigate in near total darkness. And most surprisingly, he found that he could communicate basic concepts to actual cats, some sort of instinctive understanding that bridged the gap between his quirk-created form and natural felines. This last discovery proved useful when he encountered a group of stray cats near a convenience store that was being robbed. He had been walking home from a late study session when the alarm went off, and without thinking, he transformed and rallied the local cats to cause chaos for the would-be thief. The police arrived to find the robber cornered by a hissing, spitting circle of felines, with one particularly determined white cat sitting on the man's back. The news report the next day called it the most unusual citizen assist of the year, and Izuku had to hide his embarrassment when classmates speculated about the hero cat that had stopped the robbery. 6 months until the UA exam. Izuku increased his training intensity, adding weight training to build his human form strength and combat training to learn how to fight without relying solely on his quirk. His mother hired a martial arts instructor, a retired hero with a lizard transformation quirk who understood the unique challenges of shapeshifter combat. The key, the instructor explained during their first session, is never forgetting that you're human at your core. Transformation quirks can be a crutch if you're not careful. What happens if you're in a situation where you can't transform? Or if your quirk is somehow nullified? You need to be dangerous in any form. Quote. Those words stuck with Izuku. He began training scenarios where he deliberately avoided using his quirk, forcing himself to solve problems through pure skill and strategy. It was humbling. Without his cat form, he was just a scrawny teenager with decent reflexes. But gradually, his human combat skills improved. He learned to read body language, to anticipate attacks, to turn an opponent's strength against them. 3 months until the exam. Izuku's hero notebook collection had grown to 20 volumes, each one filled with detailed analyses of pro-heroes, villain tactics, and theoretical scenarios. He studied rescue protocols, learned basic first aid, and memorized evacuation procedures for different disaster types. Being a hero wasn't just about fighting, it was about saving people, and that required knowledge as much as power. His final innovation came during a late-night training session. He was practicing rapid transformations when he wondered, what if he could transform just part of his body? He had managed ears and a tail before, but what about transforming individual limbs? The first attempts were painful and disorienting. Transforming just his right arm while keeping the rest of his body human felt wrong, like his quirk was fighting against itself. But Izuku persisted, working through the discomfort until he managed to maintain a stable partial transformation. His right arm was fully feline, complete with retractable claws and enhanced strength, while the rest of him remained human. The applications were immediate and powerful. He could use claws for climbing or combat while maintaining human bipedal movement. He could manifest a tail for balance during complex maneuvers. He could even transform just his eyes, gaining enhanced vision without changing his overall appearance. 1 month until the exam. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, barely recognizing himself. 9 months of intense training had transformed his body. He was taller, more muscular, moving with a grace that came from countless hours of practice. His green eyes burned with determination and confidence. He transformed into his cat form one last time before bed, curling up on his pillow to think. Tomorrow, he would begin the final countdown to UA's entrance exam. 9 months of blood, sweat, and tears had led to this moment. He was ready, or as ready as he could be. But as sleep claimed him, a small voice whispered in the back of his mind, a voice that sounded suspiciously like doubt. Was a cat transformation quirk really enough to pass UA's legendary entrance exam? Would he be able to keep up with candidates who had strength quirks, or energy projection, or other flashy abilities that seemed so much more obviously heroic? Izuku pushed the voice away. It didn't matter what others might think. He had worked too hard, trained too long, dreamed too deeply to let doubt stop him now. He was going to pass that exam. And he was going to show everyone that any quirk, no matter how seemingly ordinary, could be the foundation for something extraordinary. The final month before UA's entrance exam passed in a blur of nervous energy and last-minute preparations. Izuku had stopped his intensive physical training 3 days before the exam, following his instructor's advice to let his body rest and recover. Overtraining right before the big day could do more harm than good, but sitting still felt like torture when his entire future hung in the balance. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor with all that pacing," Inko said gently, watching her son walk back and forth across their living room for the 100th time that evening. "Sorry, Mom," Izuku said, forcing himself to sit down on the couch. What if I'm not ready? What if my quirk isn't good enough? What if? Izuku. His mother's firm tone cut through his spiral of anxiety. You have trained harder than anyone I know. You've pushed yourself to your limits and beyond. You are ready for this. Quote. Izuku wanted to believe her, but doubt was a persistent companion. He had watched videos of previous UA entrance exams, the ones that were made public, at least. The tests were brutal, designed to push candidates to their breaking points and beyond. Strength quirks dominated the footage, candidates who could punch through concrete or lift cars or shoot energy beams that destroyed everything in their path. How was a cat supposed to compete with that? His phone buzzed with a text from Katsuki. Stop overthinking, Deku. Get some sleep. We're both getting into UA tomorrow, and that's final. Quote. Despite his anxiety, Izuku smiled. Katsuki's absolute confidence was infectious, a counterbalance to his own tendency toward self-doubt. They had trained together for 9 months, pushed each other to new heights, and tomorrow they would both prove they belonged at Japan's most prestigious hero academy. You're right, Izuku texted back. See you at the exam. Quote. That night, Izuku laid out his clothes for the morning, a simple outfit that wouldn't restrict movement, comfortable shoes for running, and a jacket with extra pockets for his notebook and supplies. Everything had to be perfect. He climbed into bed early but sleep evaded him for hours. His mind raced with strategies, scenarios, and contingency plans for every possible exam format he could imagine. When he finally drifted off, his dreams were a chaotic mix of robots, rescue scenarios, and transformations that went wrong at critical moments. He woke before his alarm, heart pounding, and had to spend several minutes doing breathing exercises to calm his nerves. The train ride to UA was surreal. Dozens of other candidates filled the cars, all wearing expressions that ranged from nervous to confident to downright cocky. Izuku recognized a few faces from online hero forums, a girl with pink skin who could secrete acid, a boy who could harden his skin into rock-like armor, someone with an engine quirk that made their legs look like motorcycle exhausts. Katsuki had taken an earlier train, claiming he wanted to scope out the competition. Izuku suspected his friend just wanted to avoid showing any nervousness, even though they both knew Katsuki must be feeling the pressure too. This was the moment they had been working toward their entire lives. UA's campus was even more impressive in person than in photographs. The main building towered above everything else, a monument to heroism and the countless pro-heroes who had graduated from its halls. Izuku's legs felt weak as he walked through the gates, surrounded by candidates who all seemed so much more confident and capable than he felt. Excuse me, a cheerful voice called out behind him. Izuku turned to find a girl with brown hair and a bright smile jogging up to him. She was dressed casually but practically, and there was a determined glint in her eyes that reminded him of his own expression when he looked in the mirror during training sessions. Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako, she said, slightly out of breath. This is so nerve-wracking, isn't it? I've never seen so many people with amazing quirks all in one place. Why yeah, Izuku managed, his natural shyness kicking in. I'm Midoriya Izuku. And yeah, everyone here looks really strong. Quote. What's your quirk? Uraraka asked as they walked toward the building together. I can make things float. Well, anything I touch with all 5 fingers, but I get really nauseous if I use it too much. Quote. That's a great quirk for rescue work, Izuku said, his analytical mind immediately seeing applications. You could lift debris off trapped civilians or evacuate people from high places. And for combat, you could make opponents weightless and. He cut himself off, realizing he was rambling. But Uraraka's smile had grown even wider. Wow, you really think about this stuff. I hadn't even considered half of those applications, she said. So what about you? What can you do? I can transform into a cat, Izuku said simply, bracing himself for the inevitable disappointment or dismissal. But Uraraka's eyes lit up. That's so cool. Like a stealth quirk, right? You could slip into places normal heroes couldn't reach, and cats have amazing senses. I bet you could track people or detect danger before anyone else. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest. This girl, this complete stranger, had immediately seen the potential in his quirk instead of focusing on its limitations. Maybe he wasn't the only one who understood that any ability could be heroic with the right application. Their conversation was interrupted by the announcement directing all candidates to the auditorium for the exam briefing. Izuku found a seat near the middle, his hero notebook already open and pen ready to take notes. This was it, the moment that would determine his entire future. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the stage where Present Mike, the pro-hero with the voice amplification quirk, stood with his arms spread wide and his signature enthusiastic grin plastered across his face. "Welcome, examinees, to today's live performance." Present Mike's voice boomed through the auditorium, loud enough to make several candidates wince. "Everybody say hey." Silence greeted him. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Wow, tough crowd," Present Mike said, undeterred. "All right, let's get down to business. Your entrance exam will be a practical test conducted in one of our specially prepared urban environments. You'll be facing mock villains, robots, to be specific, that are worth different point values." A massive screen behind him lit up, displaying images of 4 different robot types. The first 3 were labeled with point values, 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. Each robot design looked progressively more intimidating, from a small rolling unit to a massive bipedal machine bristling with weapons. "The 1-pointer is your basic grunt villain," Present Mike explained. "Easy to take down but only worth 1 point. The 2-pointer has better armor and offense capabilities. And the 3-pointer is the big boss of the regular enemies, tough to crack but worth the effort." Izuku scribbled notes frantically. 1-pointers would be numerous but low value. 3-pointers would probably be the target for most candidates, which meant competition for them would be fierce. He needed a strategy that played to his quirk's strengths. "Now, you might be wondering about this 4th robot," Present Mike continued, gesturing to an enormous machine that dwarfed the others. "This is the 0-pointer. It's an obstacle you should avoid, it's worth no points and is designed to be a major threat. Run away from it if you see it." Several candidates laughed nervously. The 0-pointer looked like it could level a building. Izuku made a note with 3 underlines, "Avoid 0-pointer at all costs." Quote, "You'll have 10 minutes to rack up as many points as possible by destroying the mock villains," Present Mike announced. "Use your quirks, use your brains, use whatever it takes to show us you've got what it takes to be a hero. There's no combat between examinees, focus on the robots, not each other. And remember, UA doesn't just want point scorers. We're looking for heroes." The briefing continued with logistical details, which testing sites different candidates were assigned to, rules about quirk usage, and safety protocols. Izuku found himself assigned to Battle Center B, different from Katsuki's location. They must separate people from the same school, he realized. It made sense, they wanted to see individual performance, not coordinated team efforts from people who already knew each other. As the briefing ended and candidates filed out toward their assigned testing centers, Izuku reviewed his strategy. His cat form excelled at speed and agility, not raw destructive power. He couldn't punch through a robot's armor or blast it with energy. But he could be fast, faster than almost anyone else in his assigned group. If he could reach the 1- and 2-pointers quickly, before the competition got to them, he could rack up points through volume rather than tackling the high-value targets. Battle Center B was a sprawling mock city, complete with buildings, streets, and even fake storefronts. It looked like something out of a movie set, except everything was built to withstand significant quirk-based destruction. Izuku stood at the entrance with 40 other candidates, all of them sizing each other up and mentally preparing for the starting signal. He spotted a tall boy with glasses and an overly serious expression lecturing someone about proper exam etiquette. A girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail looked completely calm, almost bored. Several candidates were already activating their quirks in anticipation, creating small flames, flexing enhanced muscles, or floating slightly off the ground. Izuku took a deep breath and let his hands shift partially into cat paws, claws extending slightly. The transformation felt comfortable now, like slipping into a familiar jacket. He was ready. "All right, listeners." Present Mike's voice boomed from speakers around the testing area. "The exam begins now." For a split second, nobody moved, then chaos erupted. Candidates surged forward into the mock city, quirks activating in brilliant displays of power. The tall boy with glasses revealed leg engines that let him shoot forward at incredible speed. The girl with the ponytail created a shield from her arm that she used to smash through a one-pointer that appeared around a corner. Izuku transformed mid-run, his cat form allowing him to slip between the stampede of candidates. His enhanced hearing picked up the mechanical whirring of robots before his eyes spotted them, giving him precious seconds of advantage. A one-pointer rolled toward him from an alley, and he leapt onto its chassis, using his claws to tear at the joints and wiring beneath the armor plating. The robot sparked and died. 1 point. He didn't pause to celebrate, already sprinting toward the next mechanical target. A two-pointer emerged from behind a building, its weapons tracking toward a candidate who was trying to activate a quirk that seemed to be malfunctioning from nerves. Izuku transformed back to human form mid-leap, using his momentum to kick off a wall and land on the robot's head. His hands shifted into paws, claws finding purchase in the seams of the robot's armor, and he ripped through crucial wiring. 2 more points. Running total, 3. The exam became a blur of movement and destruction. Izuku flowed between his forms like water, using cat form for speed and positioning, human form for the extra weight and leverage needed to disable the larger robots. His strategy of targeting lower-value robots paid off. While other candidates fought over three-pointers, he methodically worked through the ones and twos that appeared faster and more frequently. A group of 3 one-pointers appeared simultaneously. Izuku's mind raced through calculations, transforming to take them one at a time would work, but other candidates were already moving to intercept. He needed to be faster. Without fully planning the move, Izuku partially transformed. His legs became feline, giving him enhanced speed and jumping power, while his arms remained human with just his hands shifted into clawed paws. The hybrid form felt unstable, like holding 2 conflicting shapes simultaneously, but it worked. He blitzed through all 3 robots in seconds, claws tearing through vulnerable points with surgical precision. 6 points. Running total, 9. 5 minutes remaining. Present Mike's voice announced. Izuku's lungs burned, his muscles screamed in protest, but he pushed harder. 9 points wasn't enough, not when other candidates were probably in the double digits by now. He needed more, needed to prove his quirk was viable for hero work, needed to show that determination and strategy could overcome raw power. A three-pointer appeared ahead, and Izuku made a split-second decision to go for it. The robot was massive compared to the smaller units, its armor much thicker. Several other candidates were already engaging it, quirks flying as they tried to bring it down. Izuku approached from a different angle, looking for weakness. There, the back of the knee joint, where the armor was thinner to allow for movement. He transformed completely into cat form and sprinted, his small size letting him slip past the other candidates' attacks. When he reached the robot's leg, he transformed back to human with his hands as claws and drove them into the vulnerable joint with all his strength. The robot's leg buckled. As it began to fall, Izuku climbed up its back with feline agility and targeted the head unit where the core processing would be. His claws found the access panel and tore it open, exposing the wiring beneath. One more strike and the robot went dark, collapsing completely. 3 points. Running total, 12. 2 minutes remaining. Exhaustion was setting in now, the constant rapid transformations taking their toll. Izuku's vision swam slightly, and his next shift between forms felt sluggish, delayed. He forced himself to keep moving, just 2 more minutes, then he could rest. That's when he heard it, a sound like an earthquake combined with mechanical screaming. The ground shook beneath his feet, and when Izuku looked up, his blood ran cold. The zero-pointer had arrived. It was even more massive in person than it had appeared on the screen, easily as tall as a building. Its design was purely intimidating, all sharp angles, heavy armor, and weapons systems that looked capable of leveling entire blocks. And it was moving down the main street, directly toward the candidates. "Run!" Someone screamed, and the crowd of examinees scattered in every direction. Izuku turned to flee with everyone else, but then he heard something that made him freeze. A cry for help. Young, frightened, desperate. His enhanced hearing pinpointed the source, a candidate trapped beneath rubble from a building the zero-pointer had grazed. While everyone else was running away from the massive robot, someone was stuck in its direct path, unable to escape. Izuku's body moved before his mind fully processed the decision. He sprinted toward the danger, transforming into cat form to slip through the panicking crowd. Other candidates stared at him like he had lost his mind, running toward the zero-pointer instead of away from it. He reached the trapped candidate, a boy roughly his age with a mutation quirk that gave him small horns and purple skin. The boy's leg was pinned beneath a concrete beam, his face pale with shock and pain. "I'm going to get you out," Izuku said, his voice firm despite the fear coursing through him. "You're insane," the boy gasped. "That thing is going to crush us both. Not if I'm fast enough." Quote. Izuku transformed his arms into cat limbs and began digging at the rubble, using his claws to break apart the concrete surrounding the beam. It wasn't enough, he needed more leverage, more strength. Behind him, the zero-pointer's footsteps were getting louder, each impact sending vibrations through the ground. 30 seconds, maybe less, before it reached them. Izuku made a desperate decision. He transformed his entire body to cat form and squeezed into the tiny gap beneath the beam, positioning himself under the trapped leg. Then, fighting against every instinct screaming at him that this was impossible, he began transforming back to human form while inside the confined space. The pressure was immense, agonizing. His expanding body pushed against the beam, lifting it inch by excruciating inch. He felt something in his shoulder pop, pain shooting down his arm, but he gritted his teeth and kept pushing. The beam rose higher, just enough for the trapped candidate to pull his leg free. "Go!" Izuku shouted, and the boy didn't need to be told twice. But Izuku wasn't fast enough. He was still partially pinned, his body screaming in agony, and the zero-pointer was right there. A massive hand descended toward them, ready to crush everything in its path. "This is it," Izuku thought with strange calm. "At least I saved someone. That's what heroes do." The hand came down and stopped. Izuku looked up in confusion to see the zero-pointer frozen mid-motion, its systems completely shut down. In the sudden silence, Present Mike's voice boomed across the testing area. "Time's up. The exam is officially over, listeners. All robots are now deactivated. Medical teams, please report to Battle Center B immediately." Izuku collapsed, the adrenaline finally leaving his body. Pain washed over him in waves, his shoulder was definitely dislocated, possibly fractured. Several ribs felt bruised, and his entire body was covered in scrapes and bruises from the constant transformations and combat. But he was alive. And more importantly, so was the candidate he had saved. As medical personnel rushed over with concerned expressions, Izuku managed a weak smile. He had no idea how many points he had earned, no idea if it was enough to pass. But in that moment, he realized something important. He had acted like a hero. Not because of points or glory or proving himself, but because someone needed help and he was there to provide it. That was what mattered most. Everything else would sort itself out. Chapter 4, Results and Revelations. 2 weeks passed in agonizing uncertainty. UA had announced that exam results would be mailed out, but they hadn't specified exactly when. Every day, Izuku checked the mailbox multiple times, his anxiety building with each passing hour. His shoulder had healed well thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk. Apparently, she had been on standby during the exam specifically for serious injuries, but the emotional uncertainty was harder to recover from. "Stop obsessing," Katsuki told him during one of their training sessions. "They probably haven't even finished grading yet. There were thousands of examinees across dozens of testing centers." Quote. "I know, but what if I didn't get enough points?" Izuku voiced the fear that had been haunting him. "I only confirmed 12 points from destroyed robots. What if everyone else got way more than that?" "Then you're an idiot for worrying about something you can't control," Katsuki said bluntly, setting off a controlled explosion. "Either you passed or you didn't. Stressing about it won't change the result." Quote. Logically, Izuku knew his friend was right. But logic had little power over the anxious voice in his head that kept running through every moment of the exam, analyzing what he could have done differently or better. The incident with the zero-pointer played on a loop in his mind. Had that been the right decision? He had abandoned point gathering to save another candidate, which from a purely strategic standpoint made no sense. But when he thought about that boy's terrified face, the desperate cry for help, he knew he would make the same choice again. Heroes saved people. That was the core of everything. Points were just numbers. On the 14th day after the exam, Izuku returned home from school to find his mother waiting by the door, her eyes red from crying. His heart stopped. "I failed," he whispered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. No. Inko rushed forward, grabbing her son's shoulders. No, sweetheart, these are happy tears. Look. She thrust a large envelope into his hands, the UA logo embossed on the front. Izuku's hands shook as he opened it. Inside was a small device that activated as soon as he pulled it out, projecting a hologram of All Might, the #1 hero himself, his brilliant smile filling their living room. I am here as a projection. All Might's voice boomed. Young Midoriya, I am here to deliver news about your entrance exam results. But first, allow me to explain something important about how UA evaluates its candidates. Quote, the hologram shifted to show footage from Battle Center B. Izuku watched himself moving through the mock city, taking down robots with efficient precision. The video quality was incredible, they must have had cameras everywhere. Your performance during the combat portion was impressive, All Might continued. 12 villain points, earned through strategic thinking and excellent use of your transformation quirk. Your speed and efficiency were particularly noteworthy. However, 12 points alone would not have been sufficient to pass this year's exam. The cutoff was 13 villain points. Quote, Izuku's heart sank. He had failed by a single point. All that training, all that effort, and he had fallen short by one robot. However, All Might's voice boomed, and the hologram showed new footage, the moment when Izuku had run toward the 0-pointer instead of away from it. There was another component to this year's exam that we did not announce. We call them rescue points. The video showed Izuku digging through rubble, positioning himself beneath the beam, transforming to lift it despite the obvious agony it caused. It showed the other candidate escaping, and Izuku trapped beneath the descending hand of the 0-pointer. Hero work is not just about defeating villains, All Might explained. It's about saving people, even at great personal risk. Several candidates earned rescue points during the exam, awarded by our panel of judges for acts of heroism. Young Midoriya, your actions to save a fellow candidate earned you 40 rescue points. The hologram showed a scoreboard. Izuku's name appeared with 12 villain points and 40 rescue points, for a total of 52. It was enough to place him in 7th overall among all examinees. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. All Might's smile seemed to radiate warmth even through the projection. Welcome to UA High School. This is your hero academia. The projection ended. Izuku stood frozen, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Passed. He had passed. Not just passed, he had scored in the top 10. I got in, he whispered. Then, louder, I got in. Mom, I got into UA. Inko swept him into a crushing hug, both of them crying and laughing simultaneously. Years of dreams, months of brutal training, a lifetime of wanting to be a hero, all of it had led to this moment. Izuku's phone buzzed with a text from Katsuki, obviously I passed. You better have too, or I'm going to kick your ass. Quote, got in, 7th place overall, Izuku texted back. His phone immediately started ringing. 7th. Katsuki's voice exploded through the speaker. I got 3rd. How the hell did you get 4th place below me? Rescue points, Izuku explained, still grinning like an idiot. Apparently, they were scoring us on more than just robot destruction. Quote, of course they were, this is UA, Katsuki grumbled, but Izuku could hear the satisfaction in his friend's voice. Guess we're going to be classmates after all, Deku. Quote, guess so, Kachan. Quote, the next few weeks were a whirlwind of preparation. UA had sent detailed lists of supplies students would need, from gym uniforms to specialized equipment. Izuku spent hours researching support gear that might complement his quirk, retractable climbing claws, enhanced sensors, even experimental items that could boost transformation speed. But the support gear could wait. For now, he focused on what his instructor had taught him. His quirk was only one tool in his arsenal. A true hero needed knowledge, strategy, physical capability, and the heart to make difficult choices. He had proven during the exam that he had that heart. Now he needed to develop everything else. The first day of school at UA arrived on a beautiful spring morning. Izuku put on his new uniform, a sharp gray blazer with red trim, and looked at himself in the mirror. He barely recognized the confident young man staring back at him. Gone was the quirkless child who had been bullied and dismissed. In his place stood a student of UA High School, someone who had earned his place through determination and heroism. Ready? Inko asked, her camera already out to commemorate the occasion. Ready, Izuku confirmed. The train ride to UA felt different this time. Instead of nervous examinees, the cars were filled with first-year students, all wearing the same uniform and the same expression of excited anticipation. Izuku spotted Uraraka from the exam and waved. She bounded over with her characteristic enthusiasm. Midoriya, you got in too. That's amazing. She beamed. I saw the footage from your exam. Well, they showed everyone highlights during orientation. What you did with that zero-pointer was incredible. Quote, you saw that. Izuku felt his face heat with embarrassment. Everyone saw it. They used it as an example of heroic behavior during rescue scenarios, Uraraka explained. You're kind of famous among our class now. Quote, that was not what Izuku had expected. He had hoped to fly under the radar, develop his skills quietly without too much attention. Being famous sounded like the opposite of his plan. They reached UA's campus and followed the signs directing first-year students to their homeroom assignments. Izuku found his name listed for Class 1A, the Hero course. His heart swelled with pride. This was really happening. The classroom was already partially filled when he arrived. Katsuki sat near the back, feet propped up on his desk in his typical rebellious pose. The tall boy with glasses from the exam was lecturing someone about proper classroom etiquette. A boy with red and white hair sat quietly by the window, his expression unreadable. Izuku took a seat near the middle, pulling out a fresh hero notebook to take notes. This wasn't just any class, this was being taught by pro heroes, people who had actual field experience. Every word would be valuable. If you're here to make friends, you should leave now. Quote, the voice came from the doorway, where a disheveled man in a sleeping bag had somehow appeared without anyone noticing. He actually crawled, into the classroom and stood up, revealing tired eyes and long black hair. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher, the man said, his voice completely devoid of enthusiasm. Welcome to UA's hero course. Now put on these gym uniforms and meet me at the training ground. We're doing a quirk assessment test. Quote, the class erupted in confusion and questions, but Aizawa simply stared them down until everyone fell silent. The world won't wait for you to be comfortable, he said. Heroes operate in chaos and uncertainty. If you can't handle a surprise test on your first day, you won't survive your first villain encounter. You have 5 minutes. Move. Quote, the students scrambled to comply, changing quickly and rushing to the training ground. Izuku's mind was already racing. A quirk assessment test meant demonstrating their abilities. This was his chance to show what he could do, to prove that his cat transformation quirk belonged at UA. The training ground was a large open field with various stations set up for different physical tests, a softball throwing area, a sprinting track, a long jump pit, and more. It looked like a standard physical fitness test, except everyone here had quirks. You've all been doing these tests since elementary school, Aizawa explained, holding up a small device. But you've never been allowed to use your quirks during them. Today, that changes. Show me what you can really do. Whoever places last in overall rankings will be expelled. Quote, the pronouncement hit like a bomb. Several students looked terrified, others angry, a few, like Katsuki, determined. Izuku felt his cat instincts kick in, his body tensing for action. This was it. The real test wasn't the entrance exam, it was this moment, proving they deserved to stay. Midoriya, Aizawa called suddenly. You placed 7th in the entrance exam. Show everyone what you can do with the softball throw. Quote, all eyes turned to Izuku as he walked to the throwing circle. He picked up the softball, feeling its weight, considering his options. In cat form, his throwing ability would actually be worse, paws weren't designed for precision throwing. But his human form with enhanced feline reflexes and muscle memory. He wound up and threw with everything he had, his body moving with the fluid grace of countless training sessions. The ball flew through the air in a perfect arc. When it finally landed, Aizawa held up his device. 53 meters. Not bad for a non-enhancement quirk, the teacher said. Next. Quote, Izuku stepped back, analyzing his performance. 53 meters was decent but not exceptional. He needed to do better in the other tests, ones where his transformation could provide clearer advantages. The sprint was his moment to shine. When Aizawa signaled the start, Izuku transformed mid-step, his cat form eating up the 50-meter distance in mere seconds. His time, 4.7 seconds, was one of the best in the class. The long jump became a display of feline agility, his cat form launching across the sand pit to land well beyond what his human legs could achieve. The side steps test showcased his enhanced reflexes and balance, moving in a blur that left several classmates staring in amazement. But the endurance test revealed his weakness. While he could run quickly in short bursts, maintaining top speed for extended periods drained him rapidly. The constant transformation between forms took mental energy, and by the end of the long-distance run, he was breathing hard and struggling to maintain his cat form. As the tests concluded, Izuku collapsed on the grass, every muscle in his body screaming. He had given everything, pushed his quirk to its limits. But had it been enough? Results are in, Aizawa announced, pulling up a holographic screen that displayed everyone's rankings. Izuku held his breath as he scanned the list. His name appeared in 8th place. Not first, not even close to the top, but solidly in the middle of the pack. And most importantly, not last. The boy in last place, someone with a relatively weak quirk that only let him stick to walls, looked devastated. By the way, Aizawa said casually, the expulsion was a logical ruse to make sure you gave your maximum effort. Quote, the relief was palpable, though several students looked like they wanted to strangle their teacher. Izuku just laughed weakly. This was UA, he should have expected they would push students to their breaking points from day one. As they changed back into their uniforms, Izuku reflected on the day's events. He wasn't the strongest in his class, or the fastest, or the most powerful. His quirk had limitations that some of his classmates didn't. But he had proven something important, he belonged here. 8th place. Room to improve, certainly, but also proof that strategic thinking and hard work could compensate for what seemed like a weaker quirk. Nice work out there, Deku, Katsuki said grudgingly as they walked back to the classroom. His friend had placed second overall, just behind a student named Todoroki with a powerful ice quirk. You too, Kachan, Izuku replied. They both knew the real challenge was just beginning. The entrance exam had been about proving they deserved to attend UA. Now they had to prove they deserved to graduate as heroes. But for the first time in his life, Izuku felt truly confident about his future. He had a quirk that was uniquely his, training that had pushed him to his limits, and the determination to never give up. He was going to become a hero. The most unpredictable hero UA had ever produced. And nothing was going to stop him. The first week at UA passed in a daze of intensive classes and overwhelming information. Izuku's notebooks filled rapidly with observations about his classmates' quirks, hero theory from their lectures, and practical combat strategies from their training sessions. Every teacher was a pro-hero with real field experience, and their lessons reflected the harsh realities of hero work rather than sanitized textbook versions. Modern hero art history was taught by Midnight, the R-rated hero whose quirk could put people to sleep with her aroma. She discussed the evolution of hero culture with a candor that caught many students off guard, talking frankly about how public perception shaped hero careers and the business side of heroism that most people never considered. English was taught by Present Mike, whose enthusiasm somehow made grammar lessons feel energetic despite the early morning time slot. Foundational hero studies covered everything from disaster response protocols to the legal frameworks governing quirk usage in public spaces. But the class everyone anticipated most was heroics, taught by All Might himself. When the symbol of peace burst through the classroom door on their third day, his presence filled the entire room. Izuku felt his heart race. This was the hero who had inspired him since childhood, the man who proved that anyone could be a symbol of hope with enough determination. I am coming through the door like a normal person, All Might announced, his cape billowing dramatically despite the lack of wind. Welcome, students, to the most important class you will take at UA. Foundational Hero Studies. The class erupted in excited murmurs. All Might's teaching style was unlike any of their other instructors, bombastic, encouraging, and filled with an infectious enthusiasm that made everyone want to prove themselves. Today's lesson: battle training, All Might declared. You will be split into teams of 2 and engage in hero versus villain scenarios. But first, you need these. Panels in the wall slid open, revealing numbered compartments. Inside each was a hero costume, designed based on specifications the students had submitted weeks ago. Izuku's heart pounded as he retrieved case number 15 and headed to the changing rooms. His costume design had gone through dozens of iterations. He needed something that accommodated his transformations, wouldn't restrict movement, and ideally provided some protection without adding too much weight. The result was a dark green bodysuit with reinforced padding at key points, gloves with retractable claw attachments to enhance his combat capability in human form, and a hood with cat ears that contained enhanced audio sensors. When he emerged and saw his reflection, he barely recognized himself. He looked like a hero, sleek, capable, dangerous in a way his civilian appearance never conveyed. "Deku, you look like an actual vigilante," Katsuki commented, his own costume an aggressive design of orange and black with grenade-shaped bracers. "It's not bad." Quote. Coming from Katsuki, that was practically a glowing compliment. The rest of the class filed out in their costumes, each one reflecting their quirk and personality. Uraraka's suit was form-fitting with a space theme, designed to prevent nausea from her zero-gravity quirk. The boy with the engines in his legs, Iida Tenya, as Izuku had learned, wore armor that looked like it belonged to a knight. Todoroki's costume was split down the middle, red on his left side and white on his right, matching his dual ice and fire quirk. All Might led them to Ground Beta, one of UA's massive training facilities designed to look like an urban environment. The buildings were real concrete and steel, built to withstand significant quirk-based damage. "Your scenario is simple," All Might explained. "One team will play villains who have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in a building. The other team will play heroes who must either capture the villains or secure the weapon within 15 minutes. Villains win if they protect the weapon for the full time or capture both heroes." He held up a box and began drawing lots to determine teams and matchups. Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka, which he considered fortunate. They had developed a friendly rapport, and her quirk complemented his in interesting ways. Their first match would be observational. All Might announced that Katsuki and Iida would play villains against Midoriya and Uraraka as heroes in the third round. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Facing Katsuki in actual combat, even in a training scenario, would be intense. The first two matches were enlightening. Izuku watched carefully, analyzing strategies and identifying what worked versus what didn't. The team that communicated well and played to their quirk's strengths tended to win. Those who relied solely on power without strategy struggled, even with impressive abilities. Then it was their turn. "Young Midoriya, young Uraraka, you are the heroes," All Might announced. "Young Bakugo and young Iida are the villains. Your objective is to capture the villains or secure the weapon. Begin now." Izuku and Uraraka stood outside the designated building, a 5-story structure with multiple entry points. Through the earpieces All Might had provided, they could communicate, and cameras throughout the building would broadcast the match to their classmates. "What's the plan?" Uraraka asked, looking to Izuku with surprising confidence. Izuku closed his eyes, letting his enhanced hearing sweep the building. He could detect footsteps on the upper floors, 2 sets, but one was moving toward the lower levels while the other remained stationary. Katsuki was coming to meet them, while Iida stayed to guard the weapon. Bakugo's quirk is explosive and works best in open spaces, Izuku analyzed quickly. But inside a building, especially with the weapon to protect, he'll be more limited. Iida will probably stay with the weapon because his quirk makes him an excellent defender. So we need to split up. Quote. Split up. Uraraka looked uncertain. "You're better suited to reach the weapon," Izuku explained. "Your zero-gravity quirk lets you navigate the building in ways Katsuki can't easily counter. I'll keep him occupied and prevent him from backing up Iida. Can you handle securing the weapon alone?" Uraraka's expression shifted from uncertain to determined. "I won't let you down." They entered the building through separate doors. Izuku immediately transformed into his cat form, his smaller size and enhanced senses making him harder to detect. He could hear Katsuki's footsteps getting closer, could smell the distinctive scent of nitroglycerin that his friend's sweat produced. The explosion came without warning, blasting through a wall to Izuku's right. He leapt aside, transforming midair back to human form to grab a pipe and swing out of the blast radius. Katsuki emerged. From the smoke, his eyes wild with competitive fire. "Thought you could sneak past me, Deku." Katsuki grinned ferally. "Not happening." Wasn't planning to, Izuku replied, settling into a combat stance. Your opponent is me, Kachan. Quote. Katsuki launched forward with an explosion-boosted jump, his right hand already sparking with his quirk. Izuku transformed to cat form and darted between his friend's legs, using his small size to his advantage. He shifted back to human immediately and aimed a kick at Katsuki's back, but his friend twisted midair and blasted himself sideways, dodging the attack. The fight became a deadly dance. Katsuki's explosions were powerful but predictable. He needed to aim his palms and couldn't create blasts instantly. Izuku used rapid transformations to throw off his friend's targeting, appearing in unexpected places and forcing Katsuki to constantly adjust. Stop moving like that, Katsuki snarled, frustration creeping into his voice. That's kind of my whole strategy, Izuku replied, partially transforming his hands into claws to block a close-range blast. The force still sent him sliding backward, his feet scraping against the floor. Through his earpiece, Izuku heard Uraraka's voice, I've reached the floor with the weapon. Iida is guarding it, but I have a plan. Quote. Do it, Izuku responded, dodging another explosion. I'll keep Bakugo busy. But keeping Katsuki busy was easier said than done. His friend had improved dramatically since their training days, his explosions were more controlled, his movements more efficient, his combat instincts sharper. And unlike their practice sessions, Katsuki was fighting with the desperation of someone who refused to lose. A massive explosion forced Izuku to fully transform and flee down a corridor. Katsuki pursued relentlessly, blasting apart walls and debris to maintain line of sight. The building shook with each detonation, dust and smoke filling the air. Izuku's mind raced. He couldn't win in a straight fight, Katsuki's firepower was too overwhelming. But he didn't need to win. He just needed to buy time for Uraraka to secure the weapon. That meant surviving, evading, and keeping Katsuki's attention entirely on him. He rounded a corner and immediately transformed back to human form, pressing himself against the wall. When Katsuki came around the corner at full speed, Izuku was ready. He transformed just his legs into cat form for enhanced jumping power and launched himself at the ceiling, using the structural pipes to swing around behind his friend. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise, that combination of partial and full transformation was new. Before he could react, Izuku had wrapped his arms around Katsuki's torso in a grapple, his partially transformed hands making it difficult to break free. Capture tape. Izuku reached for the capture tape on his belt that would signify Katsuki's defeat. But Katsuki wasn't done. He angled his palms backward and set off an explosion that, while hurting them both, forced Izuku to release his grip or risk serious injury. They tumbled apart, both breathing hard, both sporting burns and bruises. You've gotten better, Deku, Katsuki admitted, wiping blood from his lip. But I'm still going to win. Quote. Maybe, Izuku replied. But not today. Quote. Uraraka's voice crackled through the earpiece, I've got the weapon. Heroes win. Katsuki's expression went from determination to shock to fury in rapid succession. What? Iida, what happened? Through the building's speaker system, All Might's voice boomed, the hero team wins. Excellent work, young Uraraka and young Midoriya. The match ended, and both teams were called back to the observation room where their classmates had watched everything. Izuku limped slightly, his shoulder was sore from the grappling exchange, and he had minor burns from getting too close to Katsuki's explosions. But they had won. That was an excellent display of tactical thinking, All Might praised. Young Midoriya correctly identified that splitting up would maximize their quirk's advantages. And young Uraraka's creative use of her zero-gravity quirk to approach from an unexpected angle was brilliant. Uraraka beamed at the praise, explaining how she had floated herself along the ceiling to avoid Iida's line of sight, then touched the weapon to make it weightless and technically secured it according to the exercise rules. Katsuki looked furious, his pride wounded by the loss. But Izuku also saw something else in his friend's eyes, a grudging respect. They had both pushed each other, both shown growth, and the gap between them wasn't as large as it might have been in the past. The rest of the class's matches were equally intense. Todoroki's team won through overwhelming power, his ice quirk freezing an entire building. A student named Yaoyorozu showed incredible strategic thinking, using her creation quirk to build elaborate traps. Even those who lost fought valiantly, pushing their quirks to the limit. By the time the class ended, everyone was exhausted but exhilarated. This was what they had come to UA for, real hero training, not theoretical exercises but actual combat scenarios that would prepare them for the field. That was amazing. Uraraka gushed as they changed back into their uniforms. I was so nervous I'd mess up, but your plan worked perfectly. You executed it perfectly, Izuku corrected. I just provided the strategy. Your quick thinking with making the weapon weightless was what actually won the match. Quote, over the following days, the intensity of hero training only increased. Aizawa pushed them through grueling physical conditioning. Midnight taught them about media relations and public image management. Present Mike somehow made English vocabulary relevant to hero work by using hero catchphrases and villain monologues as examples. But it was the relationships forming within Class 1A that Izuku found most valuable. These weren't just classmates, they were future heroes, people he would potentially work alongside for years to come. He grew closer to Uraraka, whose cheerful disposition hid a fierce determination to succeed. Her family circumstances were difficult financially, and she had come to UA with the goal of becoming a hero who could support her parents. That practical motivation, combined with genuine heroic spirit, made her someone Izuku respected deeply. Iida proved to be earnest almost to a fault, his rigid adherence to rules sometimes comical but always well-intentioned. He came from a hero family, with an older brother who was a professional hero, and carried the weight of that legacy with serious dedication. Even Todoroki, who remained distant and cold, showed glimpses of incredible talent. His quirk was clearly powerful, but there was something in his eyes, a pain or burden that Izuku recognized from his own past struggles with feeling inadequate. And then there was Katsuki. Their relationship remained complicated, part friendship, part rivalry, part something neither of them could quite define. They pushed each other constantly, competed in everything from grades to training scores, and yet there was an understanding between them that went beyond words. 2 weeks into the term, Aizawa made an announcement that sent ripples through the class. You'll be choosing class representatives today, he said in his characteristic monotone. Normally, I'd make you do it democratically, but that's a waste of time. Instead, I'm appointing them based on the entrance exam and your performance so far. Quote, the class held its breath. Iida Tenya will be class representative due to his leadership qualities and organizational skills, Aizawa announced. Yaoyorozu Momo will be deputy representative for her strategic thinking and mature judgment. Quote, both students looked shocked but pleased. Izuku felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a chance at leadership, but he also recognized that both choices were logical. Iida's earnestness would serve the class well, and Yaoyorozu had shown impressive tactical abilities during battle training. However, Aizawa continued, leadership is about more than titles. Every one of you will have opportunities to lead. Heroes often need to take charge in chaotic situations. Consider this training for those moments. Quote, the lesson resonated with Izuku. He didn't need a title to act heroically. The entrance exam had proven that he had earned more points for saving someone than for defeating robots. Leadership came from actions, not positions. That afternoon, during a rare free period, Izuku found himself on the school roof, his favorite spot for thinking. He transformed into his cat form and stretched in the sunlight, enjoying the simple pleasure of warmth on his fur. That's your quirk, huh? Izuku transformed back immediately, startled by the voice. Todoroki stood in the doorway to the roof, his expression unreadable as always. Why yeah, Izuku replied. I can transform into a cat. It's not as impressive as your ice and fire quirk, but it's more versatile, Todoroki interrupted. I watched your match against Bakugo. The way you switch between forms to throw off timing, use partial transformations for specific advantages, it's sophisticated. You've clearly trained extensively with it. Quote, Izuku blinked in surprise. That was possibly the most words he had heard Todoroki speak since classes began. Thanks, he said carefully. Your quirk is incredible too. That ice wall you created during your match was. I only use my ice, Todoroki said sharply. The fire is irrelevant. Quote, there was pain in those words, a story Izuku didn't know but could sense. He wanted to ask, to understand, but Todoroki's closed-off posture made it clear the conversation was over. The dual quirk user turned and left without another word. Izuku stood alone on the roof, wondering about his classmates' burden. Everyone at UA had their own story, their own reasons for wanting to become heroes. Some, like Uraraka, were driven by practical concerns. Others, like Iida, carried family legacies. And some, like Todoroki, seemed to be running from something rather than toward their dreams. He transformed back into his cat form and settled in the sunlight again, thinking about the journey ahead. 2 weeks at UA had already pushed him further than months of solo training. His classmates were all remarkable in their own ways, each one bringing unique strengths and perspectives. The upcoming months would only get harder, Izuku knew. Aizawa had mentioned practical experience exercises, team-building activities, and eventually, actual hero work under supervision. There would be challenges he couldn't anticipate, obstacles that would test not just his quirk but his character. But for the first time in his life, Izuku felt truly ready. He wasn't alone anymore. He had classmates who respected him, teachers who believed in him, and most importantly, proof that his quirk could contribute meaningfully to hero work. He was Midoriya Izuku, the cat hero in training. And he was going to show everyone that unpredictability could be the greatest strength of all. The path ahead was uncertain, but that was okay. Cats always landed on their feet. The morning alarm sounded at its usual ungodly hour, but Izuku was already awake. 3 weeks into his time at UA, and the routine had become second nature: wake before dawn, morning transformation training, a quick run through the neighborhood in alternating forms, shower, breakfast, and then the commute to school. His body had adapted to the grueling schedule, muscles growing lean and responsive, his transformations becoming so fluid they felt like breathing. Today was different though. Aizawa had mentioned something about a special announcement, and in Izuku's experience, special announcements at UA usually meant something intense was about to happen. He transformed into his cat form and stretched, feeling the satisfying pull of feline muscles extending to their limits. Through his enhanced hearing, he could detect his mother moving around in the kitchen, the familiar sounds of breakfast preparation. He shifted back to human form and quickly got ready for the day. "You seem excited," Inko observed as Izuku wolfed down his breakfast with unusual enthusiasm. Aizawa-sensei said there's an announcement today, Izuku explained between bites. Probably something training related. Maybe a field exercise or simulation scenario. Quote, "Just be careful, sweetheart," his mother said, her worry evident. "I know UA has excellent safety measures, but you always push yourself so hard." Quote, "I'll be careful, Mom," Izuku promised, though they both knew he would push his limits regardless. That was who he was. The train to UA was crowded with the usual morning commuters, but Izuku barely noticed. His mind was already racing through possibilities. What kind of training could warrant a special announcement? They had already done battle trials, physical assessments, and rescue scenario simulations. What came next? Class 1A was buzzing with speculation when he arrived. Uraraka waved him over to their usual spot, her expression a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Do you think it's another combat exercise?" she asked. "I've been working on a new technique with my quirk, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to test it in front of everyone." Quote, "Whatever it is, I'm sure you'll do great," Izuku reassured her. "You've been improving so much since the battle trials." Quote, Katsuki snorted from his seat nearby. "If it's another team exercise and I get stuck with extras again, I'm going to lose it." Quote, "Your team won last time, Bakugo," Iida interjected, adjusting his glasses. "Perhaps you should be more grateful for your teammates' contributions." Quote, "I carried that match and you know it," Katsuki shot back. Before the argument could escalate, Aizawa shuffled into the classroom in his signature sleeping bag, somehow managing to look even more exhausted than usual. The class immediately fell silent. 3 weeks had taught them that their homeroom teacher had zero tolerance for disruption. The special announcement, Aizawa began without preamble, is that you'll be participating in a rescue training exercise at an off-campus facility called the USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It's designed to prepare you for disaster scenarios, fires, floods, landslides, and other catastrophic events that heroes regularly face. Quote, excited murmurs rippled through the class. Real rescue training at a specialized facility sounded infinitely more interesting than classroom lectures. "You'll be supervised by myself," All Might, and another pro-hero who specializes in rescue operations, Aizawa continued. This is not a combat exercise. The focus is on saving civilians and managing crisis situations. Your heroes in training, which means learning when not to fight, is just as important as learning how to fight. Quote. Izuku's pen flew across his notebook, capturing every detail. Rescue operations were one of the aspects of hero work he felt his quirk could excel at. His cat form's size and enhanced senses made him perfect for search and rescue, finding people trapped in debris or navigating dangerous terrain. We leave in 1 hour, Aizawa announced. Wear your hero costumes and meet at the bus loading area. Don't be late. Quote. The next hour passed in a flurry of preparation. Izuku changed into his hero costume, the familiar weight of the suit settling over him like a second skin. He ran through mental checklists: costume secure, support gear functional, body properly warmed up and ready for extended quirk usage. The bus ride to the USJ was filled with excited chatter. Izuku found himself sitting next to Todoroki, who remained characteristically silent while the rest of the class speculated about what kinds of disaster scenarios they might face. Your quirk is well suited for rescue work, Todoroki said suddenly, his voice low enough that only Izuku could hear. Izuku blinked in surprise. This was the second time Todoroki had initiated conversation with him, which felt significant given how distant the dual quirk user usually kept himself. Thanks, Izuku replied. Your ice could be useful too, creating barriers to stop spreading disasters, making paths through dangerous terrain. Quote. Todoroki's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. I suppose. Quote. The conversation died there, but Izuku felt like maybe, slowly, Todoroki was starting to open up. Or at least acknowledge his classmates as more than just background noise. The USJ was impressive, a massive domed facility that looked like a theme park designed by heroes for heroes. When the bus doors opened and Class 1A filed out, they were greeted by a pro-hero in a bulky space suit, 13, famous for rescue operations and their black hole quirk. Welcome, everyone. 13's voice was warm and enthusiastic. I'm so excited to teach you about rescue operations today. Before we begin the exercises, I want to talk about something important. Quote. The class gathered around as 13 explained the philosophy of rescue work, how quirks, even powerful ones, could cause terrible harm if used carelessly. How the goal wasn't to show off or prove superiority, but to save lives and minimize damage. My quirk can save people by clearing debris or creating escape routes, 13 explained. But it can also kill instantly if I'm not careful. Every quirk is the same, a tool that can help or harm depending on how it's used. Today, you'll learn to use your quirks to help. Quote. Izuku absorbed every word, his analytical mind already categorizing ways his transformation could assist in different disaster scenarios. Small spaces, his cat form could navigate. Enhanced hearing to locate trapped victims. Speed and agility to reach people quickly. That's when the lights flickered. It was subtle, just a momentary disruption that most people barely noticed. But Izuku's enhanced senses picked up something else, a sound that didn't belong. Footsteps. Many footsteps. And beneath that, the hum of some kind of portal or transportation quirk activating. Sensei, Izuku called out, his voice tight with sudden alarm. Something's wrong. Quote. Aizawa's head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing. What did you hear? Movement. Lots of it. And some kind of spatial. He never finished the sentence. At the center of the USJ's main plaza, a swirling purple-black portal opened, and figures began pouring through. Dozens of them. People with villain costumes, weapons, and quirks already activating. 13, get the students out of here. Aizawa commanded, his capture weapon already unwinding from around his neck. This is a real villain attack. The words hit like a physical blow. Real villains. At UA's training facility. How was that even possible? The school's security was supposed to be impenetrable. Everyone, stay together and head for the exit. Iida shouted, his leadership instincts kicking in immediately. But the villains had planned for that. The purple portal, clearly someone with a warp quirk, manifested between the students and the exit, and more villains emerged to block their escape route. Well, a figure with hands covering his body like grotesque accessories said, scratching at his neck obsessively. We came here looking for All Might, but but I suppose killing his students will send just as strong a message. Quote, Izuku's blood ran cold. These weren't petty criminals or training exercises gone wrong. These were real villains with lethal intent, and they were specifically targeting Ua. Aizawa launched into action, his erasure quirk activating as his eyes glowed red. Villains who had been activating their quirks suddenly found them nullified, leaving them vulnerable to his capture weapon. But there were too many. Even with his incredible combat skills, Aizawa was being overwhelmed. Iida, use your speed to get past them and reach the school. 13 commanded. We need backup now. But the warp villain, who introduced himself as Kurogiri, blocked their path with another portal. I'm afraid none of you will be leaving. Quote, the portal expanded, swallowing the students before they could react. Izuku felt the disorienting sensation of being pulled through space, reality twisting around him. When he landed, he was no longer in the main plaza. He had been transported to one of the disaster zones, the landslide area, all rocky terrain and unstable ground. And he wasn't alone. Several villains surrounded him, their expressions ranging from eager to sadistic. Just one little hero student, a villain with a rock manipulation quirk, sneered. This'll be easy. Quote, Izuku's mind raced. He was separated from his classmates, outnumbered, and facing real villains who wanted to kill him. This was nothing like training exercises or simulations. This was life or death. His hands trembled, fear threatening to overwhelm him. But then he remembered Aizawa's words from their first day, heroes operate in chaos and uncertainty. He took a deep breath and transformed into his cat form, immediately darting between the villains' legs before they could react. His small size and speed caught them off guard, and he used that precious second to assess the situation. 5 villains. The rock manipulator, someone with enhanced strength, a villain who could shoot acid, another with some kind of blade quirk, and one who seemed to be coordinating the others, possibly the most dangerous. Izuku couldn't beat 5 villains in a straight fight. But he didn't need to beat them. He needed to survive until help arrived. He transformed back to human form behind a large boulder, his mind working frantically. The terrain was unstable, the landslide zone was designed to be treacherous even without villains. He could use that. Where'd the little cat go? The enhanced strength villain called out, smashing boulders as he searched. Izuku used his enhanced hearing to track their movements, staying hidden. He needed a plan. The coordinator seemed to be giving orders, which meant taking him out might disrupt their coordination. But he was also likely the most experienced. The acid villain was dangerous at range. The blade user was fast. The rock manipulator could control the terrain. The strength villain was straightforward but devastating. And the coordinator. An explosion in the distance caught everyone's attention. Katsuki. That had to be Katsuki, his explosions were distinctive. Which meant other students were fighting too. Izuku wasn't alone. That thought gave him courage. His classmates were out there, fighting, surviving. He needed to do the same. Izuku transformed his hands into claws. And scaled the rock face behind him, using his cat-enhanced climbing ability to reach higher ground. From up here, he could see the villains searching for him below, growing increasingly frustrated. Forget the kid, the coordinator finally said. He's just one student. Let's regroup with the others and take down that erasure hero. Quote, they were going after Aizawa. If 5 more villains joined the swarm already attacking his teacher, Aizawa wouldn't survive. Izuku made a decision that terrified him. He couldn't let that happen. He transformed fully into cat form and leapt from his perch, landing silently on the coordinator's shoulders. Before the villain could react, Izuku shifted back to human form, his full weight suddenly appearing on the man's back and driving him face first into the ground. He's here, the blade villain shouted, rushing forward. Izuku rolled aside, transforming mid-movement to avoid the slash. The blade cut through empty air where he had been a heartbeat before. He shifted back to human, grabbed a loose rock, and threw it at the acid villain who was preparing to shoot. The rock struck true, disrupting the villain's aim. Acid sprayed wildly, forcing his own allies to dodge. In the chaos, Izuku transformed and darted toward the exit of the landslide zone. Don't let him escape, the coordinator roared, blood streaming from his broken nose. The rock manipulator sent a barrage of stones flying at Izuku. He dodged most of them in cat form, but one clipped his side, sending pain lancing through his ribs. He stumbled, transformed back to human form from the shock, and barely rolled aside as the enhanced strength villain's fist cratered the ground where he had been. This wasn't working. He couldn't keep running, couldn't keep dodging forever. Eventually, his stamina would give out or they would land a lucky hit. He needed to actually fight back. But how? His quirk gave him speed and agility, not offensive power. He couldn't hurt these villains the way Katsuki could with his explosions or Todoroki with his ice. Unless an idea formed, desperate and risky. The landslide zone was designed to be unstable. The rocks were balanced precariously, held in place by careful engineering. If he could disrupt that balance. Izuku transformed and ran straight up the steepest slope, the villains pursuing with murderous intent. The rock manipulator was using his quirk to create steps, making it easier for his allies to follow. Perfect. At the top of the slope, Izuku transformed back to human form and began pushing at a massive boulder that sat at the peak. It was heavy, too heavy for his human strength to move easily. But with his legs partially transformed for enhanced power, the boulder shifted. Then it began to roll. Avalanche. Izuku shouted in warning, then transformed and leapt aside as the boulder triggered a cascade of rocks. The carefully balanced landslide zone lived up to its name, tons of stone suddenly sliding downward in a controlled disaster. The villains scattered, trying to avoid being crushed. In the chaos, Izuku slipped past them and ran for the exit of the zone. Behind him, he could hear cursing and the sound of rocks still settling, but no pursuit. He had survived. Barely, desperately, but he had survived. When he emerged into the central plaza, the scene was chaos. Aizawa was still fighting, though he was clearly injured and exhausted. 13 was down, their suit torn and leaking. Several of his classmates were scattered across different zones, fighting their own battles. And in the center of it all, facing down the hand-covered villain who seemed to be the leader, was a massive creature, something that didn't look human at all. A monster with exposed brain tissue and incredible bulk, its presence radiating menace. Izuku's cat instinct screamed danger. Whatever that thing was, it was far beyond anything they could handle. That's when the doors to the USJ burst open, and All Might arrived. Not the smiling, confident All Might from posters and videos. This was All Might furious, his expression dark with rage. "It's fine now," the symbol of peace announced, his voice carrying across the entire facility. "Because I am here." Quote. The battle that followed was beyond anything Izuku had ever witnessed. All Might moved with speed and power that seemed impossible, engaging the massive creature while simultaneously rescuing students and defeating villains. It was heroism distilled to its purest form, one man against impossible odds, refusing to yield. But even All Might was struggling. The creature, Anomu, the villains called it, was matching him blow for blow. And Izuku noticed something others might have missed. All Might was slowing down. Just slightly, but noticeably to someone who had studied his every movement for years. The symbol of peace was at his limit. Izuku made another desperate decision. He transformed into cat form and sprinted across the plaza, using his small size to avoid notice. He reached Aizawa, who was barely conscious, bleeding and battered. "Sensei," Izuku whispered, "can you still use your quirk?" Aizawa's eyes cracked open. "Maybe, once more. What are you planning?" "That Nomu thing has to have a quirk," Izuku reasoned quickly. "Maybe multiple quirks. If you can erase them, even for a moment, All Might can finish it." Quote. It was a desperate plan. But Aizawa, despite his injuries, managed a pained smile. "Smart kid. Get me, line of sight." Quote. Izuku transformed back to human and, with strength he didn't know he possessed, helped drag his teacher to a position where he could see the Nomu clearly. Aizawa's eyes glowed red one final time, his erasure quirk activating. The Nomu stumbled, its enhanced abilities suddenly gone. All Might didn't waste the opportunity. His fist connected with the creature in a blow that sent it flying through the ceiling of the USJ and into the sky beyond. The villains, seeing their ultimate weapon defeated, began to retreat through Kurogiri's portals. The leader, Shigaraki, was screaming in frustrated rage. "This isn't over," he shouted as he disappeared. "We'll kill you, All Might. All of you." Then they were gone, leaving behind only destruction and injured students. Izuku collapsed beside his teacher, his body finally giving out from exhaustion, pain, and the aftereffects of overusing his quirk. Around him, He could hear sirens approaching, pro-heroes and emergency responders flooding the facility. They had survived. Against real villains, against impossible odds, Class 1A had survived. But as Izuku's vision faded and unconsciousness claimed him, one thought remained crystal clear. This was just the beginning. The villains knew about Ua now. Knew about All Might. Knew about them. The real fight was only starting. Izuku woke to the sterile smell of antiseptic and the soft beeping of medical equipment. His body felt like it had been through a meat grinder, every muscle ached, his ribs screamed in protest with each breath, and his head throbbed with a dull, persistent pain. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or what had happened. Then it all came rushing back. The USJ. The villains. The Nomu. The desperate fight for survival. You're awake. Quote. Izuku's eyes snapped open to find Recovery Girl standing beside his hospital bed, her expression a mixture of relief and stern disapproval. The elderly hero's healing quirk had saved countless lives over her career, but she was famously intolerant of students who pushed themselves too hard. How long was I out? Izuku managed to croak, his throat dry. 2 days, Recovery Girl replied, adjusting his IV drip. You overextended yourself significantly, young man. Multiple contusions, bruised ribs, quirk exhaustion, and severe dehydration. Your body was running on pure adrenaline by the time the paramedics reached you. Quote. 2 days. Izuku's mind reeled. What had happened in those 2 days? Were his classmates okay? Was Aizawa-sensei alive? Had they caught the villains? Your classmates are fine, mostly, Recovery Girl said, reading his expression with the ease of someone who had seen this exact reaction hundreds of times. Minor injuries across the board, nothing my quirk couldn't handle. Aizawa-sensei is still recovering, his injuries were more severe, and he'll need time before he can return to teaching. But he'll make a full recovery. Quote. Relief flooded through Izuku so intensely he felt tears prick at his eyes. Everyone had survived. Despite the villains' lethal intent, despite the overwhelming odds, Class 1A had made it through. Your mother has been here every day, Recovery Girl continued, her tone softening slightly. She's getting coffee right now, but she'll be back soon. You gave her quite a scare, young Midoriya. Quote. Guilt twisted in Izuku's stomach. His mother had always worried about him pursuing hero work, and now her worst fears had been validated. Real villains had attacked. He had nearly died. How was he supposed to reassure her that this was still the path he wanted to follow? The door burst open and Inko rushed in, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She ran to his bedside and wrapped him in a careful hug, mindful of his injuries but desperate to hold her son. Izuku, thank goodness, she sobbed. When they called and said there had been an attack, that you were in the hospital, I thought. Quote. I'm okay, Mom, Izuku whispered, returning the embrace as best he could. I'm okay. Quote. They stayed like that for a long moment, mother and son clinging to each other in the aftermath of terror. When Inko finally pulled back, her expression had shifted from relief to something more complicated, fear mixed with pride mixed with a mother's fierce protectiveness. The principal came to see me, she said quietly. Principal Nezu. He explained what happened, apologized for the security breach, assured me that UA is implementing new protocols to prevent anything like this from happening again. Quote. Izuku waited, sensing there was more. He also said that you helped save Aizawa-sensei's life, Inko continued, her voice breaking. That you fought villains and survived through quick thinking and bravery. He said you acted like a real hero. Quote. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks, and Izuku felt his own eyes burning. I'm so proud of you, his mother said. And so terrified. Because I realized that this is your future, facing danger, risking your life, fighting villains who want to kill you. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to watch you do that. Quote. Mom. Izuku took her hand, squeezing gently. I'm not going to stop. I can't. Being a hero isn't just what I want to do, it's who I am. But I promise I'll be careful. I'll train harder, get stronger, learn from this experience. I won't take unnecessary risks. Quote. Even as he said the words, both of them knew they were partially a lie. Heroes took necessary risks all the time, and the line between necessary and unnecessary was often blurry in the heat of the moment. But it was the promise they both needed, him to affirm his commitment, her to find peace with his choice. Inko wiped her eyes and managed a watery smile. Then I'll be strong enough. For you. Quote. Recovery girl cleared her throat, reminding them of her presence. Visiting hours are limited, and this young man needs rest. You can come back. This evening, Midoriya-san. Quote. After his mother left, Izuku lay in bed, staring at the ceiling and processing everything. The USJ attack had been a wake-up call, a brutal reminder that hero work wasn't glamorous training exercises and controlled simulations. It was real danger, real violence, real people trying to kill you. And yet, despite the fear and pain, despite nearly dying, Izuku felt more certain than ever that this was his path. In that moment when he had seen Aizawa-sensei injured and alone, when he had made the choice to help despite the danger, he had felt something crystallize inside him. This was what being a hero meant, not the glory or recognition, but the choice to act when others needed help. Over the next 3 days, Izuku received a steady stream of visitors. Uraraka came with flowers and nervous chatter, clearly trying to process her own trauma from the attack. Iida arrived with a fruit basket and an intense speech about how they all needed to become stronger to prevent such incidents in the future. Even Katsuki showed up, though he spent most of the visit insulting Izuku for getting his ass kicked by extras, in a way that was clearly his version of concern. You did good though, Katsuki admitted grudgingly as he was leaving. That thing with the avalanche in the landslide zone. Smart thinking. Quote. Coming from Katsuki, that was practically a declaration of eternal friendship. But the most surprising visitor was Todoroki. The dual quirk user appeared in the doorway late one evening, his expression as unreadable as always. I wanted to thank you, Todoroki said without preamble. During the attack, you were transported to the landslide zone. I was sent to the ice zone with Kaminari and Jiro. We were pinned down by villains, and I heard your avalanche. It distracted enough of them that we could escape. Quote. Izuku blinked in surprise. He hadn't even known his desperate gambit had helped anyone else. You probably didn't intend it, Todoroki continued, but your actions created an opportunity that saved multiple classmates. That's what makes someone a hero, not just individual strength, but the ability to create advantages for others. Quote. I was just trying to survive, Izuku admitted. So were we all, Todoroki said. But you did it in a way that helped others survive too. That's worth acknowledging. Quote. He left before Izuku could respond, but the words stayed with him. Maybe he had done more during the attack than he realized. Maybe his quirk, his quick thinking, his refusal to give up, maybe all of that had mattered more than he thought. When Recovery Girl finally cleared him to leave the hospital, Izuku found that the world had changed. The USJ attack was national news, a brazen assault on the most prestigious hero school in Japan by an organized villain group calling themselves the League of Villains. The media was in a frenzy, questioning UA's security, speculating about the villains' goals, and debating whether students should continue their education in such a dangerous environment. UA's response was swift and comprehensive. Additional security measures were implemented, including advanced detection systems and an increased pro-hero presence on campus. Classes were suspended for a week to allow students time to process the trauma and for the school to investigate how the security breach had occurred. During that week, Izuku trained. Not physically, his body was still recovering, and Recovery Girl had been explicit about the need for rest. But mentally, analytically, he trained. He filled 2 entire notebooks analyzing the USJ attack, breaking down what had worked and what hadn't, identifying his mistakes and moments of success. His biggest mistake had been panic. When he first faced the villains alone, he had frozen, terror overwhelming his training. He needed to work on that, develop better stress responses, practice remaining calm under pressure. Fear was natural, but it couldn't be allowed to paralyze him. His successes included the avalanche strategy, helping Aizawa-sensei, and his overall survival through constant movement and transformation. His cat form's mobility had been crucial, and the partial transformations he had been developing proved their worth in combat. But he had also gotten lucky. If those villains had been more skilled or more coordinated, if he had been trapped in a different zone or faced different quirks, he might not have survived. Luck wasn't a strategy he could rely on. Katsuki joined him for training sessions once his body had healed enough for light exercise. They didn't spar, both were still recovering, but they talked strategy, analyzed each other's performance during the attack, and planned how to improve. You need more offensive capability, Katsuki said bluntly during one session. Your whole strategy is dodge and survive, which works until you face someone you can't outlast. You need ways to actually take down opponents, not just avoid them. Quote, "My quirk isn't built for direct combat," Izuku protested. "Then build it differently," Katsuki shot back. "You've been thinking of your cat form as your main weapon. What if it's not? What if your cat form is reconnaissance and positioning, and your human form with partial transformations is your combat mode? You've got claws, train to use them like weapons. You've got enhanced reflexes, train martial arts that capitalize on speed. Stop thinking of yourself as weak just because you can't blow shit up." Quote, the words hit hard because they were true. Izuku had internalized the idea that his quirk was limited, that he needed to compensate for its lack of raw power. But what if he was wrong? What if he had been approaching his entire combat style from the wrong angle? He spent the rest of the week researching martial arts that emphasized speed and precision over strength. He studied knife fighting techniques that could translate to claw usage. He practiced partial transformations, trying to manifest just his claws or just his enhanced leg muscles without fully shifting forms. By the time classes resumed, Izuku felt different. Not stronger in an obvious way, but more focused, more purposeful. The USJ attack had stripped away his illusions about hero work, leaving behind a clearer understanding of what he needed to become. The atmosphere at UA when classes resumed was noticeably different. Students who had been confident to the point of arrogance were now subdued, more aware of their mortality. Teachers were more intense, pushing harder in training sessions. And security was omnipresent. Pro-heroes patrolled the halls, cameras covered every inch of campus, and new scanning systems checked everyone entering the building. Aizawa-sensei returned to teaching, though his face was still bandaged and his movements careful. The first thing he did was address the class. "What happened at the USJ was unacceptable," he said, his voice harder than usual. "Villains infiltrated a secure facility and targeted students. Some of you faced life-threatening situations. And while you all performed admirably given the circumstances, the fact remains that you should never have been in that position." Quote. He paused, his visible eye scanning the classroom. "UA takes full responsibility for the security failure. Changes have been implemented to ensure nothing like this happens again. But I need you all to understand something important: the world of heroes is dangerous. What happened at the USJ could happen again, perhaps when you're pro-heroes in the field. You need to be prepared, not just with your quirks, but mentally and emotionally. Fear is natural. Trauma is real. If any of you need to talk to a counselor, UA has resources available." Quote. The offer was met with silence, but Izuku could see several classmates considering it. They had all been affected by the attack in different ways, and processing the trauma was as important as physical recovery. Over the following weeks, classes intensified. Every teacher seemed determined to prepare students for real-world threats. Combat training became more scenario-based, focusing on situations where students were outnumbered or outmatched. Rescue training emphasized working under pressure with limited information. Even academic classes tied back to practical applications, learning about villain psychology, studying famous hero failures to understand what went wrong, analyzing quirk matchups and tactical considerations. Izuku threw himself into the work with single-minded determination. He spent extra hours in the training facilities, pushing his quirk in new directions. He discovered that he could maintain partial transformations for extended periods without the fatigue of full-body shifting. He learned to shift individual body parts almost instantaneously, allowing for rapid combat adjustments. His breakthrough came during a sparring session with Ojiro, a classmate whose tail quirk gave him excellent balance and martial arts skills. They were engaged in hand-to-hand combat when Izuku realized something: he had been thinking of his transformations as binary. Human form or cat form. But what if he could exist in states between? He focused and managed to manifest his cat ears and tail while keeping his human body, gaining enhanced senses without sacrificing bipedal mobility. Then, mid-exchange with Ojiro, he shifted just his hands to claws and his legs to feline configuration, creating a hybrid form that combined human intelligence and dexterity with feline physical advantages. The shift in combat capability was immediate and dramatic. He moved faster, hit harder, sensed attacks before they landed. Ojiro's eyes widened in surprise as Izuku suddenly matched him technique for technique. "That's new," Ojiro commented, blocking a strike. "And really effective." Quote. Word spread quickly through Class 1A about Izuku's hybrid forms. During their next heroics class with All Might, the symbol of peace called him forward for a demonstration. Young Midoriya has developed an innovative application of his transformation quirk, All Might announced to the class. "Show them what you've been working on." Quote. Izuku demonstrated the various hybrid forms he could now maintain: full cat, full human, cat senses with human body, enhanced legs with human upper body, full hybrid with both cat and human traits merged. Each configuration had different advantages and limitations. "This is an excellent example of quirk evolution," All Might explained. Young Midoriya didn't gain new abilities, he learned to use his existing quirk in more sophisticated ways. This is what separates good heroes from great ones. Not the power you're born with, but how you develop and apply that power. Quote. The praise felt good, but Izuku knew he still had far to go. His hybrid forms were powerful but unstable, holding them required intense concentration, and he could only maintain them for a few minutes before exhaustion set in. He needed to train his stamina, practice until the hybrid states were as natural as his base forms. But he was on the right path. The USJ attack had shown him his limitations. Now he was actively working to transcend them. As the weeks passed and the memory of the attack gradually faded from immediate terror to cautionary tale, Izuku noticed changes in his classmates too. Uraraka was more serious in training, pushing her quirk despite the nausea it caused. Iida became even more dedicated to his studies, as if trying to prevent future disasters through sheer preparation. Todoroki remained distant but occasionally offered tactical insights during group exercises. And Katsuki. Katsuki was different in a way Izuku couldn't quite define. Still aggressive, still competitive, but there was a new edge to his training. Like he too had realized that raw power wasn't enough, that they all needed to be better, smarter, more prepared. One evening, after a particularly brutal training session, Izuku found himself on the school roof in cat form, watching the sun set over the city. From up here, everything seemed peaceful, orderly, safe. But he knew better now. Somewhere out there, the League of Villains was planning their next move. Somewhere, villains were plotting against heroes. Somewhere, danger was always lurking. But somewhere else, heroes were training, preparing, standing ready to face that danger. And he was one of them now, not just in title or aspiration, but in experience. He had faced real villains and survived. He had been tested and proven himself capable. The path ahead would only get more dangerous. The villains had specifically targeted All Might, which meant they would likely return. The peaceful days of simple training exercises were over. From now on, every lesson, every drill, every class would be preparation for the next real threat. But Izuku was ready. More than that, he was determined. The League of Villains had made a mistake when they attacked Ua. They had shown Class 1A exactly what kind of world they would be entering as heroes. And rather than breaking them, that knowledge had forged them into something stronger. Izuku transformed back to human form and stood, looking out over the city he had sworn to protect. The sun had fully set now, and lights were beginning to twinkle across the urban landscape like stars. Each light represented people, families, workers, students, all living their lives in the relative safety that heroes provided. He would protect them, all of them. No matter what threats emerged, no matter what villains appeared, he would stand between danger and the innocent. That was what it meant to be a hero. And he was going to be the greatest hero he could be, unpredictable, adaptable, and absolutely unstoppable. The cat hero's journey was just beginning. The announcement came 2 weeks after classes had fully resumed following the USJ attack. Principal Nezu appeared on the classroom monitor, his distinctively cheerful demeanor somehow making even serious news feel like an adventure waiting to happen. "Attention all first-year students," the principal's voice chirped through the speakers. "Despite recent security concerns, UA has decided to proceed with our annual sports festival. This event is not only a tradition but a crucial opportunity for students to showcase their abilities to pro heroes and agencies looking to recruit interns and sidekicks." Quote. The classroom erupted in excited murmurs. The UA Sports Festival was legendary, broadcast nationally, attended by thousands of spectators, and watched by millions on television. It was the single biggest opportunity for hero students to make a name for themselves and attract attention from top hero agencies. The festival will take place in 3 weeks, Principal Nezu continued. We've implemented additional security measures to ensure student safety. This year's events will test not only your quirks but your strategic thinking, teamwork capabilities, and individual determination. Good luck to all participants. The monitor went dark, leaving Class 1A buzzing with anticipation and nervous energy. 3 weeks, Uraraka breathed, her eyes wide. That's not much time to prepare. Quote, "It's enough if you use it wisely," Iida declared, already standing and adjusting his glasses with characteristic intensity. "We must all develop focused training regimens to maximize our potential before the festival." Katsuki's grin was predatory. Finally, a chance to show everyone who the real number one is. Quote, Izuku felt his heart racing. The sports festival was his opportunity to prove himself on a national stage, to show that his cat transformation quirk could compete with the flashier, more obviously powerful abilities of his classmates. But it was also terrifying. Millions of people would be watching, judging, comparing. Aizawa-sensei, his bandages finally removed to reveal healing scars around his eyes, addressed the class with his usual blunt pragmatism. "The sports festival is important, but don't let it consume you," he said. "Yes, your performance will be seen by pro heroes. Yes, it could influence your entire career trajectory. But it's still just one event. What matters more is consistent growth and improvement. Don't sacrifice your long-term development for short-term glory." Quote, despite the sensible advice, Izuku knew that everyone in Class 1A would be pushing themselves to their absolute limits. This was their moment to shine, and none of them intended to waste it. That afternoon, Izuku stayed late at the training facility, running through combat drills and transformation exercises. His hybrid forms were improving. He could now maintain the half-cat configuration for nearly 10 minutes before exhaustion set in. But 10 minutes might not be enough during the festival, especially if multiple events required sustained quirk usage. "You're overthinking again." Quote, Izuku spun to find Todoroki standing in the doorway, his expression unreadable as always. "Just training," Izuku replied. "The festival is only 3 weeks away, and I need to." "You need to rest," Todoroki interrupted, walking into the training room. "I've been watching you. You train before school, during lunch, and after classes. You're going to burn yourself out before the festival even begins." Quote, "Says the guy with one of the most powerful quirks in our class," Izuku muttered, then immediately regretted it. "Sorry, that was, quote, accurate." Todoroki's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "My quirk is powerful. But power without control is useless. I've spent years training to use my ice effectively." The fire sighed. "I don't use it." Quote, there was pain in those last words, a story Izuku didn't know. He wanted to ask, to understand, but Todoroki's closed-off posture made it clear the subject wasn't open for discussion. "My point," Todoroki continued, "is that the strongest competitor isn't always the one who trains the most. Sometimes it's the one who trains smartest. You have a tactical mind, use it. Analyze the festival format, identify likely challenges, and develop specific strategies rather than just building general stamina." Quote, the advice was surprisingly thoughtful. Izuku nodded slowly, his analytical brain already spinning up. "You're right. Thank you, Todoroki." Quote, "We're classmates," Todoroki said simply. "If we're all going to be heroes, we should help each other improve." Quote, he left before Izuku could respond, but the words resonated. Competition was important, but so was camaraderie. They were all working toward the same ultimate goal, becoming heroes who could protect people. That night, Izuku started a new notebook dedicated entirely to sports festival preparation. He researched previous year's events, identifying common challenge types and successful strategies. The festival typically consisted of multiple stages designed to winnow down participants through increasingly difficult tests. The first stage was usually an elimination race or obstacle course, something that tested speed, mobility, and problem-solving under pressure. His cat form would excel here, offering superior agility and the ability to navigate obstacles that would slow larger competitors. The second stage often involved team-based challenges, which meant he needed to consider how his quirk could support others. His enhanced senses could provide reconnaissance, his small cat form could scout ahead or retrieve objectives, and his hybrid combat form could serve as a frontline fighter when necessary. The final stage was traditionally one-on-one combat tournaments, direct quirk versus quirk battles that tested individual capability. This would be his biggest challenge. In straight fights, his transformation quirk lacked the raw offensive power of explosion quirks, elemental manipulation, or enhancement abilities. But Todoroki's words echoed in his mind: train smart, not just hard. What advantages did his quirk provide in one-on-one combat? Unpredictability. Opponents couldn't easily plan for someone who could shift size, shape, and capabilities mid-fight. Mobility. His cat form was faster and more agile than most human forms. Sensory superiority. He could detect attacks before they landed and identify weaknesses in opponents' guards. If he couldn't overpower opponents, he needed to outmaneuver them. Wear them down, force mistakes, exploit openings. It wasn't the heroic, straightforward combat style of someone like All Might, but it could be effective. Over the next 3 weeks, Izuku implemented a carefully structured training regimen. Mornings focused on endurance, extending how long he could maintain hybrid forms and rapid transformation sequences. Afternoons were dedicated to combat application, sparring with classmates to test his strategies against different quirk types. Evenings involved analysis, reviewing footage of his training sessions to identify mistakes and areas for improvement. He also started working with the support department to develop specialized equipment. His costume already accommodated his transformations, but he wanted additional tools: retractable climbing claws for his human form, enhanced audio sensors in his hood to supplement his natural hearing, and specially designed boots that wouldn't restrict his feline agility. The support department student assigned to his project was an enthusiastic girl named Hatsume Mei, whose inventions were brilliant but occasionally unstable. A transformation quirk. How exciting! She exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with manic creativity. I can design modular equipment that adapts to your different forms, with smart fabric technology that shifts configuration based on your body state. That sounds complicated, Izuku said hesitantly. Will it be ready in time for the festival? Of course. Probably. Maybe. Hatsume was already sketching designs at lightning speed. Worst case scenario, it explodes during the festival, which would be excellent publicity for my babies. Izuku decided to stick with his current costume and simple equipment upgrades. His classmates were equally focused on preparation. Uraraka trained to increase her weight limit and reduce the nausea from extended quirk use. Iida worked on his engine speed and maneuverability. Even Katsuki, who already had excellent control over his explosions, was developing new techniques and combination attacks. The competitive atmosphere in Class 1A was intense but not hostile. Everyone understood they would eventually face each other in the tournament, but until then, they pushed each other to improve. Study groups formed to review hero law and tactics. Training partners rotated to ensure everyone faced different quirk matchups. Even Todoroki, typically aloof, participated in group exercises. 1 week before the festival, All Might called Izuku aside after class. Young Midoriya, a word, the symbol of peace, said, his tone serious despite his ever-present smile. They walked to an empty classroom, and All Might's demeanor shifted subtly. The exuberant hero persona remained, but there was gravity beneath it. I've been watching your training, All Might said. You've improved dramatically since the entrance exam. Your hybrid forms are innovative, and your tactical approach to combat is excellent. But I sense you're still holding back. Quote, holding back. Izuku frowned. I've been training harder than ever. Quote, physically, yes. But mentally, you're still thinking of your quirk as limited, All Might explained. You approach every challenge as if you need to compensate for weakness rather than capitalize on strength. Your transformation ability is not a handicap, it's a tremendous advantage if used correctly. Quote, the words hit hard because they echoed what Katsuki and Todoroki had said in different ways. He was still trapped in old thinking patterns, still seeing himself as the quirkless kid who needed to prove his worth. How do I change that? Izuku asked quietly. By trusting yourself, All Might replied. You saved Aizawa during the USJ attack through quick thinking and courage. You've developed hybrid forms that even I find impressive. You have the skills, the intelligence, and the heart of a true hero. Now you need the confidence to match. Quote, All Might placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. The sports festival will be challenging. You'll face classmates with powerful quirks, students from other classes who are equally determined, and the pressure of performing before the entire nation. But you can handle it. I believe in you, young Midoriya. Now you need to believe in yourself. Quote, The encouragement from his idol, the hero who had inspired his entire journey, filled Izuku with renewed determination. All Might was right, he had been approaching his quirk from a defensive mindset. It was time to shift to offense, to see his transformation ability not as a limitation to overcome but as a weapon to wield. The final week before the festival passed in a blur of last-minute preparations and mounting anticipation. The entire school buzzed with excitement, not just first years but all students eager to showcase their growth. Support course students prepared equipment demonstrations, business course students organized promotional materials, and general education students planned their own exhibitions. But the hero course was the main attraction, particularly Class 1A. The USJ attack had thrust them into the spotlight, and now everyone wanted to see how the students who survived a villain assault would perform in competition. The night before the festival, Izuku couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, mind racing through strategies and scenarios. What if he froze in front of the crowd? What if his quirk failed at a critical moment? What if he embarrassed himself on national television? His phone buzzed with a text from Katsuki, Stop overthinking, Deku. Tomorrow we show everyone what Class 1A is made of. Get some damn sleep. Quote, Despite the aggressive phrasing, the message made Izuku smile. Katsuki was right, tomorrow was about demonstrating their growth, proving that the USJ attack hadn't broken them, and showing the hero world what they were capable of. He finally drifted off to sleep, dreaming of stadiums and challenges and the roar of crowds cheering as he transformed and moved with fluid grace through impossible obstacles. When his alarm sounded at dawn, Izuku was already awake, his body thrumming with nervous energy. This was it, the UA Sports Festival, the biggest opportunity of his life to prove that a cat transformation quirk could shine just as brightly as any other ability. He ate breakfast with his mother, who fussed over him with anxious pride. I'll be watching from home, Inko said, her eyes already misty. You're going to do wonderfully, Izuku. I know it. Quote, Thanks, Mom, Izuku replied, hugging her tightly. I won't let you down. Quote, The train to UA was packed with students, all wearing their gym uniforms and carrying an air of determination mixed with nerves. Izuku spotted Uraraka and waved, and she bounded over with forced cheerfulness that barely masked her own anxiety. Big day, she said, her smile a bit too wide. Are you ready? As ready as I can be, Izuku replied honestly. Terrified, Uraraka admitted, but also excited. This is our chance to show everyone what we can do. They arrived at UA to find the campus transformed. The stadium was massive, built to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, and it was already filling with excited crowds. Camera crews positioned themselves at strategic points, preparing to broadcast every moment to millions of viewers. Pro heroes filled the VIP sections, scouting for potential recruits and evaluating student performance. Class 1A gathered in their designated waiting room, the atmosphere thick with competitive tension. Everyone was focused, centered, ready. Even students who were usually relaxed carried themselves with heightened intensity. President Mike's voice suddenly boomed through speakers, audible even in their waiting room. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Today, our first-year students will compete for glory, recognition, and the chance to catch the eye of pro-hero agencies across Japan. The crowd's roar was deafening even from inside the building. Are you ready to see the next generation of heroes? President Mike's enthusiasm was infectious. Then let's bring out our competitors, starting with the class that survived a villain attack and came back stronger than ever. Class 1A. Aizawa's voice cut through their waiting room. That's your cue. Walk out there like the heroes you're training to become. Quote, Izuku took a deep breath, centered himself, and followed his classmates out into the stadium. The moment they emerged into sunlight, the noise hit like a physical force. Thousands of people cheering, cameras flashing, the sheer scale of attention overwhelming. But Izuku kept walking, his head high, his stride confident. This was his moment, his chance to prove himself. And he wasn't going to waste it. As Class 1A lined up with the other first-year classes in the center of the stadium, Izuku caught sight of the pro heroes in the VIP section. All Might was there, of course, along with dozens of other famous heroes. They were watching, evaluating, judging. Good. Let them watch. Let them see what a cat transformation quirk could accomplish when wielded by someone with determination, intelligence, and the heart of a hero. Present Mike introduced the festival's chief referee, Midnight, whose provocative hero costume drew appreciative whistles from the crowd. "Welcome, darlings," Midnight purred into her microphone. "Before we begin, we'll hear from the first-year student who placed first in the entrance exam. Katsuki Bakugo, please step forward." Quote. Katsuki walked to the microphone with his characteristic swagger, and Izuku felt a mixture of pride and apprehension. His friend had earned this honor through exceptional performance, but Katsuki's blunt personality wasn't exactly diplomatic. "I'm going to win," Katsuki announced simply, his voice carrying across the entire stadium. The crowd reacted with mixed gasps and cheers. Other students from different classes looked offended by the arrogant declaration. But Class 1A just grinned. That was so typically Katsuki. "Confident. I like it," Midnight laughed. "Now, let's begin with our first event. The obstacle race." A massive screen displayed the course, a 4-kilometer circuit around the stadium, filled with various obstacles designed to test mobility, quirk application, and problem solving. The first 42 students to complete the course would advance to the next round. "Take your positions," Midnight commanded, and hundreds of students crowded toward the starting gate. Izuku positioned himself carefully, finding a spot where he wouldn't be immediately crushed in the initial rush. He could transform and slip through the crowd, use his cat form's agility to navigate obstacles while others struggled. "Ready," Midnight's voice rang out. "Set." Izuku's body tensed, preparing to transform the instant the race began. "Go." The starting gate opened, and chaos erupted as hundreds of students surged forward simultaneously. Izuku immediately transformed into his cat form, his smaller size allowing him to dart between legs and avoid the crush of bodies. He heard gasps and shouts as other students deployed their quirks, ice spreading across the ground, explosions propelling people forward, engines roaring to life. The race had begun, and Izuku was going to show everyone exactly what unpredictability looked like. The obstacle race exploded into chaos the moment the starting gate opened. Hundreds of first-year students surged forward in a crushing wave of bodies and activated quirks, each one desperate to claim an early advantage. The narrow corridor leading out of the stadium created an immediate bottleneck, with students shoving and jostling for position. Izuku transformed into his cat form the instant he crossed the starting line, his small size allowing him to slip through the forest of legs surrounding him. The world shifted perspective dramatically. What had been waist-high obstacles became towering barriers, but the gaps between bodies that were invisible to human eyes became highways for a determined feline. "And they're off." Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, his commentary echoing through speakers positioned along the race course. Hundreds of students competing for just 42 advancement spots. The competition is fierce right from the start. Izuku darted between stomping feet, his enhanced feline reflexes letting him dodge the constant danger of being trampled. His cat form's natural agility meant he could change direction instantly, weaving through the crowd like water flowing around stones. Within seconds, he had worked his way from the middle of the pack toward the front runners. That's when Todoroki made his move. A massive wave of ice erupted from the dual quirk user, spreading across the ground and flash freezing the entire corridor. Students caught in the blast found their feet frozen to the floor, their movement completely arrested. Screams of surprise and frustration filled the air as dozens of competitors were eliminated in a single devastating technique. But Izuku's cat form, light and agile, danced across the surface of the ice without losing speed. His claws found purchase in tiny imperfections, and his low center of gravity kept him stable where bipedal students would have slipped. He emerged from the frozen corridor among the leaders, transforming back to human form as they reached the first major obstacle. The obstacle was massive, zero-pointer robots from the entrance exam, reactivated and positioned to block the path forward. They weren't attacking, just serving as enormous mobile barriers that students needed to navigate around or through. "The Robot Inferno," Present Mike announced dramatically. "These are the same zero-pointers from the entrance exam. How will our competitors handle them?" Todoroki didn't hesitate. He created a massive ice construct that froze the nearest robot's joints, then ran past as the machine toppled over. Other students followed his path, trying to capitalize on the opening he created. But Izuku saw a different opportunity. While everyone focused on the robots blocking the main path, he noticed the gaps between their massive legs, spaces too small for most humans but perfect for a cat. He transformed mid-run and darted through, his feline form slipping beneath the robots while other students struggled to find ways around them. Midoriya from Class 1A is using his transformation quirk to navigate where others can't. Present Mike's excitement was palpable. That's the kind of creative thinking heroes need. Emerging from the robot obstacle, Izuku found himself among the top 20 competitors. Todoroki was in the lead, his ice giving him a clear advantage in the race. Katsuki was close behind, using controlled explosions to propel himself forward. Several students from other classes were making strong showings as well. A boy with a tape-like quirk was swinging between obstacles, and a girl who could create objects from her body was building platforms to bypass difficult sections. The second major obstacle appeared ahead, a massive chasm crossed by tightropes and narrow beams. Signs warned that the pit below was filled with strategically placed safety nets, but falling would cost precious time. Most students approached cautiously, their speed dramatically reduced by the need for balance. But Izuku transformed into his hybrid form, human body with cat tail and enhanced leg muscles, and practically ran across the narrow beam. His tail provided perfect balance, and his feline leg configuration gave him stability that made the crossing trivial. Incredible balance from Midoriya, Present Mike shouted. That tail isn't just for show, it's giving him the stability of a tightrope walker. Katsuki caught up during the crossing, his explosions allowing him to simply fly over the chasm. He shot Izuku a competitive grin as he passed, the challenge in his eyes clear, keep up if you can. Izuku pushed harder, his hybrid form eating up distance as they approached the third obstacle, a minefield marked with obvious pressure plates. Signs indicated the mines were non-lethal but packed enough explosive force to blast someone backward and cost them valuable time. This was where strategy mattered more than raw speed. Todoroki was carefully icing over mines as he advanced, creating a safe path. Katsuki was using precision blasts to detonate mines ahead of him, clearing his route through controlled explosions. Other students were trying various approaches, some moving cautiously, others using their quirks to detect or bypass the mines. Izuku transformed fully into cat form and let his enhanced senses take over. His feline hearing could detect the subtle mechanical differences between armed mines and safe ground. His sense of smell picked up the distinct chemical signatures of the explosives. Moving with careful precision, he wove through the minefield like it was a simple obstacle course. Midoriya is using his enhanced senses to navigate the minefield. Present Mike's commentary reached a fever pitch. That cat form isn't just about size and agility, it's giving him sensory advantages that are letting him avoid the mines entirely. But Izuku's careful approach meant others were catching up. He could hear footsteps behind him, competitors who were taking risks and moving faster through the minefield. He needed to increase his pace without sacrificing accuracy. He shifted to his hybrid form, keeping his cat ears for enhanced hearing while returning his legs to human configuration for longer strides. The combination let him move quickly while still detecting the mines, threading the needle between speed and safety. The finish line appeared ahead, the stadium entrance beckoning with the roar of the crowd beyond. Todoroki was clearly in first place, his ice having given him advantages throughout the course. Katsuki was second, his explosive mobility compensating for any obstacles. But third place and beyond were still up for grabs. Izuku pushed everything he had into a final sprint, his hybrid form maximizing both speed and stability. He could see other competitors in his peripheral vision, the tape quirk user from earlier, a student with super speed, someone who had grown massive and was simply smashing through obstacles. They burst into the stadium simultaneously, the crowd's roar deafening as the first wave of finishers crossed the line. Present Mike was screaming the results, but Izuku couldn't process the words over the thunder of his heartbeat and the crowd noise. When the dust settled and the scoreboard updated, Izuku found he had placed 5th overall. Todoroki first, Katsuki second, a student from Class 1B named Abara Shiozaki third with her Vine quirk, the tape user Hanta Siro fourth, and then Izuku in 5th. 5th place. Out of hundreds of competitors, he had placed fifth. Relief and pride warred in his chest as he caught his breath, his hybrid form reverting to full human as the adrenaline began to fade. Incredible performance from all our competitors. Present, Mike announced. But only 42 students advanced to the next round. Let's see who made the cut. The scoreboard displayed all 42 names. Class 1A had an impressive showing. Most of the class had advanced, including Uraraka, Iida, and even some students whose quirks seemed less suited for an obstacle race. They had all found creative ways to apply their abilities. Contestants, take a 15-minute break. Midnight announced from the stadium center. Hydrate, recover, and prepare for the second event, the cavalry battle. The cavalry battle. Izuku's analytical mind immediately began processing the implications. Teams of 2 to 4 students, one member serving as the rider while others formed the horse. Points assigned based on placement in the obstacle race, with the goal being to steal headbands from other teams. It was designed to test teamwork, strategy, and the ability to work with people who had different quirks and capabilities. As the 42 advancing students gathered to hear the detailed rules, Izuku noticed the point assignments. Midnight explained that students would wear headbands worth points based on their obstacle race placement, 42nd place worth 5 points, scaling up to first place worth 10 million points. The crowd gasped. Todoroki's headband was worth 10 million points, making him the primary target. Whoever held that headband when time expired would automatically advance, regardless of any other points. You have 5 minutes to form teams. Midnight declared. Choose wisely. Chaos erupted as students rushed to form alliances. Popular students with strong quirks were immediately surrounded by people wanting to team up. Izuku found himself approached by Uraraka almost instantly. Midoriya, team up with me, she said urgently. Your sensory abilities and my zero gravity could work really well together. Absolutely, Izuku agreed. We need 2 more though. Quote. They were joined by Hatsume Mei, the support course student who had wanted to work on his equipment. I need to showcase my babies. Team with me and I'll provide technological support. Their 4th member ended up being Tokiyami Fumikage, whose Dark Shadow quirk provided offensive capability their team otherwise lacked. Your analytical approach interests me, Midoriya, Tokiyami said. I believe we could work well together. Quote. As teams finalized, Izuku assessed their capabilities. Uraraka could make opponents weightless, disrupting their mobility. Hatsume had various gadgets that could provide tactical advantages. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow was a powerful offensive quirk. And Izuku's hybrid forms gave them mobility and sensory superiority. Here's the strategy, Izuku said quickly as they took formation. Tokiyami, you're the rider, your Dark Shadow can attack and defend from an elevated position. Uraraka, you'll be front right. If opponents get close, make them weightless to throw off their balance. Hatsume, front left with your gadgets. I'll be center back, using my sensory abilities to detect attacks and my mobility to keep us moving. Quote. I like it. Hatsume's eyes gleamed. This is perfect for demonstrating my babies. Begin. Midnight's voice rang out, and the cavalry battle erupted into immediate chaos. Teams charged toward Todoroki, who had formed a powerful alliance with Iida, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu. Their combination was formidable, Iida's speed for mobility, Kaminari's electricity for offense, Yaoyorozu's creation for defense and tactical options, and Todoroki's ice for area control. But everyone was so focused on the 10 million points that they were ignoring other opportunities. Izuku directed his team away from the main scrum, targeting mid-level teams who were distracted by Todoroki's group. Dark Shadow. Tokiyami commanded, and his quirk lashed out, snatching a headband worth 400 points from an unsuspecting team. Yes, Uraraka cheered. We got one, but their success made them a target. A team led by a student with a metal manipulation quirk charged toward them, clearly intent on stealing their newly acquired points. I see them, Izuku said, his cat ears manifesting to enhance his hearing. Hard left in 3, 2, 1. Now. His team moved as one, his enhanced legs providing the power to execute a sharp turn that their attackers couldn't match. The metal manipulator's grab missed entirely, and in the confusion, Dark Shadow snatched their headband too. 800 total points. Hatsume crowed. My babies are working perfectly. The cavalry battle was pure chaos. teams colliding, headbands changing possession, strategies forming and crumbling in real time. Izuku kept his team moving constantly, using his enhanced senses to detect threats and opportunities before anyone else could. They avoided the massive brawl surrounding Todoroki's team, instead picking off distracted groups and defending their accumulated points. Izuku's hybrid form let him shift their team's positioning rapidly, and Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk became their primary defense. Any team that got too close found themselves floating helplessly. 2 minutes remaining. Present Mike announced. Izuku assessed their situation. They had accumulated 1200 points through careful targeting, enough to likely advance. But with 2 minutes left, anything could happen. Teams were getting desperate, attacks were becoming more aggressive. We need to be defensive now, Izuku told his team. Protect what we have. Quote. But fate had other plans. Todoroki's group, having successfully defended their 10 million points throughout the battle, suddenly found themselves under coordinated assault from 3 teams simultaneously. In the confusion, Katsuki's team, which had been lurking and building points, made a play for the 10 million. The clash was spectacular. Ice, explosions, electricity, and various other quirks created a light show that had the crowd roaring. And in the chaos, somehow, impossibly, the 10 million point headband went flying through the air. Izuku's enhanced cat vision tracked its trajectory. It was going to land right in front of them. Uraraka, make us light. He commanded. Tokiyami, dark shadow grabbed that headband. His team executed perfectly. Uraraka's quirk activated, making them nearly weightless. Izuku's enhanced legs, no longer fighting gravity, launched them forward with incredible speed. Dark shadow extended at maximum range and snatched the 10 million point headband just before it hit the ground. Time's up. Midnight's voice cut through the chaos. Dead silence fell over the stadium as everyone processed what had just happened. Then the scoreboard updated, and the crowd absolutely erupted. First place, Team Midoriya with 10,012 points. They had the 10 million. Izuku stared at the headband in Tokiyami's hands, unable to process what had just occurred. They had won. His team had somehow ended up with the most coveted prize in the entire event through a combination of strategy, timing, and sheer luck. What an upset. Present Mike's voice was nearly incoherent with excitement. Team Midoriya, who spent the entire battle avoiding the 10 million points, ends up with them in the final seconds through an incredible display of teamwork and quick thinking. Todoroki's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes, not anger, but respect mixed with determination. Katsuki looked furious and impressed simultaneously, which was peak Katsuki. Other teams were in various states of shock and frustration. The advancing teams were announced. Team Midoriya, Team Todoroki who still had enough accumulated points to advance, Team Bakugo, and Team Shinso from General Studies who had used their mind-controlled quirk strategically throughout the battle. Congratulations to our advancing teams. Midnight purred. After lunch, we'll begin the final event, the tournament. One-on-one battles to determine this year's champion. As the stadium cleared for lunch break, Izuku's team celebrated their unlikely victory. But Izuku's mind was already racing ahead to the tournament. One-on-one fights meant he would eventually face his classmates directly. Possibly Todoroki. Possibly Katsuki. Definitely students with powerful quirks who would be analyzing his every move. This was where his journey had been leading, direct combat where he would need every ounce of skill, strategy, and determination he possessed. The real test was about to begin. Chapter 10, The Unpredictable Hero. The lunch break passed in a blur of nervous energy and strategic planning. Izuku barely tasted his food, his mind consumed with analyzing potential matchups and planning strategies. The tournament bracket would be determined randomly, which meant he needed to be prepared to face anyone. His phone buzzed with a text from his mother, "I'm so proud of you. You're doing amazingly. Remember to stay safe and do your best." The simple message steadied him. Win or lose, he had already exceeded every expectation. Fifth in the obstacle race, first in the cavalry battle, he had proven his quirk could compete at the highest level. Now he just needed to prove it in direct combat. When lunch ended and competitors reconvened in the stadium, the tournament bracket was displayed on the massive screen. Izuku's first match was against Shinso Hitoshi, the general studies student whose mind control quirk had carried his team through the cavalry battle. A perfect matchup, Izuku muttered, studying his opponent. Shinso's quirk activated when someone responded to him verbally, allowing him to take control of their body. The counter strategy was obvious: don't talk to him. But executing that in the heat of combat while under pressure would be challenging. The first few matches showcased the incredible diversity of quirks and strategies. Among the competitors, a student with a hardening quirk battled someone who could manipulate plants. Someone with super strength faced off against a student with a quirk that let them stick to surfaces. Each match was unique, each victory hard fought. Then it was his turn. Next match. Present mic announced. Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A vs Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies. This should be interesting. Midoriya's transformation quirk against Shinso's mind control. Izuku walked onto the battle platform, his heart pounding. The stadium was deafening, thousands of voices blending into a single roar. Across from him, Shinso stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression calculating. Must be nice, Shinso said as they took their positions. Being born with a quirk suitable for hero work. Some of us weren't so lucky and had to work twice as hard just to get a chance. Quote. The words were clearly bait, trying to provoke a response that would activate his mind control. Izuku remained silent, settling into a ready stance. Begin. Midnight's voice rang out. Izuku immediately transformed into his cat form and charged forward, using speed and small size to close the distance before Shinso could deploy any other strategies. His opponent tried another verbal jab, but Izuku ignored it, focusing entirely on physical combat. Without the ability to activate his quirk, Shinso was just a regular student in terms of physical capability. Izuku's cat form darted around him, looking for an opening, then transformed back to human with his hands manifested as claws. Wait, Shinso shouted, his voice carrying genuine desperation. Is this really fair? You with your powerful quirk against someone like me? Izuku almost responded on instinct, sympathy for someone who felt disadvantaged triggering his desire to explain. But at the last second, he caught himself. The words were manipulative, designed specifically to exploit his helpful nature. He pressed his attack instead, using his hybrid form to overwhelm Shinso with sheer speed and agility. Within 30 seconds, he had maneuvered his opponent to the edge of the ring. One more strike and, I know what it's like, Shinso said quietly. To be told your quirk isn't good enough for hero work. Don't you? The words hit harder than any physical blow. Izuku froze, memories flooding back, years of being quirkless, of being told he could never be a hero, of struggling to prove himself. Shinso was right. He did understand. Izuku started to respond. The moment he spoke, his body locked up. Shinso's mind control activated, seizing control of his motor functions. Against his will, Izuku's body turned and began walking toward the ring boundary. I'm sorry, Shinso said, and he sounded genuine. But I need this opportunity. I won't give up on my dream. Quote. Izuku's mind screamed in frustration as his body betrayed him, one step after another toward elimination. He could see the boundary line approaching, could hear the crowd's gasps, could feel his chance at victory slipping away. But his mind was still his own. And minds were where strategy lived. He couldn't control his body, but he could still activate his quirk. Transformation was mental as much as physical. So he focused everything he had on changing forms. His body shifted to cat form while still under mind control. The sudden change in size and configuration disrupted Shinso's mental command. The neural pathways he was controlling suddenly didn't match the body he was controlling them in. The mind control faltered for just a fraction of a second. It was enough. Izuku seized back control and transformed to his full hybrid form, launching himself away from the boundary with enhanced feline legs. Shinso tried to reactivate his quirk, but Izuku had learned his lesson. He would not speak again. The fight became purely physical. Shinso, realizing his quirk was now useless, tried to use hand-to-hand combat, but he was simply outmatched. Izuku's training, his hybrid form's advantages, and his superior mobility made the outcome inevitable. With a final strike, Izuku pushed Shinso out of the ring. Midoriya wins. Midnight announced, and the crowd went wild. As Izuku helped his opponent up, Shinso gave him a rueful smile. That transformation trick to break my control, that was brilliant. You earned this win. Quote. Your quirk is amazing, Izuku said quietly now that the match was over. The way you manipulated me, read my personality to craft the perfect bait, that's high-level psychological warfare. You're going to be an incredible hero. Quote. Shinso's eyes widened slightly, then he nodded. Thanks. And for what it's worth, I hope you win this whole thing. Quote. The matches continued. Todoroki faced off against a student with a ceiling quirk and won through overwhelming ice attacks. Katsuki demolished his opponent with precisely controlled explosions. Iida's speed carried him to victory. Uraraka fought valiantly against someone with a quirk that let them levitate objects but ultimately lost a close match. The tournament bracket narrowed. Izuku's second match was against Tokiyami, his teammate from the cavalry battle. It was a strategic chess match. Tokiyami's dark shadow was powerful, but Izuku's mobility and enhanced senses let him stay ahead of the quirk's attacks. He won by ring out after a lengthy exchange that had both competitors exhausted. The semi-finals loomed. Izuku vs Todoroki. The transformation quirk against dual ice and fire. As they took positions on the platform, Todoroki spoke quietly, I won't use my fire. I refuse to use his power. Quote. Izuku didn't understand the context, but he recognized pain when he heard it. Then I'll just have to push you so hard you don't have a choice. Quote. Begin. Todoroki's opening move was immediate and overwhelming, a massive ice construct that spread across the entire platform. Izuku transformed to cat form and ran along the top of the ice, his claws finding purchase on the frozen surface. But Todoroki was relentless, wave after wave of ice forcing Izuku to stay mobile constantly. Every time Izuku tried to close the distance, more ice appeared, creating barriers and attacks that he had to evade. You're strong, Izuku called out between dodges. But you're only using half your power. Don't you want to win with everything you've got? I don't need his fire to beat you. Todoroki shot back, but there was anguish in his voice. Izuku realized this wasn't just about the match. This was about something deeper, some pain Todoroki carried. And suddenly, winning didn't seem as important as helping his classmate. Your power is yours, Izuku shouted, transforming to his hybrid form and charging directly into Todoroki's eyes. It doesn't matter where it came from. It's not your father's quirk or your mother's, it's yours. Use it the way you want to. The words seemed to strike something deep in Todoroki. His eyes widened, and for a moment, the ice attack stopped. Then flames erupted. Fire and ice together, wielded in harmony for what Izuku suspected was the first time. The temperature differential created wind that swept across the platform. The power was immense, overwhelming, beautiful. And Izuku had absolutely no defense against it. The combined attack sent him flying out of the ring before he could react. He landed hard in the arena sand, the breath knocked from his lungs. Todoroki wins, Midnight announced. But as medical staff rushed to check on Izuku, he was grinning despite the pain. Todoroki stood on the platform, staring at his burning left hand with an expression of wonder and pain in something that might have been freedom. Thank you, Todoroki mouthed silently. Izuku's journey in the tournament ended there, but he had accomplished something more important than victory. He had helped someone break free from their chains, if only for a moment. The final match was Todoroki vs Katsuki. It was spectacular, ice and fire against perfectly controlled explosions. Both fighters pushed themselves to their absolute limits, creating a battle that would be talked about for years. Katsuki ultimately won through sheer tenacity and tactical brilliance, but it was close. So close that the crowd couldn't decide who the real victor was. In the end, it didn't matter. The sports festival had accomplished its goal, showcasing the incredible potential of UA's first-year students. As Izuku stood on the third-place podium, having defeated Iida in the consolation match, All Might presented the medals with his characteristic enthusiasm. You all did splendidly, the symbol of peace declared. Each of you showed the heart of a true hero. When All Might placed the bronze medal around Izuku's neck, he leaned in and whispered, I'm proud of you, young Midoriya. Not for the wins, but for prioritizing helping someone over personal glory. That's what makes a true hero. Quote. The words meant everything. As the sports festival concluded and students filtered out of the stadium, Izuku found himself surrounded by offers from hero agencies wanting him as an intern. His performance, 5th in the obstacle race, 1st in the cavalry battle, semi-finalist in the tournament, had proven his worth. But more than that, he had proven something to himself. His cat transformation quirk wasn't a limitation. It was exactly what he needed to become the hero he wanted to be: unpredictable, adaptable, strategic, and effective. The journey was just beginning. There would be more challenges, more villains, more opportunities to grow. But Izuku was ready. He was Midoriya Izuku, the cat hero in training. And he was going to show the world that any quirk, wielded with determination and heart, could shine brightly enough to inspire hope. The unpredictable hero had arrived. And the future was full of possibilities. The week following the sports festival felt surreal. Everywhere Izuku went, people recognized him, not just at UA, but on the streets, in shops, even on the train. His performance had been broadcast to millions, and the image of him in his hybrid cat form, moving with impossible grace through obstacles and combat, had captured the public imagination. "It's the cat hero," a young child exclaimed on the train, tugging at his mother's sleeve and pointing at Izuku. Izuku felt his face heat with embarrassment, but he managed a smile and a small wave. This was part of being a hero: public recognition, the responsibility of being a role model. It was overwhelming but also validating. People saw his quirk as heroic, not limited. Back at UA, the atmosphere had shifted. The sports festival had crystallized the class hierarchy in ways that were both obvious and subtle. Students who had performed well carried themselves with new confidence. Those who had been eliminated early seemed more determined, training harder to prove the festival didn't define their limits. Izuku found himself in an interesting position. Third place overall, first in the cavalry battle, with memorable matches that showcased both his strategic mind and his quirk's versatility. Hero agencies had taken notice. His inbox was flooded with internship offers from across Japan. "You're popular, Midoriya," Aizawa-sensei said during homeroom, his tone suggesting this was both expected and slightly annoying. "I hope you're all taking the internship selection process seriously. This isn't about choosing the flashiest agency or the most famous hero. It's about finding someone who can teach you what you need to learn." Quote. The class was given 3 days to decide on their internships. Izuku spread out the various offers across his desk that evening, analyzing each one with the same intensity he brought to quirk analysis. Several agencies wanted him for stealth and reconnaissance work, recognizing his cat form's potential for infiltration. Others saw his analytical mind and wanted to develop his strategic capabilities. A few offered general hero training with established pros who specialized in transformation quirks. But one offer stood out: an internship with Edgeshot, the ninja hero ranked 5th in Japan. His message was brief but intriguing: "Your mobility and sensory capabilities remind me of my younger days. I can teach you to maximize both. If you're interested in learning from someone who understands the value of precision over power, contact my agency." Quote. Edgeshot's quirk let him fold his body to extreme thinness, allowing him to slip through impossibly tight spaces and move with supernatural speed. The parallels to Izuku's own abilities were obvious. Both relied on unconventional mobility and strategic positioning rather than raw destructive force. "This is the one," Izuku murmured, drafting his acceptance message. When he informed his classmates of his choice the next day, reactions were mixed. "Edgeshot. That's perfect for you," Uraraka said enthusiastically. "His ninja techniques could really complement your cat agility." "A wise choice," Iida approved, adjusting his glasses. "Edgeshot is renowned for his precision and efficiency. You'll learn valuable skills." Quote. Katsuki just snorted. "I'm going with best genist. Gonna learn how to be a proper top hero, not some sneaky alley cat." Quote. Despite the insult, Izuku heard the competitive edge in his friend's voice. Katsuki had chosen the number 4 hero, someone known for taking rough personalities and refining them. It was actually a surprisingly mature choice. Todoroki, meanwhile, had selected his father's agency, Endeavor, the number 2 hero. But there was no enthusiasm in the announcement, just grim determination. Whatever demons Todoroki was wrestling with regarding his family, he apparently intended to confront them directly. The week before internships began was filled with preparation. UA provided briefings on professional hero conduct, legal limitations on quirk usage, and emergency protocols. Students were fitted with communicators that would allow UA to track their locations and monitor for distress signals. Remember, Aizawa emphasized during their final briefing, "You're students, not licensed heroes. You cannot engage in hero work independently. You'll be shadowing your chosen pros, observing and learning. If combat situations arise, you follow your mentor's lead. Understood. The class chorused agreement, though Izuku suspected several students, Katsuki chief among them, would push those boundaries at the first opportunity. Edgeshot's agency was located in Tokyo, requiring Izuku to take the bullet train into the city. The agency itself was surprisingly understated, a modest building in a business district, with none of the flashy architecture or prominent signage that characterized agencies run by heroes who prioritized public relations. Inside, Izuku was greeted by an efficient receptionist who directed him to the third-floor training facility. When he entered, he found Edgeshot waiting, his ninja-styled costume making him look like he had stepped out of a historical drama. Midoriya Izuku, Edgeshot's voice was calm and measured. Welcome. I watched your sports festival performance with great interest. Your hybrid transformation technique shows promise, but it's underdeveloped. You're thinking of your quirk as having discrete states, human, cat, or hybrid. I'm going to teach you to think of it as a fluid continuum. Quote. Over the next hour, Edgeshot explained his philosophy of quirk usage. Every quirk existed on a spectrum of possible applications, most of which users never explored because they got comfortable with basic expressions of their power. Edgeshot himself had spent years developing his folding ability, learning to manipulate his body in ways that went far beyond simply making himself thin. Your transformation isn't binary, Edgeshot continued, demonstrating by folding just his arm into a thin blade-like shape. You can learn to transform with precision and intention. Not just, become a cat, or, become human, but, manifest exactly the cat traits I need for this specific situation while maintaining the human traits that serve me better. Single quote quote. The concept made immediate sense to Izuku's analytical mind, but implementing it proved incredibly difficult. His quirk wanted to transform completely, shifting his entire body was natural and easy. Maintaining precise partial transformations required a level of control he hadn't developed. It's like trying to flex individual muscle fibers, Izuku said, frustrated after his 10th failed attempt to manifest just enhanced hearing without any physical changes. Exactly, Edgeshot replied. And just like building muscle control, it requires repetition and focus. We'll start with sensory enhancements since those are partially mental rather than purely physical. Quote. The training was intense. Edgeshot would create scenarios where Izuku needed to detect threats using enhanced hearing, but transforming cat ears would be a disadvantage, too visible, too obvious. He needed to access his feline auditory processing without the external physical changes. By the end of the first day, Izuku could maintain enhanced hearing for approximately 30 seconds without any visible transformation. It was exhausting, giving him a headache that lasted hours, but it was progress. Good, Edgeshot said simply. Tomorrow we'll work on visual enhancements and reflexes. By the end of the week, you should be able to access any single sense enhancement at will. Quote. The internship pattern established itself quickly. Mornings were dedicated to quirk refinement and precision training. Afternoons involved patrol work, where Izuku shadowed Edgeshot through the city, observing how a professional hero operated in the field. Edgeshot's approach to hero work was nothing like the flashy, high-profile style of heroes like All Might or Endeavor. He moved through the city like a ghost, his presence barely registered even when he was standing in plain sight. His costume helped, blending into urban environments, but it was more than that, he had mastered the art of directing attention away from himself. Hero work isn't always about being seen, Edgeshot explained as they perched on a rooftop, watching the streets below. Sometimes the best intervention is one nobody notices. A crime prevented is better than a crime stopped, and crimes are prevented through presence and observation. Quote. During their third day of patrol, they encountered their first real situation. A convenience store robbery, 3 men with knives threatening the clerk. Most heroes would burst in dramatically, relying on shock and power to overwhelm the criminals. Edgeshot simply folded himself thin and slipped through the door's gap, positioning himself behind the robbers before they even knew he was there. Within 3 seconds, all 3 were unconscious, bound with capture tape, and the clerk was completely safe. Speed, precision, and positioning, Edgeshot said as they waited for police to arrive. If you can control where you are and how fast you move, you control the engagement. Your cat form gives you both advantages, use them. Quote. The lesson stuck with Izuku. He had been thinking of his quirk primarily in terms of what it let him do: transform, enhance senses, increase agility. But Edgeshot was teaching him to think in terms of tactical advantage. Every quirk trait was a tool for controlling the battlefield. On the fourth day, they encountered something more serious. A villain with a muscle enhancement quirk had taken hostages in an office building, demanding money and transportation. Police had surrounded the building, but the situation was delicate. Any aggressive action might result in civilian casualties. Edgeshot studied the building for exactly 30 seconds, then turned to Izuku. This is a teaching moment. If you were handling this situation with your quirk, what would you do? Izuku's mind raced through possibilities. Cat form to enter through ventilation. Enhanced hearing to locate the villain and hostages. Scout the situation, report back, wait for a plan. Quote. Standard reconnaissance approach. Edgeshot nodded. Not bad, but too slow. Every second increases the chance of violence. What if I told you there's a way to end this in under 2 minutes? How? By using your quirk's most underutilized aspect, psychological impact, Edgeshot said. Watch and learn. Quote. What happened next was a masterclass in psychological warfare. Edgeshot folded himself and entered the building through a gap in the window frame. But instead of silently approaching, he deliberately made sounds, subtle ones that the villain could hear but not identify. Scratching, footsteps, whispers at the edge of hearing. Through Izuku's enhanced hearing, he could track the entire encounter. The villain grew increasingly paranoid, focusing on the mysterious sounds rather than his hostages. When he finally moved to investigate, Edgeshot struck from a completely different direction, incapacitating him before he could react. 2 minutes and 15 seconds from entry to resolution. 0 casualties. Your cat form creates psychological advantages beyond just physical capability, Edgeshot explained afterward. Humans have instinctive reactions to feline movement patterns. We evolved alongside ambush predators. Use that. Make them hear sounds that trigger prey responses. Move in ways that human brains can't quite track. You're not just a hero who can turn into a cat. You're a hero who can make villains feel like they're being hunted. Quote. The concept was darker than Izuku was comfortable with, but he couldn't deny the effectiveness. Heroes didn't just need to win fights, they needed to minimize harm, protect civilians, and resolve situations with the least possible violence. If his quirk could make villains surrender through psychological pressure rather than physical confrontation, that was objectively better. The rest of the week involved practicing these psychological tactics. Edgeshot created training scenarios where Izuku had to use his cat form not for direct combat but for intimidation and manipulation. Moving just at the edge of peripheral vision. Creating sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Making himself seem larger and more threatening through strategic positioning and shadow use. It was uncomfortable at first. Izuku had always imagined hero work as straightforward and honest, not psychological manipulation. But Edgeshot's patient explanations helped him understand the ethics. A villain who surrenders because they're afraid is a villain who didn't hurt anyone, the ninja hero said. A fight avoided is lives saved. Never feel guilty about using every advantage to resolve situations peacefully. The flashy heroes who destroy city blocks stopping villains are celebrated, but the heroes who stop villains without destruction are the ones who truly protect people. Quote. By the end of the first week, Izuku had developed several new techniques. He could access enhanced senses without visible transformation, maintain partial transformations indefinitely without fatigue, and use his cat form's psychological impact strategically. His combat style was evolving from mobile fighter who happens to transform to psychological operative who controls engagements through positioning and perception manipulation. The second week of internship brought more complex scenarios. Edgeshot began including Izuku in actual hero work rather than just observation. Under close supervision, Izuku assisted with rescues, participated in arrests, and even helped resolve a hostage situation using the techniques he had learned. His most memorable moment came during a building fire. Firefighters were struggling to locate a family reportedly trapped on the upper floors. Smoke made visual searching impossible, and the building's unstable structure made extensive searching dangerous. Izuku transformed to cat form and entered through a window, his enhanced senses cutting through the smoke. His feline hearing detected heartbeats and breathing. His sense of smell identified the family's location. Within 3 minutes, he had guided rescue personnel to the exact apartment where the family was trapped, saving precious time and likely saving lives. That's what your quirk is truly for, Edgeshot said as they watched the family reunited with emergency personnel. Not fighting. Not competition. Saving people in ways nobody else can. Never forget that. Quote. The words echoed in Izuku's mind. All Might had said something similar once, that the greatest power was the power to save people with a smile. But Edgeshot was teaching him a complementary truth. The greatest power was sometimes the power to save people who nobody else could reach. As the internship entered its final days, Edgeshot presented Izuku with a gift, a specialized piece of equipment designed by his support team. It was a modified version of Izuku's hero costume hood, with enhanced audio sensors that would amplify his already impressive feline hearing. This will let you access near-perfect hearing even in human form, Edgeshot explained. Combined with your training in sensory enhancement without transformation, you'll be able to detect threats from hundreds of meters away. Use it wisely. Quote. The final day of internship concluded with a review session where Edgeshot assessed Izuku's growth and provided recommendations for future development. You've made exceptional progress, the ninja hero said. Your quirk control has improved dramatically, and you're beginning to understand tactical positioning. But you still have weaknesses to address. Quote. What weaknesses? Izuku asked, pulling out his notebook. Your offensive capability remains limited, Edgeshot said bluntly. You've focused on evasion and psychology, which are important, but sometimes direct confrontation is unavoidable. You need to develop techniques that can incapacitate opponents quickly when subtle approaches fail. Work on that with your school training. Quote. I will, Izuku promised. Thank you for everything, Edgeshot-sensei. This internship changed how I see my quirk. Quote. Good. That was the point. Edgeshot offered what might have been a smile beneath his mask. You have the potential to become an exceptional hero, Midoriya. Not the flashiest, not the strongest, but perhaps the most effective. Continue developing your skills, and I'd be pleased to work with you again in the future. Quote. The train ride back to Ua gave Izuku time to reflect on his growth. 2 weeks ago, he had thought of his quirk in simple terms: transformation for mobility, enhanced senses for detection, hybrid forms for combat. Now he understood his quirk as a sophisticated tool for controlling engagements, manipulating psychology, and accessing spaces and information nobody else could. He had learned to be unpredictable not through random action but through strategic presentation. To make villains uncertain, uncomfortable, always reactive rather than proactive. To use every aspect of his feline abilities not just physically but mentally. When he reunited with his classmates back at Ua, sharing stories of their internships, Izuku realized how much they had all grown. Uraraka had worked with Gunhead and learned actual combat techniques. Iida had a more somber air after his internship with Manuel, though he wouldn't elaborate on what had happened. Todoroki seemed somehow both more settled and more troubled after time with Endeavor. And Katsuki, surprisingly, seemed almost calm. Best Jeanist's influence was subtle but noticeable, his explosive friend carrying himself with fractionally more discipline. You look different, Deku, Katsuki observed during lunch. Less jumpy. More, I dunno, dangerous. Edgeshot taught me a lot about tactical positioning, Izuku replied. How to use my quirk psychologically, not just physically. Quote. Good. You needed to stop being so damn predictable. Katsuki's grin was sharp. Now maybe you'll be worth fighting seriously. Quote. Classes resumed with renewed intensity. The students had all tasted real hero work during their internships, and the experience had matured them. Training exercises that once seemed difficult now felt manageable. Lessons that once seemed theoretical now had practical context. Aizawa-sensei noticed the change immediately. Good. You're all starting to think like heroes rather than students playing at hero work. Don't lose that edge. The real world doesn't grade on a curve. Quote. Izuku threw himself into addressing the weakness Edgeshot had identified: offensive capability. He worked with Katsuki to develop combination attacks that used mobility for positioning and precision strikes for effect. He studied martial arts that emphasized fast, incapacitating techniques. He even consulted with the support department about equipment that could enhance his offensive potential. The result was a new combat style that blended everything he had learned. He would use edge shots, psychological tactics to control opponent psychology, his natural mobility to control positioning, and newly developed strikes to end fights quickly when necessary. He was becoming the unpredictable hero everyone had seen hints of during the sports festival. But unpredictability was about to take on new meaning. Because 3 weeks after internships ended, during a perfectly ordinary Thursday afternoon class, the alarms began to sound. Not training alarms. Real emergency alarms. And Aizawa-sensei's expression went dark with recognition. "Everyone, stay calm and proceed to evacuation protocols," he said, his voice deadly serious. "This is not a drill." Quote, "The League of Villains had returned. And this time, they weren't attacking a training facility. They were attacking UA itself." Chapter 12, Invasion and Consequence. The alarms wailing cut through every classroom, every hallway, every corner of UA High School with mechanical urgency. Izuku's enhanced hearing made the sound almost painful, but he pushed through the discomfort and focused on Aizawa-sensei's instructions. "Class 1A, Evacuation Route Beta," Aizawa commanded, already moving toward the door. "Stay together, stay calm, and follow the designated path to the emergency shelter. No heroics." Quote, "The students moved quickly but without panic, their training overriding the fear that wanted to bubble up. But as they filed into the hallway, the reality of the situation became immediately clear. This wasn't a false alarm or a drill. Through the windows, they could see smoke rising from the main building. And in the distance, the distinctive purple-black swirl of Kurogiri's warp gate was visible. "They're actually attacking the school," Uraraka whispered, her voice tight with barely controlled fear. "During school hours, with students present," Iida added, his expression grim. "This is beyond reckless. It's terrorism." Quote, Izuku's mind raced through implications. The League of Villains had failed at the USJ because pro-heroes responded quickly. If they were attacking UA directly, they must have a plan to deal with hero response. Which meant this situation was potentially even more dangerous than the USJ. The evacuation routes funneled students from multiple classes toward the designated emergency shelters, reinforced underground facilities designed to withstand even large-scale quirk attacks. But as Class 1A neared the main stairwell, they heard it, fighting, close by. The sound of quirks being deployed, shouts, the crash of structural damage. "Proceed," Aizawa said, his capture weapon already unwinding. "I'll handle whatever's ahead." Quote, but as they rounded the corner, they saw what he meant to handle, and Izuku's blood ran cold. The Nomu. Or rather, multiple Nomu. 3 of the engineered creatures blocked the stairwell, their grotesque forms radiating menace. Behind them stood Shigaraki Tamura, his hands visible and deadly, his face split in a manic grin beneath his hand mask. "Oh good, students." Shigaraki's voice carried that same unstable quality from the USJ. "We came here looking for All Might, but I suppose killing UA students will send just as strong a message. Maybe stronger." Quote, Aizawa positioned himself between the villains and his students, his quirk already active, eyes glowing red. But Izuku could see the problem immediately. Aizawa's erasure quirk worked on individuals, and there were multiple threats. Plus, his teacher was still recovering from the USJ injuries. He wasn't at full strength. "When I engage them, you run," Aizawa said quietly to his class. "No arguments. No heroics. Survival first." Quote, "But sensei," Izuku started. "That's an order, Midoriya." Quote, what happened next unfolded in seconds that felt like hours. Aizawa launched forward, his capture weapon lashing out to bind the first Nomu. His quirk erased its enhancements, making it vulnerable. But the other 2 Nomu moved to flank him, and Shigaraki was already advancing, his hands reaching for anything he could decay. Class 1A scattered as ordered, but the stairwell was blocked and the hallway behind them had collapsed, whether from the initial attack or deliberately, Izuku couldn't tell. They were trapped between the evacuation route and the villains. "Midoriya, what do we do?" Uraraka asked, her voice cracking. "We can't just leave Aizawa-sensei." Izuku's mind worked frantically. Aizawa was right, they were students, not heroes. Engaging villains directly was against every protocol. But leaving their teacher to die while they huddled helplessly was unthinkable. "We don't engage," Izuku said suddenly, his tactical mind crystallizing a plan. "We create an opening for escape. Iida, you're the fastest, the moment we create a gap, you run for help. Literally run past the villains and find pro-heroes. The rest of us will support Aizawa-sensei just enough to keep him alive until help arrives. Quote, it was a terrible plan. It put them all at risk. It violated their orders. But it was the only plan that didn't involve abandoning their teacher or fighting opponents they couldn't possibly defeat. I'm in, Todoroki said immediately. Ice already forming on his right side. Obviously, Katsuki added, sparks crackling from his palms. We help our teacher, Tokiyami agreed, dark shadow manifesting. That's what heroes do. Quote, Izuku transformed into his cat form and darted forward, using his small size and speed to slip past the fighting and position himself strategically. His enhanced senses tracked everything, Aizawa's movements, the Nomu responses, Shigaraki's positioning. Now, he mentally commanded, transforming back and manifesting his hybrid combat form. Todoroki released a massive ice wall that separated Shigaraki from the Nomu, disrupting their coordination. Katsuki followed with an explosion that forced one Nomu to dodge, creating a gap. Iida, reading the situation perfectly, activated his engine quirk and shot through the opening like a bullet, moving so fast the villains couldn't react in time. Help is coming, Iida shouted as he disappeared down the hallway. But now Class 1A was committed. They couldn't retreat, the hallway behind them was still blocked. Their only option was to survive until reinforcements arrived. Aizawa, seeing his students had disobeyed orders, didn't waste time arguing. Don't engage directly. Support only. Keep moving and don't let them touch you. What followed was the most terrifying 3 minutes of Izuku's life. The class worked together with desperate coordination, using their quirks not to defeat the villains but simply to survive. Todoroki's ice created barriers. Katsuki's explosions forced repositioning. Tokiyami's dark shadow harassed from range. Yaoyorozu created shields and tools. Uraraka made debris weightless to throw at enemies. And Izuku used everything Edgeshot had taught him. He transformed rapidly, unpredictably, creating psychological pressure. Moving just at the edge of perception. Making sounds that seemed to come from everywhere. Forcing the Nomu to waste effort tracking him while never actually engaging in direct combat. But they were losing ground. The Nomu were too strong, too fast, too durable. Aizawa was bleeding from multiple wounds, his capture weapon torn. Shigaraki had broken through Todoroki's ice wall and was advancing, his hands reaching, death in every touch. This is it, Shigaraki giggled. This is where UA's bright future dies. Quote, then All Might arrived. The symbol of peace didn't make a dramatic entrance. There was no announcement, no catchphrase. He simply appeared, moving faster than the eye could track, and suddenly every villain was on the defensive. I am here, All Might said, but his voice lacked its usual cheer. This was All Might furious, All Might protective, All Might absolutely done with villains threatening his students. The Nomu that had seemed unstoppable were nothing before All Might's true power. Each one fell with single punches that created wind pressure strong enough to shake the building. Shigaraki tried to decay him, but All Might was too fast, his movements a blur of perfect combat technique. Within 30 seconds, the immediate threat was neutralized. The Nomu were unconscious or fleeing. Shigaraki was retreating through a Kurogiri portal, screaming threats about future revenge. You're all safe now, All Might said, turning to the students. His expression softened from fury to concern. Is anyone seriously injured? Class 1A was battered, bruised, and terrified, but miraculously nobody had sustained critical injuries. Aizawa-sensei was the worst off, but he was conscious and already protesting that he was fine even as blood dripped from his forehead. Recovery Girl arrived moments later with a team of medical personnel, followed by what seemed like every pro-hero in Japan. The attack had been coordinated, villains had struck multiple points across the campus. Simultaneously, stretching defensive resources thin. But the response had been overwhelming, and the League of Villains had been driven off. For the second time that semester, Izuku found himself in UA's medical ward, being treated for minor injuries while adults discussed the implications of the attack. This time was different though, not a surprise assault on a training facility, but a direct attack on the school itself during regular hours. This changes everything, he heard Principal Nezu saying to a gathering of teachers. We can no longer claim UA is safe. The villains have proven they can penetrate our defenses. We need to reevaluate our entire security infrastructure. Quote, the aftermath was intense and far-reaching. Classes were suspended for 2 weeks while security reviews were conducted. Every student was interviewed by police and counseled by professional therapists. Parents were given the option to withdraw their children from UA, though remarkably few chose to do so. The media descended on the story with predictable intensity. UA under siege dominated headlines. Talking heads debated whether hero schools were viable targets. Some called for increased security, others for shutting down hero education entirely. Through it all, Class 1A dealt with their second traumatic villain encounter in the span of a few months. Group counseling sessions were mandatory, and individual therapy was strongly encouraged. The class that had been so excited about hero training was forced to confront the dark reality. Villains wanted them dead specifically because they were training to be heroes. Izuku spent a lot of time on the roof during the suspension, often in cat form, just thinking. Twice now he had faced real villains. Twice he had survived through a combination of skill, luck, and the intervention of more powerful heroes. But what happened when luck ran out? When pro heroes weren't there in time? His phone buzzed with a message from MHA, heard about the attack. You survived by using your head and your quirk strategically. That's the mark of a true hero. Stay sharp. The villains will be back. Quote, the message was both encouraging and ominous. The villains would be back. The League of Villains had now failed twice to achieve their objectives, but they kept returning with new plans and new resources. Eventually, one of their plans would succeed. Unless heroes stopped them first. When classes finally resumed, the atmosphere at UA was noticeably different. Security was omnipresent, pro-heroes patrolled constantly, surveillance systems covered every centimeter, and new scanning technology screened everyone entering campus. The school had transformed from an educational institution into something resembling a fortress. But the biggest change was in the students themselves. The playful energy that had characterized the beginning of the year was gone, replaced by grim determination. They had all faced death twice. They had all been targets of villain attacks. And they were all acutely aware that more attacks would come. Aizawa-sensei addressed this on the first day back. I know you're scared, he said bluntly. You should be. Villains have targeted this class specifically, twice. Some of you are questioning whether this path is worth it. That's reasonable. Quote. He paused, his scarred face serious. But here's what you need to understand, becoming a hero was never going to be safe. The villains didn't make it dangerous. It was always dangerous. They just made you aware of that danger earlier than you would have been otherwise. So you have a choice, accept the danger and continue training to become heroes who can protect people, or recognize that hero work isn't for you and choose a safer path. Both choices are valid. Quote, nobody left. Class 1A, battered and traumatized, chose to continue. Training intensified dramatically after the attack. Every class now included elements of real combat scenarios. Rescue training emphasized operating under threat. Combat training focused on villain tactics and appropriate response protocols. Academic classes covered villain psychology, terrorist motivations, and threat assessment. Izuku took to the new training with single-minded focus. He had survived 2 villain attacks, but survival wasn't enough. He needed to be capable of protecting others, capable of stopping threats, capable of being the hero he had always dreamed of becoming. His hybrid forms continued evolving. Working with teachers and support department students, he developed new applications for his transformation quirk. He learned to manifest claws hard enough to cut metal. He discovered he could produce a subsonic rumble in cat form that created disorientation in humans. He even found that rapid transformation created a brief moment of visual distortion that could disorient opponents. But the most important development was mental. Izuku stopped seeing his quirk as limited and started seeing it as specialized. He wasn't strong like All Might or elementally powerful like Todoroki. He was unpredictable, adaptable, and psychological. Those weren't weaknesses, they were his strengths. 6 weeks after the second villain attack, Aizawa-sensei made an announcement that sent ripples through the class. UA will be conducting a training camp in 2 months, he said. The camp will focus on intensive quirk training designed to push you beyond your current limits. Attendance is mandatory. The location will be disclosed at the last possible moment for security reasons. Quote, a training camp, away from UA's fortress-like campus. Potentially vulnerable to attack. Sensei, Izuku raised his hand, is it safe to leave campus? The League of Villains has been quiet for 6 weeks, Aizawa interrupted. But you're right to be concerned. We're taking extensive precautions. The camp will be protected by multiple pro heroes, including the Pussycats team who specialize in training exercises. But there are no guarantees of safety. There never are. Quote, the message was clear, they were moving forward despite the danger, because that's what heroes did. Izuku spent the next 2 months preparing for the training camp with characteristic intensity. He trained his quirk, studied villain tactics, and developed contingency plans for every scenario he could imagine. He wouldn't be caught unprepared again. He wouldn't freeze when action was needed. He was going to be ready. For villains, for training, for whatever challenges came next. Because unpredictability wasn't just about his quirk anymore. It was about being the hero who could adapt to anything, overcome any obstacle, and protect anyone who needed protecting. The unpredictable hero was evolving. And the League of Villains was about to discover that surviving their attacks had made Class 1A stronger, not weaker. The real battle was still coming. And this time, they would be ready. Chapter 13. Training Camp Trials. The 2 months before the training camp passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Class 1A had been informed they would be traveling to a remote mountain location for a week-long intensive training session, and everyone was simultaneously excited and nervous about what that entailed. Izuku's preparation bordered on obsessive. He filled 3 new notebooks with analysis of his classmates' quirks, potential training exercises that would push his own abilities, and contingency plans for various emergency scenarios. His mother worried he was pushing himself too hard, but she also understood his determination. I need to be better, Mom, Izuku explained one evening when she found him running transformation drills in his room at midnight. The villains keep getting stronger, keep coming up with new plans. If I'm not constantly improving, I won't be able to protect anyone. Quote, just remember to protect yourself too, sweetheart, Inko said softly, her worry evident. You can't help anyone if you burn yourself out. Quote, she had a point, but Izuku couldn't slow down. Not when villains were out there planning who knew what. Not when his classmates were counting on him. Not when his dream of being a hero who saved everyone with a smile still felt so far away. The day of departure finally arrived. Class 1A gathered at the school gates at dawn, bags packed and excitement buzzing through the group despite the early hour. 2 buses waited to transport them, with additional vehicles for teachers and support staff. Listen up, Aizawa-sensei addressed the class, looking more exhausted than usual. The camp location is confidential for security reasons. We'll be making several random route changes during the drive to ensure we're not followed. Your phones will be collected and secured during transit, no posting about locations or activities on social media. This is a safety measure, not punishment. Quote, several students groaned at the loss of their phones, but everyone complied. The importance of operational security had been drilled into them thoroughly after the 2 villain attacks. The bus ride was long and winding, taking them progressively further from the city into mountainous terrain covered with dense forests. Izuku spent much of the trip gazing out the window, his enhanced vision picking out details in the landscape that others missed, hiking trails, potential hideouts, escape routes. His tactical mind never stopped analyzing. You're doing it again, Uraraka said from the seat next to him, her tone gentle but concerned. The overthinking thing. Quote, just being prepared, Izuku replied. There's prepared, and then there's paranoid, she countered. We're going to a training camp, not a war zone. Try to relax a little. Quote, Izuku wanted to explain that after 2 villain attacks, the line between training and combat had blurred considerably. But he recognized she was trying to help, so he simply nodded and attempted to appear more relaxed. After several hours of driving, the buses pulled over at what appeared to be a random scenic overlook. Aizawa-sensei stood and gestured for everyone to disembark. We've reached the first checkpoint, he announced. The Pussycats team will meet us here and escort us to the camp. Quote, the students filed out of the bus, stretching and looking around at the impressive mountain vista. The overlook provided a sweeping view of a valley below, covered in dense forest that stretched for kilometers in every direction. Adorable students. A cheerful voice called out, and 4 pro heroes in cat-themed costumes appeared from the tree line. These were the Wild Pussycats, a team specializing in mountain rescue and wilderness training. Pixie Bob, the team's earth manipulation specialist, bounded forward with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Welcome to our territory. The camp is at the base of that mountain you can see in the distance, about 8 kilometers from here through the forest." 8 kilometers. Kaminari looked stricken. "That's not too bad. So the bus will take us there, right?" "Oh, sweetie," Pixie Bob's grin turned slightly malicious. "The training has already begun. You'll be walking, or rather, surviving your way through the beast's forest. It's filled with earth beasts I've created. Your goal is to reach the camp by noon. It's currently 9 a.m. Good luck." Before anyone could protest, Pixie Bob used her quirk to manipulate the earth beneath Class 1A's feet, creating a landslide that swept them off the overlook and into the forest below. Students screamed as they tumbled down the slope, only stopping when they reached the forest floor bruised but otherwise intact. "I hate surprise tests," Katsuki snarled, already getting to his feet and brushing off dirt. "This is actually brilliant training design," Izuku said, his analytical mind appreciating the lesson despite his aching body. "Forced us to transition from relaxed travel mode to combat readiness instantly. Real villain attacks don't give warning either." Quote, "Save the analysis for later, Deku," Katsuki snapped. "We've got 3 hours to cross 8 kilometers of monster-infested forest." Quote, "The class organized quickly, with Iida and Yaoyorozu naturally taking leadership roles to ensure everyone stayed together. They had barely started moving when the first earth beast emerged, a massive construct shaped like a bear, made entirely of rock and soil. Spread out and engage," Iida commanded, his engines already roaring to life. What followed was exactly the kind of cooperative combat training they needed. The earth beast was formidable but not unbeatable, requiring students to work together and use their quirks creatively. Todoroki's ice slowed it down, Katsuki's explosions broke off chunks, and eventually, Kirishima's hardening quirk let him get close enough to strike a critical blow that shattered the construct. "One down," Shiro said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "How many more, you think? Considering we have 8 kilometers to cover and they want us to be challenged." Izuku calculated quickly, probably dozens. Quote, he was right. The beast's forest was filled with earth constructs of varying sizes and difficulty. Some were simple obstacles that could be bypassed. Others were aggressive threats that had to be defeated. The class's progress was slow but steady, with everyone contributing their quirks to overcome challenges. Izuku found himself falling into a support role, using his cat form's enhanced senses to scout ahead and detect threats before they arrived. His hybrid form provided quick strikes to vulnerable points the others created. His tactical mind coordinated attacks, identifying each classmate's strengths and positioning them optimally. "You're like our field commander," Tokiyami observed during a brief rest between encounters. "Seeing the whole battlefield and directing forces accordingly." Quote, "I just analyze patterns," Izuku said modestly. "Everyone's doing the real work." Quote, "Leadership is work too," Tokiyami replied. "Never underestimate its importance." Quote, by the time they emerged from the forest at the camp's entrance, it was nearly 5 p.m., 7 hours later than the noon deadline. The students were exhausted, covered in dirt and minor injuries, but there was a sense of accomplishment in having completed the challenge together. The Pussycats team waited at the camp entrance with Aizawa-sensei, who looked entirely unsurprised by their late arrival. "You took significantly longer than previous classes," he noted. "But you also had 0 serious injuries and made it through without any member being left behind. That shows good tactical judgment." Quote, "Now," Pixie Bob clapped her hands together. "Dinner is in 2 hours. Use that time to settle into your cabins and clean up. Training begins tomorrow at dawn, so eat well and sleep well tonight." The camp itself was a rustic collection of cabins and training facilities nestled in a mountain valley. There was a main lodge for meals and meetings, separate cabins for sleeping quarters, and various outdoor areas clearly designed for quirk training exercises. After settling in and cleaning up, Class 1A gathered in the main lodge for dinner. The meal was hearty and delicious, clearly designed to replenish energy after a day of intense activity. But halfway through eating, Mandalay from the Pussycats team made an announcement. "Tomorrow's training schedule will be individually tailored to push your quirks beyond their current limits. Each of you will work with specific challenges designed around your quirk's weaknesses and growth potential. It won't be easy, and you'll probably want to quit several times. But if you push through, you'll emerge from this camp significantly stronger. Quote, that night, lying in his cabin bunk, Izuku felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Individually tailored training meant the Pussycats had analyzed his quirk and identified areas for growth. What would they focus on? His offensive capability, his stamina, his transformation speed. His questions were answered the next morning when Pixie Bob pulled him aside after breakfast. All right, cat boy, she said with a grin. I've studied your quirk applications extensively. You've got great mobility, excellent sensory enhancement, and solid tactical thinking. But your biggest limitation is mental, not physical. Quote, mental. Izuku frowned. You still think of transforming as something you do deliberately, Pixie Bob explained. But reflexive transformation, shifting is an instant reaction to danger without conscious thought. That's where true mastery lies. So here's your challenge. Quote, she manipulated the earth to create a small arena surrounded by walls. For the next 8 hours, you're going to dodge earth projectiles I throw at you. If you transform reflexively to avoid damage, you succeed. If you have to think about transforming, you'll get hit. By the end of this week, I want your transformation to be as automatic as flinching. Quote, the training was brutal. Pixie Bob launched earth projectiles from random angles at random intervals, forcing Izuku to maintain constant alertness. His cat form's smaller size and agility could dodge what his human form couldn't, but he had to shift fast enough that it became pure reflex. For the first few hours, he got hit constantly. The projectiles weren't dangerous, more like firm pushes than actual attacks, but each hit represented a moment where his reaction time was too slow. He needed to be faster, needed the transformation to happen before his conscious mind even registered the threat. By midday, he was covered in bruises and exhausted, but starting to get the hang of it. His body was beginning to anticipate threats based on Pixie Bob's patterns, and his transformations were getting marginally faster. Better. Pixie Bob called out. But still too slow. A villain's attack won't give you time to think. Around him, he could hear his classmates engaged in their own brutal training. Katsuki was alternating between superheated and super cold water to increase his explosion power. Todoroki was being forced to use both his ice and fire simultaneously. Uraraka was pushing her weight limit to the point of nausea repeatedly to build tolerance. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was growing. The days blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and incremental progress. Wake at dawn, train until lunch, train more until dinner, collapse into bed and do it all again. The Pussycats were merciless taskmasters, pushing every student to their absolute breaking point and then demanding they go further. But it worked. By the third day, Izuku's reflexive transformation had improved dramatically. By the fifth day, he was dodging 90% of Pixie Bob's projectiles through pure instinct. By the seventh day, he could maintain a state of semi-transformation, ready to shift fully at a microsecond's notice, indefinitely. Excellent progress, Pixie Bob said approvingly on the final day of training. Your quirk response time has improved by approximately 40%. More importantly, you've learned to trust your instincts. That will save your life someday. Quote, the week concluded with a test of courage, a traditional activity where students walked through a dark forest path while others used their quirks to create scares. It should have been a fun, lighthearted end to an intensive training week. Instead, it became another nightmare. The attack came without warning. One moment, students were laughing and preparing for the test of courage. The next, dark purple smoke began flooding through the forest, cutting off visibility and communication. Villains. Mandalay's telepathic voice cut through everyone's mind. The League of Villains is attacking. All students are authorized to engage in self-defense. Get to the camp immediately and protect each other. Izuku's enhanced senses detected the attackers before most others did, multiple villains spreading through the forest, their movements coordinated and purposeful. This wasn't a random assault like before. This was a planned operation with specific objectives. Class 1A, on me. Izuku shouted, his leadership training from the forest exercise kicking in. Stay in groups. Nobody goes off alone. But the villains had planned for that. The forest erupted with attacks from multiple directions, separating students and creating chaos. Izuku caught glimpses of unfamiliar villains, someone manipulating poisonous gas, someone with blade quirk, others with abilities he couldn't immediately identify. And then he saw them, multiple Nomu, the engineered creatures that had nearly killed them at Ua, spreading through the forest with mechanical precision. This was bad. This was so much worse than the previous attacks. We need to protect Kota. Izuku realized suddenly, remembering the young boy who had been staying at the camp. He was alone at his hideout on the mountain, vulnerable to any villain who came across him. Without hesitation, Izuku transformed to cat form and sprinted toward the mountain, using his enhanced speed and senses to navigate the dark forest. Behind him, he could hear explosions and ice, his classmates fighting for their lives. But Kota needed him, and Izuku had promised himself after the USJ that he would never let anyone die if he could prevent it. The camp had been a week of growth and training. Now it would be a test of whether that growth was enough to survive. The unpredictable hero was about to face his most dangerous challenge yet. Izuku's cat form tore through the dark forest with desperate speed. Behind him, the training camp descended into chaos, explosions, ice formations, and screams echoing through the night. But ahead of him, somewhere on that mountain, was Kota. The young boy who hated heroes, who had isolated himself in grief, who had no way to defend himself against villains. The poisonous gas that the villains had deployed made breathing difficult even in cat form, but Izuku's enhanced senses allowed him to navigate through it better than most. He could detect the slight variations in air quality that indicated clearer paths, could hear the movements of villains spreading through the forest, could smell the distinctive scent of Kota's hideout getting closer. A villain emerged from the smoke ahead, someone with a chainsaw quirk, their arms literally transformed into spinning blades. They spotted Izuku's cat form and laughed. "A little kitty. This'll be easy." The villain lunged forward, chainsaws roaring. Izuku transformed to his hybrid form mid-leap, using his momentum to vault over the attack. His clawed hands raked across the villain's face as he passed, not deep enough to cause serious injury but enough to make them stumble. He didn't have time for a proper fight. Every second delayed was a second Kota was in danger. He transformed back to cat form and kept running, leaving the stunned villain behind. The mountain path was steep and treacherous, but his feline agility made it manageable. His enhanced hearing picked up something ahead, voices, angry and threatening. "Come on down, kid," an unfamiliar voice called out. "I just wanna talk." Quote. Izuku's blood ran cold. Someone had already found Kota. He pushed his body harder, transforming to human form as he burst onto the rocky outcropping where Kota's secret hideout was located. The scene that greeted him made his heart stop. A massive villain covered in muscle enhancement stood on the outcrop, his body grotesquely enlarged. Kota was backed against the cliff edge, frozen in terror. The villain, muscular, Izuku's mind supplied from villain databases he had studied, was advancing slowly, clearly enjoying the child's fear. "You're water hoses kid, aren't you?" Muscular grinned, revealing too many teeth. "The heroes I killed. Man, killing their kid too. That's gonna be a great story." Quote. "Get away from him," Izuku shouted, transforming to his combat hybrid form and charging forward. Muscular turned, his expression shifting from cruel amusement to genuine surprise. "Another kid. This camp is full of targets. Come on then, hero student. Let's see what you've got." Quote. What happened next was the most one-sided fight Izuku had ever experienced. Muscular's quirk gave him overwhelming physical strength and durability. His first punch, which Izuku barely dodged, cratered the rock where he had been standing. His second punch, which clipped Izuku's shoulder even as he transformed to cat form to evade, sent pain lancing through his entire body. This wasn't like fighting the Nomu at USJ, where Izuku could use tactics and create openings. Muscular was too fast, too strong, too experienced. Every attack Izuku attempted was shrugged off. Every dodge left him more exhausted. Within 2 minutes, he was bleeding from multiple injuries, his body screaming in protest. But behind Muscular, Kota was still frozen in terror. And Izuku had made a promise to himself, never let anyone die if he could prevent it. "Kota, run!" Izuku shouted, transforming to human form and throwing himself at Muscular in a desperate tackle. It was like hitting a brick wall, but it bought a second of time. "I'm not running anywhere," Muscular laughed, grabbing Izuku by the leg and slamming him into the ground. You kids today, always thinking you can be heroes. You know what heroes are. They're people who haven't been killed yet. Quote. Izuku's vision swam from the impact. He could taste blood, could feel his body approaching its limits. But his mind was still working, still analyzing, still searching for a way to win. Muscular's quirk was muscle enhancement. Raw physical power. But power had a source: blood flow, oxygen, the physical structure of muscle tissue itself. If Izuku could disrupt that somehow. An idea formed, desperate and probably suicidal, but better than lying here waiting to die. Izuku transformed to his smallest cat form, not his usual athletic feline shape, but compressed, minimizing his physical presence to almost nothing. Muscular's next punch missed entirely as Izuku slipped between his fingers, moving with every ounce of speed his quirk could provide. He darted up Muscular's arm, claws finding purchase in the gaps between enhanced muscles. The villain tried to grab him, but Izuku was too small, too fast, moving like water up his opponent's body. He reached Muscular's neck and, in a moment of pure desperation, transformed back to human form while biting down with all his strength on a major blood vessel. It was disgusting, brutal, and effective. Muscular roared in pain and fury, his hand coming up to rip Izuku away. But in that moment of distraction, something unexpected happened. Koda's quirk activated. The young boy, who had claimed to hate heroes and quirks, who had spent the week avoiding everyone, released a blast of water with such force that it caught Muscular completely off guard. The villain stumbled backward toward the cliff edge, momentarily off balance. Izuku seized the opportunity. He transformed to his full hybrid combat form, manifested his claws to their maximum extension, and struck with everything he had left. Not at Muscular's enhanced muscles, but at his eyes, one of the few vulnerable points on his body. Muscular screamed, his hands flying to his face. He stumbled backward one more step and went over the cliff edge, his enhanced body crashing through trees on the way down. Silence fell over the outcropping, broken only by Izuku's ragged breathing and Koda's quiet sobbing. Is he dead? Koda whispered. I don't know, Izuku admitted, his body finally giving out. He collapsed to his knees, every muscle screaming in agony. But he's not getting back up here anytime soon. Quote. You saved me, Koda said, his voice filled with wonder and confusion. You're just a kid like me, and you fought that monster to save me. Quote. That's what heroes do, Izuku managed to say before unconsciousness claimed him. When he woke, he was being carried by someone, Mandalay from the Pussycats, he realized, her cat-themed hero costume visible even through his blurry vision. Around them, the forest was still filled with the sounds of combat, but it was different now. More organized. Pro-heroes had arrived. Stay still, young Midoriya, Mandalay said firmly. You fought incredibly bravely, but you're severely injured. We're getting you to safety. Quote. The others. Izuku tried to speak through the pain. Are fighting. Your classmates are holding their own remarkably well. But the villain's objective has become clear, they're trying to capture specific students. Bakugo appears to be their primary target. Quote. Capture Bakugo. Why would the League of Villains want to capture a student? The implications were disturbing, but Izuku's exhausted mind couldn't process them fully. The next few hours were a confused blur of medical treatment, reports filtering in about the ongoing battle, and the gradual realization of how close they had all come to disaster. The League of Villains had deployed multiple high-level villains, a dozen Nomu, and elaborate strategies designed to separate and overwhelm the heroes protecting the camp. But they had failed, mostly. The students had fought bravely and skillfully. The Pussycats and other pro-heroes had responded effectively. And reinforcements from UA and other agencies had arrived in time to drive the villains off. Mostly. Because when the final tally was complete, when all students were accounted for and all injuries assessed, one name was missing from the list. Bakugo Katsuki had been captured. The news hit Class 1A like a physical blow. Their classmate, their friend, the student who had placed first in the entrance exam and won the sports festival, had been taken by villains. The implications were horrifying. What did the League of Villains want with him? What would they do to him? Izuku sat in the medical tent, his body wrapped in bandages, and felt guilt crushing down on him. He had gone to save Koda, the right decision, he knew that logically. But while he was fighting Muscular, Katsuki had been captured. If he had been there, if he had helped instead, could he have prevented it? Stop! Todoroki's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. The dual quirk user sat down beside him, his own injuries wrapped. I can see what you're thinking. This isn't your fault. Quote, I wasn't there, Izuku said quietly. You were saving a child's life, Todoroki replied. Bakugo was captured because the villains deployed overwhelming force specifically to take him. Even if you had been there, the outcome likely would have been the same, except Kota would be dead. Quote, the logic was sound, but it didn't make Izuku feel better. The camp was evacuated the next morning under heavy pro-hero guard. Students were transported back to UA in armored vehicles, their injuries treated by Recovery Girl. But the atmosphere was somber, grief and anger mixing with the shock of another villain attack. An emergency assembly was called the day after their return. Principal Nezu, All Might, and various pro-heroes addressed the entire hero course about the training camp attack and its aftermath. Bakugo Katsuki is alive, All Might stated firmly. The League of Villains has made contact demanding we cease hero operations in exchange for his return. We have refused. Instead, every hero agency in Japan is mobilizing to locate and rescue him. Quote, why did they take him? Someone from Class 1B asked. What did they want with a student? We believe the League of Villains is attempting to corrupt promising hero students to their cause, Principal Nezu explained. Bakugo's powerful quirk and aggressive personality may have made him seem like a potential recruit. They are, of course, gravely mistaken about his character. Quote, the assembly continued with briefings about enhanced security measures and psychological support resources. But Izuku barely heard any of it. His mind was racing through possibilities, analyzing the situation from every angle. The League of Villains had Katsuki. Pro-heroes were mobilizing to rescue him. But pro-hero operations took time, planning, intelligence gathering, coordination. Time during which Katsuki was in enemy hands. That evening, a small group gathered in secret in Izuku's dorm room: Todoroki, Iida, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Shoji. They had all been thinking the same thing, and when Todoroki finally voiced it, nobody argued. We know where the League of Villains is likely holding Bakugo, Todoroki said quietly. The commercial district warehouse area in Kamino. Multiple intelligence sources have pointed there. Quote, the pro-heroes will conduct a rescue operation, Iida protested. We're students. We can't. The pro-heroes will take days to organize, Kirishima interrupted, his usually cheerful expression grim. Days during which Bakugo is with villains who have already tried to kill us multiple times. I can't just sit here and wait. Quote, this is insane, Iida insisted. We'll be breaking multiple laws, violating school policy, and putting ourselves in extreme danger. I'm going, Izuku said quietly, and everyone turned to look at him. I know it's illegal. I know it's dangerous. I know we could be expelled or worse. But Katsuki was captured while I was fighting Muscular. And I know, that if the situation was reversed, he would already be halfway to Kamino to get me back. Quote, silence fell over the room. If we do this, Yaoyorozu said carefully, we need to be smart about it. Not a combat operation, we're not equipped to fight the League of Villains directly. A reconnaissance and extraction mission. Get in, locate Bakugo, create an opportunity for escape. Quote, my quirk is perfect for stealth reconnaissance, Izuku added. Cat form, enhanced senses, small profile. I can infiltrate and gather intelligence while the rest of you stay in position for emergency support. Quote, this is crazy, Iida repeated, but his voice lacked conviction. We're going to get ourselves killed. Quote, maybe, Todoroki acknowledged. But Bakugo is our classmate. Our friend. And heroes don't abandon people. Quote, the decision was made. They would go to Kamino, locate Bakugo, and do whatever they could to help him, whether that meant providing intelligence to pro-heroes or creating an extraction opportunity themselves. It was reckless, dangerous, and probably suicidal. But it was also the most heroic thing any of them could do. The next morning, the small group set out for Kamino, telling their classmates they were going shopping in the city. The lies felt heavy, but necessary. If more people knew, more people could be hurt or expelled for their actions. The commercial district of Kamino was as run down and dangerous as intelligence had suggested. Abandoned warehouses, minimal police presence, perfect territory for villains to operate. Izuku transformed to cat form and began scouting while the others positioned themselves in a nearby building with a clear view of the suspected villain hideout. His enhanced senses quickly identified the right warehouse. He could smell the distinctive sense of multiple people inside, could hear conversations that included Shigaraki's unstable voice. And among those voices, defiant and angry, was Katsuki. He was alive, and from the sound of it, rejecting every attempt to recruit him to villainy. Izuku relayed the information to his team via a small communication device Yaoyorozu had created. He's in the central warehouse, second floor. Multiple villains present including Shigaraki. I'm going to try to get closer and assess the situation. That's when everything went wrong. The warehouse exploded. Not from an attack, from the inside out. A massive portal opened in the center of Kamino's commercial district, and through it poured the League of Villains, full force. Dozens of villains, multiple Nomu, and in the center of it all, standing on a raised platform, was a figure Izuku had only seen in villain databases. All for One, the legendary villain who had fought All Might years ago. The symbol of evil itself. And standing next to him, bound and defiant, was Katsuki. People of Japan, All for One's voice boomed, amplified somehow to reach across the entire district. Witness the failure of hero society. We hold one of UA's brightest students, and we will show you what becomes of those who oppose us. Quote, this wasn't an extraction mission anymore. This was a full-scale villain attack, broadcast to the nation, designed to destroy public faith in heroes. And Izuku and his friends were right in the middle of it. The unpredictable hero was about to face the ultimate test, not just of his quirk or his skills, but of his heroic resolve. Because heroes didn't run from impossible situations. They found a way to win anyway. The moment All for One appeared, the temperature in Kamino seemed to drop 10 degrees. His presence was suffocating, oppressive in a way that went beyond mere physical intimidation. This was the villain who had nearly destroyed All Might years ago, the architect of countless tragedies, the living embodiment of everything heroes fought against. And Izuku and his friends were standing less than 200 meters away from him. We need to leave, Yaoyorozu whispered urgently through their communication device. Right now. This is beyond anything we can handle. Quote, she was right. Every instinct Izuku possessed screamed at him to transform and run. But Katsuki was right there, bound and surrounded by villains, standing defiant even in the face of impossible odds. Running meant abandoning him to whatever fate All for One had planned. Midoriya, respond, Todoroki's voice came through the communicator. What's your status? Izuku's cat form was pressed flat against the rooftop of a nearby building, his enhanced vision letting him observe the scene while remaining undetected. His mind raced through possibilities, analyzing the situation with desperate speed. All for One stood on a raised platform created by some kind of earth manipulation quirk. Around him were at least a dozen high-level villains, including Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and several Nomu. Pro-heroes were already responding. Izuku could hear sirens and see figures in hero costumes converging on the location. But they would take minutes to arrive in force, and in minutes, anything could happen. I have visual on Bakugo, Izuku whispered into the communicator. He's alive and unharmed. All for One is making some kind of public statement. Quote, then we wait for the pro-heroes, Iida said firmly. We are not equipped for this situation. Quote, but even as Iida spoke, Izuku saw movement that changed everything. Katsuki, with his hands still bound, was tensing his muscles in a very specific way. It was subtle, but Izuku had known him long enough to recognize the signs. Katsuki was preparing to create an explosion using the sweat accumulated in his palms. He was going to try to escape on his own. He's going to make a move, Izuku reported. We need to be ready to support him. Quote, support how? Kirishima demanded. We can't fight All for One. We don't fight, Izuku said, his analytical mind crystallizing a plan. We create chaos and extraction opportunity. Yaoyorozu, can you create smoke bombs? Todoroki, ice wall for cover. Kirishima, you're hardening for protection. We don't need to defeat anyone, just create enough confusion for Bakugo to escape. Quote, that's insane, Iida protested. We'll be putting ourselves directly in harm's way. Heroes put themselves in harm's way, Todoroki interrupted quietly. That's what we signed up for. Quote, There was a moment of heavy silence, then one by one, they agreed. They would wait for Katsuki's move, then create the chaos he needed to escape. It was reckless and dangerous, but it was also the most heroic thing they could do. All for One's amplified voice continued his speech to the gathered news cameras and frightened civilians. Heroes, society has failed you. They claim to protect, but they cannot even protect their own students. Today, we demonstrate the futility of resistance. Today, we show you that the age of heroes is ending. Quote, Katsuki's response was predictable and perfect. Go to hell, he shouted, his voice carrying across the plaza. I'm gonna be a hero no matter what you bastards do. And when I'm the #1 hero, I'm gonna hunt down every single one of you. Several villains laughed at his defiance, but Izuku saw what they didn't. Katsuki's hands were glowing slightly, his quirk activating. In seconds, he would create an explosion large enough to break his restraints and scatter the villains around him. Get ready, Izuku whispered to his team. On my mark. That's when All Might arrived. The symbol of peace didn't make a subtle entrance. He burst through a building at incredible speed, his fist already cocked back for a devastating punch. The shockwave from his movement alone sent debris flying and knocked several lesser villains off their feet. I am here. All Might's voice boomed with fury and determination. And I will not allow you to harm my students. All for One turned to face him, and even from a distance, Izuku could see the smile beneath the villain's mask. All Might. Right on schedule. Shall we finish what we started all those years ago? What followed was a battle that would be analyzed and discussed for generations. All Might and All for One clashed with power that shattered buildings and created wind pressure strong enough to blow out windows blocks away. Each punch carried enough force to level city blocks. Each collision of their quirks created shockwaves that rippled across the entire district. The other villains scattered, some engaging the pro-heroes who had arrived, others fleeing through Kurogiri's portals. In the chaos, Katsuki finally made his move, an explosion from his palms that broke his restraints and sent him rocketing away from the villain's platform. Now, Izuku commanded, and his team moved as one. Yaoyorozu created smoke bombs that filled the area with concealing clouds. Todoroki raised an ice wall that blocked villain sight lines. Kirishima charged forward in his hardened form, creating a shield between Katsuki and the villains trying to recapture him. Izuku transformed to his cat form and sprinted across the chaotic battlefield, his small size and speed letting him navigate through the fighting. He reached Katsuki just as a villain with a blade quirk lunged for him. Deku. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock and anger. What the hell are you doing here? Saving you, you idiot. Izuku transformed to his hybrid form and batted the blade villain aside with his claws. Can you run? Of course I can run. Katsuki snapped, but there was relief beneath his angry exterior. But we need to. An explosion of power interrupted him. All Might and All for One had collided with such force that the ground cratered beneath them. Buildings shook, car alarms wailed, and every person in the district felt the impact. This is my last fight, All Might's voice carried despite the chaos. After this, win or lose, I can no longer be the symbol of peace. So I will put everything I have left into saving this boy and defeating you. The words hit Izuku like a physical blow. All Might's last fight. What did that mean? But there was no time to process it. Villains were regrouping, trying to recapture Katsuki. Class 1A, fall back to extraction point. Iida commanded through the communicator, his leadership finally overriding his rule-following instincts. We have Bakugo, mission accomplished. But falling back was easier said than done. The battlefield was chaos, with pro-heroes and villains engaged across the entire district. Izuku's group had to navigate through fighting, dodge stray attacks, and avoid drawing attention from either side. A Nomu emerged from the smoke ahead, blocking their escape route. Its dead eyes locked onto them, and it charged with terrifying speed. I've got this. Todoroki stepped forward, ice and fire combining in a devastating attack that flash froze the Nomu's legs while superheating its torso. The thermal shock cracked its body like glass, and it collapsed. They kept moving, Izuku's enhanced senses guiding them through the safest paths. Behind them, the battle between All Might and All for One reached its crescendo. Each hero was pushing beyond their limits, drawing on reserves of power that couldn't possibly be sustainable. He's going to kill himself, Katsuki said quietly, watching All Might fight. That stubborn idiot is going to burn out his entire power just to win this fight. Quote, he's the symbol of peace, Izuku replied. If this is his last fight, he's going to make sure it counts. Quote, they finally reached the extraction point, a subway station 3 blocks from the main battle. Other civilians had taken shelter there, and pro-heroes were coordinating evacuations. Izuku's group slipped in among the refugees, their hero costumes hidden beneath jackets Yaoyorozu had created. We need to get Bakugo to safety and report to Ua, Iida said. Our part in this is done. Quote, but none of them could look away from the screens showing the battle. Every television in the shelter was broadcasting the fight, the entire nation watching as their symbol of peace fought what might be his final battle. All Might was slowing down. Even from the televised footage, it was obvious. His punches had less power, his movements less speed. The muscular form he always maintained was flickering, revealing hints of a much thinner, frailer body beneath. He's at his limit, Yaoyorozu whispered. His power is running out. Quote, All for One seemed to recognize this too, pressing his advantage with brutal efficiency. His quirks, and he had dozens, stolen from countless victims over the years, battered All Might from every angle. Energy beams, physical enhancement, kinetic manipulation, all coordinated in devastating combinations. But All Might refused to fall. Even as his body failed, even as his power guttered like a dying flame, he kept fighting. Because that's what the symbol of peace did, he stood between evil and the innocent, no matter the cost. Why? Katsuki asked, his voice rough. Why is he pushing himself so hard? It's just one fight. It's not about this fight, Izuku said softly, understanding something fundamental about his idol. It's about what this fight represents. If All Might falls here, the world loses its symbol of peace. Crime will explode. Villains will run rampant. He's not just fighting All for One, he's fighting for every person who has ever felt safe because they knew All Might was out there protecting them. Quote, on the screen, All Might's transformation finally failed completely. The muscular hero form vanished, revealing a skeletal, almost fragile-looking man beneath. The crowd in the shelter gasped. The commentators fell silent. The entire nation held its breath. All for One laughed, the sound carrying across the devastated district. And there it is. The truth about All Might. Not a symbol, just a man. A dying, broken man who doesn't know when to quit. Quote, but All Might was smiling. Despite everything, despite his broken body and exhausted power, he was smiling that same brilliant smile that had inspired a generation. You're right, All Might said, his voice somehow still strong despite his weakened state. I am just a man. But symbols don't need to be invincible. They just need to stand up. To keep fighting. To show everyone watching that even when things seem impossible, even when the odds are overwhelming, you never give up. Quote, he drew back his fist one final time, gathering every scrap of power his dying quirk could produce. Because that's what it means to be a hero. All Might's voice boomed with the strength of absolute conviction. United States of Smash. The final punch landed with such force that it changed the weather. The shockwave cleared the smoke and dust for kilometers. All for One was sent flying, his body broken and defeated, crashing through multiple buildings before finally coming to rest in a crater of shattered concrete. Silence fell over Kamino. Then, slowly, the entire nation erupted in cheers. All Might had won. The symbol of peace had defeated the symbol of evil in what would be remembered as the greatest hero battle in history. But he had also revealed his weakness to the entire world. As he collapsed to his knees, his emaciated form broadcast to millions, everyone saw the truth. All Might was human, fragile, and clearly at the absolute end of his abilities. In the shelter, Izuku felt tears streaming down his face. His idol had won, but at what cost? Could All Might even continue being a hero after this? What happened to hero society when the symbol of peace could no longer stand? We need to go, Todoroki said quietly. Before anyone realizes we were part of this. Quote, they slipped out of the shelter during the confusion, making their way back to Ua through back streets and careful routes that avoided cameras and pro-hero patrols. When they finally reached the school, exhausted and emotionally drained, they found Aizawa-sensei waiting for them. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were harder than Izuku had ever seen them. Principal Nezu's office, Aizawa said flatly. All of you. Now. Quote, The walk to the principal's office felt like a funeral march. They had succeeded, Katsuki was safe, All Might had won, but they had also broken every rule, violated their house arrest from the training camp attack, and put themselves in mortal danger against explicit orders. Principal Nezu sat behind his desk, his paws steepled and his expression grave. All Might was there too, now fully reverted to his thin form, looking exhausted but alive. Several other teachers lined the walls. "Sit," Nezu commanded, and they sat. The silence stretched for a long moment before the principal spoke. "What you did today was reckless, illegal, and incredibly dangerous. You violated house arrest, inserted yourselves into an active villain situation, and could have been killed or captured. Do you understand the severity of your actions?" "Yes, sir," they chorused, though Izuku noticed Katsuki looked more angry than remorseful. "And yet," Nezu continued, his tone shifting slightly, "you also successfully extracted a hostage from a situation where his life was in immediate danger. You coordinated effectively, adapted to changing circumstances, and completed your objective without sustaining serious injuries or causing additional casualties. From a purely tactical standpoint, your operation was executed reasonably well." Quote, was that praise? Izuku couldn't tell. Nezu's expression gave nothing away. However, the principal continued, his voice hardening again, "Good results do not excuse bad decisions. You are students, not licensed heroes. The legal and ethical implications of your actions are severe. Under normal circumstances, you would all be expelled." Quote, Izuku felt his heart drop into his stomach. Expelled. After everything they had worked for, after all the growth and training, it would end because he couldn't stand by while his friend was in danger. "But," All Might interjected, his thin voice still carrying authority, "these are not normal circumstances. The young people sitting before us acted on a heroic impulse to save their friend. They recognized that pro-hero response, while comprehensive, might not arrive in time. They took calculated risks and succeeded. Yes, they broke rules. But sometimes, the spirit of heroism requires exactly that kind of moral courage." Quote, "I disagree," Aizawa said bluntly. "Heroic impulses without discipline get people killed. These students need to understand that there are protocols for a reason." Quote, the debate continued, teachers arguing back and forth about appropriate consequences. Through it all, the students sat in miserable silence, their fate being decided by others. Finally, Principal Nezu raised a paw for silence. "Here is my decision," he announced. "You will not be expelled. However, you will face consequences. 1 month of house arrest, during which you will attend classes but participate in no extracurricular activities or training beyond what is mandatory. You will each write a comprehensive report on your decision-making process and what you learned from this experience. And you will undergo additional ethics and protocol training to ensure this kind of recklessness does not happen again." Quote, relief flooded through Izuku. House arrest was severe, but it wasn't expulsion. They could continue their hero training, continue working toward their dreams. However, Nezu added, looking directly at Izuku, "Know that we are being lenient only because your actions happened to succeed. If any of you had been killed or captured, the consequences would have been far more severe. You gambled with your lives and won, but it was still a gamble. Do not forget that." Quote, "Yes, sir," Izuku said quietly, the weight of the words settling over him. As they filed out of the office, Katsuki grabbed Izuku's shoulder. "Don't think I'm grateful," he said gruffly. "I could have escaped on my own." Quote, "Sure you could have," Izuku replied with a tired smile. "But," Katsuki struggled with the words, "you came for me anyway. All of you. Even knowing you'd get in trouble. That was, not completely stupid." Quote, from Katsuki, that was practically a heartfelt declaration of eternal friendship. The month of house arrest that followed was difficult but necessary. Izuku used the time to reflect on his decisions, to process the trauma of multiple villain encounters, and to understand the line between heroic action and reckless endangerment. He also watched as Hero Society struggled to adapt to the new reality. All Might's weakened state had been revealed to the entire world. Crime rates spiked as villains grew bolder in the absence of an invincible symbol of peace. Pro-heroes worked overtime trying to maintain order, but it was clear, the era of All Might was ending. And a new era, more uncertain and more dangerous, was beginning. Izuku knew he needed to be ready for that new era. Not as a student playing at heroics, but as a real hero who could stand in the gap that All Might was leaving. The unpredictable hero who could adapt to anything, overcome any challenge, and protect anyone who needed protecting. The journey was far from over. In fact, it was only beginning. The month of house arrest felt interminable. While Class 1A was confined to campus for extracurricular activities, the rest of the school continued training and preparing for the upcoming Provisional Hero License exam. Izuku watched from the sidelines as other classes practiced combat scenarios and rescue operations, his frustration growing with each passing day. "You're overthinking again," Todoroki observed during lunch one afternoon in the restricted section of the cafeteria where house-arrested students were required to eat separately. "We're already behind," Izuku replied, his notebook open to analysis of the provisional license exam format. "Other schools have been preparing for months. We lost an entire month of training because of Kamino. Quote, we also gained experience that no training exercise can replicate," Todoroki countered. "We've faced real villains multiple times. We've operated under actual life-threatening pressure. That's worth more than a month of controlled practice." Quote, the logic was sound, but it didn't ease Izuku's anxiety. The Provisional Hero License exam was crucial. Passing meant the authority to use quirks in emergency situations without direct supervision, essentially making them junior heroes. Failing meant another year of restrictions, another year of being unable to truly help people. When the house arrest finally ended, Aizawa-sensei wasted no time throwing Class 1A into intensive preparation. "You have 2 weeks until the exam," he announced on their first day of freedom. "Most hero courses have been preparing for months. You've lost time due to your own poor decisions at Kamino. If you fail because you're unprepared, you'll have nobody to blame but yourselves." Quote, the blunt assessment stung, but it also motivated. For the next 2 weeks, Class 1A trained with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. Every student pushed their quirk to new limits, developed new techniques, and practiced the 3 key components the exam would test: combat capability, rescue operations, and public relations. Izuku's training focused on expanding his hybrid form applications. The week at the training camp had taught him reflexive transformation, and his internship with Edgeshot had refined his tactical thinking. Now he needed to combine those skills into a cohesive combat style that could handle the exam's varied challenges. "Your biggest weakness remains offensive power," Ectoplasm, one of UA's combat instructors, observed during a sparring session. "Your mobility and sensory abilities are excellent, but you need finishing moves, techniques that can decisively end engagements." Quote, Izuku knew he was right. His cat form was perfect for evasion and reconnaissance. His hybrid forms provided tactical flexibility. But when it came to actually defeating opponents, he relied too heavily on outlasting them or creating opportunities for others to strike. "What if I combined my transformation speed with impact force?" Izuku mused, his analytical mind spinning through possibilities. "If I transform from cat to human at the exact moment of contact, the sudden mass change could multiply the impact." Quote, "Show me," Ectoplasm commanded. Izuku transformed to cat form and launched himself at a training dummy. Mid-flight, he timed his transformation perfectly, shifting from a small, light cat body to a full-weight human form just as his fist connected with the target. The resulting impact was dramatic, the dummy flying backward with far more force than his human strength alone could generate. "Interesting," Ectoplasm nodded approvingly. "You're using the momentum from your cat form's speed combined with the mass of your human transformation to create a kinetic multiplication effect. That could work. But the timing will need to be perfect. Too early and you lose momentum, too late and you miss the optimal impact point." Quote, Izuku spent the next week perfecting the technique. He called it Feline Impact, a transformation-based strike that leveraged his quirk's unique properties to generate power beyond his physical capabilities. It wasn't as devastating as Katsuki's explosions or as overwhelming as Todoroki's ice, but it was enough to decisively end fights when properly applied. The other students were developing new techniques too. Uraraka had learned to reduce her own weight selectively, increasing her mobility without triggering nausea. Iida had developed new engine techniques that traded top speed for increased maneuverability. Even Katsuki, whose explosion quirk was already highly developed, was refining his control to create more precise and efficient attacks. The day before the exam, All Might called Izuku aside for a private conversation. The former symbol of peace looked thin and tired, his weakened body a stark reminder of the Camino bottle's toll. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his voice gentle despite his emaciated appearance. Tomorrow you'll face one of the most important tests of your hero career thus far. But I want you to understand something crucial, the license exam isn't just about passing. It's about demonstrating the qualities that define a true hero. Quote, "What qualities?" Izuku asked, pulling out his notebook automatically. "The written exam will test your knowledge of laws and protocols. The practical exam will test your quirk application and combat skills. But the real test, the one that matters most, is whether you can help people while maintaining the spirit of heroism. Speed and power are important, but so are compassion, judgment, and the willingness to prioritize civilian safety over personal glory." Quote. All Might paused, his expression turning serious. "I've watched you grow tremendously since the entrance exam. Your quirk control has improved, your tactical thinking has matured, and your resolve has been tested and proven multiple times. But I've also seen you struggle with self-doubt, with feeling like your quirk isn't enough. Tomorrow, I need you to remember something." Quote. He placed a skeletal hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Your quirk isn't what makes you a hero. Your heart is. The transformation ability just gives you tools to express that heroic spirit. Trust yourself, trust your training, and trust that the person you've become is exactly the hero the world needs." Quote. The words resonated deeply. Izuku had spent so long comparing himself to classmates with flashier quirks, feeling like his cat transformation was somehow inferior. But All Might was right, heroism wasn't about the quirk. It was about the person wielding it. The exam was held at a massive testing facility designed to simulate various disaster and combat scenarios. Thousands of hero students from across Japan gathered, all competing for the limited number of provisional licenses available. The atmosphere was electric with competition and nervous energy. "This is insane," Kaminari muttered, surveying the crowd. "There must be over 1,000 examinees here." Quote. 1,540, Izuku replied automatically, having counted based on the registration numbers visible. "And they usually only pass about half." Quote. The first phase of the exam was announced. A mass elimination battle where students had to hit opponents with special balls while protecting their own targets. Each student wore 3 target lights on their body. Getting all 3 lights hit meant elimination. The goal was to eliminate 2 opponents to advance to the next phase. This is designed to test combat capability and situational awareness under pressure, Yaoyorozu analyzed quickly. "We should." Her strategy was cut off as the starting buzzer sounded and chaos immediately erupted. Thousands of students launched quirks in all directions, the testing ground transforming into a battlefield within seconds. Izuku transformed to cat form instantly, his small size and speed letting him dodge the initial barrage of projectiles. His enhanced senses tracked the chaos around him, ice walls forming, explosions detonating, quirks of every type activating simultaneously. A student with a stretching quirk targeted him, their elongated arms reaching for his target lights. Izuku transformed to his hybrid form mid-dodge, his claws deflecting the attack, then countered with a feline impact strike that sent the student stumbling backward. He followed up with a precise throw of his own balls, hitting 2 of their targets before they could recover. "One down," he muttered, transforming back to cat form to avoid a volley of projectiles from another direction. The battle was pure chaos. Students formed temporary alliances, broke them just as quickly, and used every dirty trick imaginable to secure eliminations. Izuku's mobility and sensory advantages let him avoid most threats, but finding opportunities to eliminate opponents while protecting his own targets required constant tactical adjustment. He spotted Todoroki creating massive ice constructs that eliminated dozens of students simultaneously. Katsuki was using explosive mobility to stay above the main battle, picking off isolated targets from advantageous positions. Iida's speed made him nearly impossible to hit. "Focus on survival first, elimination second," Izuku told himself, using his enhanced hearing to detect attacks before they arrived. "The goal is passing, not competing with classmates." Quote. A group of students from another school coordinated an attack on him, clearly recognizing his UA uniform and considering him a high-value target. They had some kind of combination strategy involving restraining quirks and projectile abilities, designed to lock down mobile opponents. Izuku transformed rapidly, cat to evade, human to throw, hybrid to strike, flowing between forms so quickly that his attackers couldn't predict his movements. The unpredictability that had been his quirk's core advantage since the sports festival proved decisive. Within 30 seconds, he had eliminated all 3 attackers without sustaining a single hit to his targets. 2 eliminations complete, an automated voice announced through his exam device. Proceed to the next area. Quote, but advancing to the next phase meant navigating through the continuing chaos to reach the extraction zones. Izuku transformed to cat form and sprinted, using his small size to slip through the ongoing battles. His enhanced senses detected a clear path through. A massive explosion rocked the testing ground. Not from the exam, this was something else. Something wrong. Through the smoke and confusion, Izuku's enhanced vision picked out figures that shouldn't be there. People in non-exam clothing moving with purpose through the testing ground. And their goal was immediately clear. They were targeting students, specifically UA students, with what looked like lethal intent. This is an attack, Izuku realized with cold certainty. Real villains infiltrated the exam. Quote, his hero instincts overrode exam protocols. He could advance to the next phase, could ensure his own success. Or he could warn others, could help defend against what was clearly a coordinated villain assault designed to kill hero students during the exam's chaos. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. Izuku transformed to his hybrid form and released a subsonic rumble, one of the techniques he had developed, using his cat form's vocal capabilities to create a sound that cut through the battlefield noise. It was a warning cry, something that triggered instinctive alertness in anyone who heard it. Around him, students paused mid-combat, their attention snapping to the new threat. The villains, realizing their cover was blown, abandoned subtlety and attacked overtly. Villain attack. Someone screamed, and the exam transformed from controlled competition to desperate survival. Izuku's mind raced through tactical options. The exam proctors would respond, but they were spread across the massive testing ground and focused on observing students, not defending against attackers. Students were the first line of defense, and most were already exhausted from the elimination battle. UA students, to me. Todoroki's voice cut through the chaos, ice already forming defensive barriers. Defensive formation. Class 1A converged almost automatically, their experiences with villain attacks making the response instinctive. Other students from various schools followed, recognizing that survival meant cooperation. The villains attacking were well coordinated in clearly targeting specific students. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked up their communications. They were after students who had performed well at the sports festival, once considered promising future heroes. Which meant his entire class was a target. Midoriya, assessment. Yaoyorozu commanded, taking tactical lead. Approximately 15 attackers, mixed quirk types. They're coordinated and specifically targeting high-profile students. Goal appears to be casualties rather than capture. Exam proctors are responding but 2 minutes out minimum. Quote, then we hold for 2 minutes, Katsuki said, his usual aggressive confidence turning grim and focused. No heroics. Pure survival. Quote, what followed was a brutal defensive battle where UA's combat experience proved invaluable. They had fought villains before, had been tested under life-threatening pressure multiple times. The attacking villains were skilled, but Class 1A had been forged in real combat. Izuku flowed between forms constantly, using cat form for reconnaissance and evasion, hybrid form for combat, and his newly developed feline impact for finishing strikes. He coordinated with his classmates instinctively, their training together making them function almost like a single organism. A villain with a blade quirk targeted Uraraka. Izuku intercepted in cat form, transformed to hybrid midair, and delivered a feline impact to their solar plexus that left them gasping. Todoroki immediately followed with ice, restraining the downed villain. Another villain tried to flank their formation with some kind of poison gas quirk. Izuku's enhanced smell detected the attack before it arrived. Poison gas, northwest. Cover breath. His warning gave everyone time to prepare, and Todoroki's ice wall blocked the gas while Katsuki's precisely controlled explosion dispersed it. The 2 minutes until pro heroes arrived felt like hours. Every second was a desperate struggle to protect each other while holding off attackers who were trying to kill them. But they held. When the exam proctors finally arrived with reinforcements, every member of Class 1A was still standing, bruised and exhausted but alive. The aftermath was intense. The exam was immediately suspended. All students were evacuated and questioned about the attack. Multiple villains were captured, others escaped. And the Hero Public Safety Commission had to explain how their most important licensing exam had been infiltrated by villains. "This is becoming a pattern," Aizawa-sensei said grimly during the emergency class meeting afterward. The League of Villains, attack at USJ. The training camp assault. The Camino incident. And now this. Someone is systematically targeting UA students, specifically your class. Quote, "Why?" Kaminari asked what everyone was thinking. "What makes us special? You survived," Todoroki said quietly. "Every attack, you survived and fought back. That makes you both threats to their operations and proof that hero students can stand against villains. Either way, you're targets." Quote, the exam was rescheduled for 2 weeks later with dramatically enhanced security. But the message was clear: being a hero student, particularly one from UA's Class 1A, meant accepting that villains would never stop targeting them. When the rescheduled exam finally occurred, it was almost anticlimactic. The testing ground was filled with pro-heroes, surveillance was omnipresent, and security protocols were military-grade. The elimination battle proceeded without incident, though the atmosphere was noticeably more tense. Izuku advanced through the first phase easily, his experiences from the first attempt making the challenges feel manageable. The second phase tested rescue operations, and his cat form proved invaluable for locating trapped civilians in disaster scenarios. The final phase tested first aid, quirk law knowledge, and decision-making under pressure through written exams and simulated scenarios. Izuku's notebooks full of analysis and study proved their worth as he navigated complex ethical situations and legal frameworks. When the results were announced 3 days later, most of Class 1A had passed. Izuku Midoriya received his provisional hero license with a mixture of pride and sobering awareness. This wasn't just a certificate, it was permission to use his quirk to help people, authority to act as a junior hero, and responsibility to uphold everything that heroism meant. "Congratulations, young Midoriya," All Might said during the celebration afterward. "You've earned this." Quote, "Thank you," Izuku replied, looking at the license in his hands. "But somehow, getting the license feels less important than proving I deserve it." Quote, "That's the right attitude," All Might said with a proud smile. "A license doesn't make you a hero. Heroic actions do. Never forget that." Quote, as Izuku returned to the dorms that evening, his new license secured in his wallet, he felt the weight of everything that had brought him to this moment. The entrance exam where he saved a classmate despite personal cost. The sports festival where he proved his quirk could compete. The villain attacks that tested his courage. The training that pushed his limits. The choices that defined his character. He was Midoriya Izuku, the unpredictable hero with a cat transformation quirk. And now he had the authority to prove that any quirk, wielded with determination and heart, could save lives and inspire hope. The journey was far from over. But he was ready for whatever came next. The provisional hero license sat in Izuku's wallet like a weight and a promise simultaneously. 3 days after receiving it, he still found himself pulling it out periodically just to confirm it was real, that he had actually earned the right to use his quirk professionally to help people. "You're going to wear it out with all that handling," his mother teased gently over breakfast. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. But also terrified. Please promise me you'll be careful during your patrols." Quote, "I promise, Mom," Izuku replied, though they both knew hero work carried inherent dangers that no amount of caution could completely eliminate. "My first patrol is with Gran Torino. He specifically requested me after hearing about my transformation techniques." Quote, Gran Torino, the elderly hero who had once trained All Might himself. The invitation had come as a surprise, delivered through Aizawa-sensei with a simple message: "The kid with the cat quirk shows promise. I'll knock some sense into him." Quote, the phrasing was ominous, but Izuku couldn't deny the opportunity. Training with someone who understood heroism at its highest level could accelerate his growth tremendously. And after the provisional exam attack, after seeing how villains kept targeting them specifically, he needed every advantage he could get. The train to Gran Torino's agency took 3 hours, carrying Izuku through progressively smaller towns until he reached a quiet district that looked nothing like the bustling hero agency areas of major cities. Gran Torino's office turned out to be a small, unassuming building that doubled as his residence, with a tiny reception area that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1980s. "You're late," a raspy voice called before Izuku even knocked. 3 minutes and 47 seconds late. Punctuality is the foundation of professionalism. Quote. The door swung open to reveal Gran Torino, a diminutive elderly man whose size was utterly deceptive. Izuku's enhanced senses immediately picked up on the coiled power beneath that frail appearance, the way Gran Torino moved with precision that spoke to decades of combat experience. "I apologize, Gran Torino-sensei," Izuku bowed. "The train's schedule. Excuses are for people who accept failure," Gran Torino interrupted. "You've got a transformation quirk, enhanced speed in cat form. You could have left earlier to compensate for potential delays. First lesson: heroes don't let circumstances control them. They adapt." Quote. The criticism stung because it was accurate. Izuku had relied on the train's schedule instead of building in buffer time. A small oversight, but Gran Torino was right. Heroes needed to think ahead, to prepare for complications. "Now then," Gran Torino gestured for Izuku to follow him inside. "Show me your quirk. Full demonstration. Don't hold back. I need to see what you're actually capable of, not some sanitized training exercise version." Quote. Izuku transformed through his full range, base cat form demonstrating speed and agility, hybrid combat form showing his striking techniques, and finally the various partial transformations he had developed for specific sensory enhancements. He concluded with a feline impact demonstration, the transformation-based strike that had become his signature finishing move. Gran Torino watched silently, his expression unreadable. When Izuku finished, slightly out of breath from the rapid-fire demonstration, the elderly hero HM'd thoughtfully. "Interesting. You've developed good fundamental control and several practical applications. Your transformation speed is excellent, and that impact technique shows creative thinking. But you're still thinking too small." Quote. Too small. Izuku frowned, pulling out his notebook. "How so?" "You treat your transformations as discrete states: human, cat, hybrid, partial. But what if I told you that's artificial limitation? Your quirk transforms your entire body at the cellular level. There's no reason you can't transform different body parts to different degrees simultaneously." Quote. The concept hit Izuku like a revelation. He had been thinking of transformations as whole body states, but Gran Torino was suggesting something more nuanced: independent transformation control for different body regions. For example, Gran Torino continued, why not have fully feline legs for enhanced speed while maintaining human arms for dexterity? Or transform just your skeletal structure for lightweight mobility while keeping muscle composition human for strength. You're limiting yourself by thinking in categories instead of gradients. Quote. Izuku's mind raced through implications. Independent body part transformation would multiply his tactical options exponentially. But it would also require an entirely new level of quirk control, consciously managing multiple transformation states simultaneously. That sounds incredibly difficult, Izuku admitted. It is, Gran Torino agreed. Which is why most transformation quirk users never attempt it. They get comfortable with their basic applications and stop innovating. But you've already shown you can push beyond comfortable, your hybrid forms prove that. Now we're going to push further. Quote. The training that followed was brutal. Gran Torino didn't believe in gentle instruction or gradual progression. He threw Izuku into scenarios that forced adaptation, using his own incredible speed to pressure Izuku into making split-second transformation decisions. Left leg cat form, right leg human, arms hybrid, move. Gran Torino would shout, then attack from an unexpected angle. Izuku struggled initially, his body rejecting the asymmetric transformation commands. But gradually, through repetition and desperation, he began to feel the individual control Gran Torino was describing. It was like learning to move fingers independently after only ever making a fist. The capability had always been there, but accessing it required conscious effort and practice. By the end of the first day, Izuku could maintain asymmetric leg transformations for about 30 seconds before fatigue forced him back to uniform states. It wasn't much, but it was progress. Better, Gran Torino said grudgingly. Tomorrow we take this to the streets. Real patrol, real situations. You'll learn more in one day of actual hero work than a month of controlled training. Quote, that night, Izuku collapsed in the small guest room Gran Torino provided, his body aching and his mind spinning with new possibilities. Asymmetric transformation opened up entirely new tactical approaches. He could have cat hearing on one side to monitor that direction while maintaining human hearing on the other side for different sound processing. He could have one hand with claws for offense while the other remained dexterous for manipulation tasks. The potential was staggering, limited only by his control and imagination. The next morning began before dawn. Gran Torino was already dressed in his hero costume, a yellow bodysuit that somehow looked both ridiculous and intimidating simultaneously. Patrol starts at sunrise, the elderly hero explained as they ate a quick breakfast. Most crimes occur during transitions, dawn and dusk, when lighting conditions make observation difficult and people are in transit. We'll cover a 15-kilometer route through mixed residential and commercial areas. Your job is to observe, detect, and learn. Only engage threats if I'm incapacitated or civilians are in immediate danger. Quote, the patrol route wound through neighborhoods that reminded Izuku of his own childhood home, middle-class areas where people lived normal lives, largely unaware of the complex dance of hero and villain that occurred in the shadows. Gran Torino moved with casual efficiency, his eyes constantly scanning, his body language relaxed but ready. What are we looking for? Izuku asked, his cat ears manifested to enhance his hearing. Everything and nothing, Gran Torino replied cryptically. Real hero work isn't responding to obvious threats. It's detecting problems before they become crises. Watch how people move. Listen to the rhythm of the neighborhood. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Quote, for the first hour, nothing happened. They walked, observed, greeted early morning commuters. It seemed almost mundane, nothing like the dramatic hero work Izuku had imagined. But gradually, he began to understand what Gran Torino meant about rhythm. Every neighborhood had a pattern, sounds that were normal, movements that were typical. And when those patterns broke, it meant something was wrong. A shop that should be closed but had lights on. An alley that should be empty but carried the scent of cigarette smoke. A person whose body language screamed guilty conscience despite doing nothing overtly illegal. There, Izuku said quietly, his enhanced hearing picking up something wrong. 3 blocks east. Someone's arguing, but it's not a normal argument. There's fear in the voices. Quote, Gran Torino's expression shifted to approval. Lead the way. Quote, Izuku transformed to cat form and moved quickly through back streets, his enhanced senses tracking the disturbance. What he found was a domestic situation, a man threatening a woman in an apartment, visible through a window, his body language aggressive and his fist raised. Domestic violence situation, Izuku reported, transforming back to human. Do we intervene? What does your license say about quirk usage in domestic situations? Gran Torino asked, testing his legal knowledge. Izuku's mind raced through the protocols he had studied. Provisional license holders can intervene in immediate threat situations but must coordinate with law enforcement for ongoing domestic issues. This appears to be immediate threat, he's about to strike her. Quote, then what are you waiting for? Gran Torino asked. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He transformed to cat form, slipped through a partially open window, and positioned himself between the man and woman. His sudden appearance in a stranger's apartment startled everyone, but before the man could react, Izuku transformed to his hybrid form and released his subsonic rumble, the disorienting sound that triggered instinctive unease. The man stumbled backward, his aggressive stance faltering. In that moment, Izuku struck with precise control, a strike to a nerve cluster that temporarily paralyzed the man's arm, preventing violence without causing lasting harm. Heroes are here, Izuku said firmly to the woman. Are you safe? Do you need medical attention? She was crying but nodded. He's been drinking. He gets angry when he drinks. I just wanted to leave, but he wouldn't let me. Quote, Gran Torino entered through the front door, moving with authority despite his small stature. Ma'am, I'm Gran Torino, licensed pro-hero. This young man is Deku, operating under provisional license. We're going to make sure you're safe. Police are already en route. Quote, the situation resolved quickly once authorities arrived. The woman was connected with support services, the man was taken into custody, and documentation was filed. It wasn't dramatic or televised. Nobody would make news reports about it. But Izuku had potentially saved a life, prevented harm, made someone safer. That's what most hero work actually looks like, Gran Torino said as they continued their patrol. Not fighting supervillains or saving the world. Just being present, being observant, and intervening when people need help. The flashy stuff gets attention, but this daily work is what actually keeps communities safe. Quote, the rest of the patrol brought similar situations, a lost child reunited with frantic parents, a potential robbery deterred by visible hero presence, a small fire detected early and reported before it could spread. Each situation was minor individually, but collectively they represented the foundation of hero society. You did well today, Gran Torino said as they returned to his agency that evening. Your sensory enhancements are excellent for patrol work. That domestic situation could have turned lethal if you hadn't detected it early. But you've got weaknesses to address. Quote, what weaknesses? Izuku asked, notebook already open. You telegraph your attacks, Gran Torino explained. Your transformation to hybrid form before striking gives opponents a split-second warning. Against drunk civilians, that's fine. Against trained villains, that split second means death. You need to learn to strike from the transformation, not after completing it. Quote, the criticism was valid. Izuku had been thinking of transformation as a preparation step, shift forms, then attack. But Gran Torino was suggesting the transformation itself could be the attack, the shift in mass and momentum creating impact without requiring a separate striking motion. Over the following days, Gran Torino drilled this concept relentlessly. Transform mid-motion, letting the physical change itself become the weapon. A cat form leap that transformed to human form at apex, using the mass change to drop with devastating force. A human punch that transformed to hybrid claws mid-swing, extending reach and adding cutting potential. It was difficult, requiring precise timing and an entirely new mental framework for combat. But gradually, Izuku internalized the concept. Transformation wasn't separate from combat, it was combat. His quirk wasn't a tool he used to fight. It was fighting itself. The week with Gran Torino passed quickly, each day bringing new lessons and new challenges. They encountered everything from minor disputes to serious crimes, and each situation taught Izuku something about real hero work. How to de-escalate conflicts with words before resorting to quirks. How to assess situations for hidden dangers. How to balance civilian safety with effective intervention. On his final day, Gran Torino had Izuku patrol alone while he observed from a distance. Real test, the elderly hero explained. I'll be shadowing you, but you're making all decisions. Lead the patrol, detect problems, intervene as appropriate. Show me you've learned something. Quote, Izuku felt the pressure but also excitement. This was his chance to prove he could function as an actual hero, not just a student following orders. He began the patrol route they had established, his enhanced senses sweeping constantly, his mind processing the neighborhood's rhythm. 3 hours in, he detected something wrong. A convenience store that should be opening wasn't, despite the owner's car being in the lot. No signs of break-in, but something felt off. Izuku transformed to cat form and investigated carefully, his enhanced smell picking up a scent that didn't belong, fear sweat, and beneath it, the chemical signature of a quirk being actively used. Someone was inside the store, and someone was terrified. Izuku didn't see Gran Torino nearby, but he trusted the elderly hero was watching. He needed to handle this alone, needed to prove his capability. He slipped through a ventilation grate, his cat form perfect for infiltration, and navigated to the main store area. What he found was a robbery in progress, 2 men with quirks threatening the store owner, one holding an energy projection quirk charged and ready while the other ransacked the register. The owner was on the floor, frozen in terror. Izuku's mind raced through tactical options. He could retreat and call for police backup, but the charged energy quirk could kill the owner before help arrived. He could engage directly, but 2-on-1 against quirk users was dangerous even with his training. Or he could use what Edgeshot and Gran Torino had taught him, psychology and unpredictability. He chose the third option. Izuku began making sounds, subtle scratching, soft vocalizations that were almost but not quite human. The robbers heard it, their attention diverting from the owner to the unseen threat. He moved through the store's shadows, letting them catch glimpses of his cat form, creating the impression of something lurking and dangerous. "What the hell is that?" one robber whispered, his energy quirk flickering nervously. "Just a cat," the other replied, but his voice was uncertain. Izuku escalated, releasing his subsonic rumble, the sound that triggered primal unease. Both robbers tensed, their instinctive threat responses activating. In that moment of distraction, Izuku struck. He transformed mid-leap, his cat form's jump becoming a human mass impact that struck the energy quirk user from behind. The man went down hard, his quirk discharging harmlessly into the ceiling. Before the second robber could react, Izuku had transformed to hybrid form and delivered a precise strike to a nerve cluster, temporarily paralyzing him. Both robbers subdued, 0 casualties, minimal property damage. Izuku helped the shaken owner to his feet and called the authorities, his hands surprisingly steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Gran Torino appeared moments later, his expression neutral but his eyes showing approval. "Adequate," he said, which from Gran Torino was practically effusive praise. "You assessed the situation correctly, used psychological tactics to create advantage, and executed with appropriate force. That's professional hero work." Quote. As they walked back to the agency for the final time, Gran Torino offered one last piece of advice. "You've got talent, kid. Good instincts, creative quirk application, solid tactical thinking. But talent alone doesn't make great heroes. It's the daily choice to use that talent for others, to show up every day and do the work, to never stop learning and growing. Remember that." Quote. "I will," Izuku promised. "Thank you, Gran Torino-sensei. For everything." Quote. The train ride back to Ua felt different from the journey out. Izuku had left as a student with a provisional license. He was returning as someone who had actually worked as a hero, who had patrolled streets, prevented crimes, and protected people. The experience had transformed his understanding of what heroism meant, not just dramatic battles and televised rescues, but the quiet, consistent work of keeping people safe. When he arrived back at the dorms, his classmates immediately surrounded him with questions about his week. But Izuku found himself struggling to articulate what he had learned. It wasn't about new techniques or dramatic stories. It was about understanding heroism as daily practice rather than occasional glory. "You look different," Todoroki observed quietly. "More grounded somehow." Quote. "I think I finally understand what being a hero actually means," Izuku replied. "It's not about my quirk being strong enough or flashy enough. It's about being present, being observant, and using whatever abilities I have to help people every single day." Quote. That night, Izuku updated his hero notebook with everything he had learned from Gran Torino. But for the first time, the notes weren't just quirk analysis and combat tactics. They were philosophical reflections about heroism, observations about what actually kept communities safe, thoughts about the hero he wanted to become. He was Midoriya Izuku, the unpredictable hero with a cat transformation quirk. And now he knew that unpredictability wasn't just about combat tactics. It was about being the kind of hero nobody expected, not because of dramatic power, but because of consistent, thoughtful dedication to protecting people in whatever way they needed. The journey continued, but he was ready for it. The week following Izuku's return from Gran Torino's agency brought unexpected changes to Ua. Principal Nezu announced a new initiative during an emergency assembly. The work-study program would be expanded and formalized, allowing students with provisional licenses to engage in extended hero work under professional supervision. "Recent events have demonstrated that our students face real threats regularly," Principal Nezu explained, his paws clasped behind his back as he addressed the assembled hero course. "Rather than pretend you can be sheltered from danger, we've decided to accelerate your practical experience. Students with provisional licenses will be assigned to hero agencies for ongoing work-study programs. You'll attend classes as scheduled but spend designated hours working actual hero cases under licensed pros." Quote. The announcement created ripples of excitement and anxiety through the student body. This wasn't internships or temporary placements, this was integration into the professional hero world while still maintaining student status. "The program is mandatory for license holders," Aizawa-sensei added, his expression characteristically stern. "You'll be expected to maintain academic performance while handling real hero work. It will be exhausting, challenging, and potentially dangerous. Anyone who can't handle both responsibilities will have their license suspended until they demonstrate readiness. Quote, that evening, Class 1A gathered in the common room to discuss the program and share agency offers they had already received. Izuku spread out his options. Several agencies wanted him based on his sports festival performance and provisional exam showing. But one offer stood out: Sir Night Eye's agency. The former sidekick of All Might himself, known for his precognition quirk and analytical approach to hero work. His message was formal but intriguing: your tactical mind and unpredictable quirk application interest me. I believe we could work well together. Quote, Sir Night Eye is intense, Mirio Tagata from Class 3A said when Izuku asked about him. Mirio had been working with Sir Night Eye for over a year. He demands absolute precision and strategic thinking. But if you can meet his standards, you'll learn more about professional hero work than almost anywhere else. Quote, the endorsement was compelling. Izuku accepted the offer, and 3 days later found himself standing outside Sir Night Eye's agency, a modern building in a business district, all glass and steel efficiency. The interior matched the exterior, everything was organized with almost obsessive precision. Sir Night Eye himself was a tall, sharp-featured man whose every movement carried calculated purpose. His office was filled with All Might merchandise, a reminder of his history as the symbol of peace's partner. Midoriya Izuku, Sir Night Eye said, his voice cool and analytical as he reviewed a tablet displaying Izuku's complete academic and hero work record. Transformation quirk with demonstrated tactical application. 7th place entrance exam, 3rd place sports festival, multiple villain encounter survivals, and a commendable first patrol week with Gran Torino. Your record shows promise. Quote, thank you, sir, Izuku replied, feeling the weight of Sir Night Eye's analytical gaze. However, promise and performance are different things. I don't accept students who can't meet professional standards. Before I formally approve your work study, you'll complete an evaluation. Mirio will brief you. Quote, Mirio Tagata, Lemillion, as his hero name went, was everything Izuku had heard about and more. Cheerful, powerful, and carrying himself with the confidence of someone who had already proven their worth. His permeation quirk let him phase through solid matter, making him nearly impossible to hit in combat. Sir Night Eye's evaluation is no joke, Mirio explained as he led Izuku to a training facility. He uses his precognition quirk to predict your movements, then tests whether you can overcome someone who knows what you're going to do. Most students fail on their first attempt. Quote, what happens if I fail? Izuku asked. You train until you pass, Mirio said simply. Sir believes that anyone who can't overcome predictability isn't ready for the highest level of hero work. His whole philosophy is that pros need to operate beyond opponents' ability to predict. Quote, the concept resonated deeply with Izuku. His entire combat style was built around unpredictability, rapid transformations, psychological tactics, striking from unexpected angles. But could he be unpredictable against someone whose quirk literally predicted the future? Sir Night Eye entered the training facility, his expression businesslike. The evaluation is simple. You have 10 minutes to land a single clean hit on me. I'll use my precognition to anticipate your attacks. If you can overcome my foresight, you pass. Quote, Izuku settled into his ready stance, his mind already analyzing the challenge. Sir Night Eye's precognition worked by touching someone and seeing their future. He had already shaken Izuku's hand earlier, which meant he had access to his future actions. Begin. Quote, Izuku transformed to cat form and charged, using speed to close distance. Sir Night Eye sidestepped with casual ease, his movement perfectly timed to avoid the attack he had already seen coming. Izuku shifted to hybrid form mid-motion and struck from a different angle. Sir Night Eye blocked with minimal effort, his defense positioned exactly where it needed to be. You're thinking too linearly, Sir Night Eye observed. I've already seen every attack you're going to attempt in the next 10 minutes. Unless you do something that surprises even you, you cannot hit me. Quote, do something that surprises even yourself. How did you act unpredictably when someone could literally see the future? Izuku transformed rapidly, trying different approaches, cat form for speed, human form for reach, hybrid form for power. Each attack was countered before it landed, Sir Night-Eye moving with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what was coming. 5 minutes remaining. Izuku's frustration grew, but beneath it, his analytical mind worked through the problem. Precognition showed the future based on current decision trajectories. But what if he could change his decision at the last possible instant? What if he could commit to an attack, let Sir Night-Eye prepare for it, then transform that attack into something else mid-execution? He charged again, this time fully committed to a straight punch with his right hand. Sir Night-Eye prepared to dodge left, the future he had seen. But at the last microsecond, Izuku transformed just his right arm to cat form while simultaneously striking with his left in human form. The attack he had committed to became a feint, and the actual strike came from an angle he hadn't consciously decided on until after Sir Night-Eye had positioned himself. His left fist connected with Sir Night-Eye's shoulder, barely, more of a graze than a solid hit, but contact nonetheless. Sir Night-Eye's eyes widened fractionally. Interesting. You altered your action after the decision point, I observed. That shouldn't be possible with conscious technique. Quote, my transformations can happen faster than conscious thought, Izuku explained, breathing hard from exertion. If I commit to an action but leave my transformation state fluid, I can change the execution reflexively based on micro-observations. It's not about surprising you, it's about surprising my own conscious decision-making process. Quote, fascinating. Sir Night-Eye's analytical expression shifted to something like approval. You've identified the core weakness of precognition-based defense. It shows conscious intent, not reflexive adjustment. Your transformation quirk allows you to act on reflex that bypasses conscious decision-making. That's genuinely unpredictable. Quote, Izuku had passed the evaluation, but more importantly, he had learned something profound about his own quirk. His transformations weren't just physical changes, they were a bridge between conscious strategy and unconscious reflex. By training his body to transform reactively, he could operate in a space that even precognition couldn't fully predict. The work study with Sir Night-Eye's agency proved to be everything Mirio had warned and more. The agency operated with military precision, every case meticulously planned and analyzed. Sir Night-Eye used his precognition not for combat but for investigation, seeing futures that revealed villain locations, identifying optimal intervention points, predicting outcomes of different tactical approaches. Hero work is 90% investigation and planning, 10% execution, Sir Night-Eye explained during Izuku's first real case briefing. The flashy heroes who rush into situations make for good television but poor professional practice. We will identify our target, analyze all approaches, predict likely outcomes, and execute with precision that minimizes risk and maximizes success. Quote, the current case involved a villain organization trafficking illegal support items, equipment that could enhance quirks beyond legal or safe limits. The investigation had been ongoing for months, with Sir Night-Eye methodically building evidence and identifying the organization's structure. Your role will be reconnaissance, Sir Night-Eye assigned. Your cat form and enhanced senses make you ideal for infiltration. Mirio will provide backup, and I'll coordinate based on precognitive analysis. We move tomorrow night. Quote, Izuku spent the rest of the day preparing, reviewing building layouts, studying villain profiles, planning contingency responses for various scenarios. This was different from patrol work with Gran Torino. This was planned operation, coordinated team effort, professional hero work at its highest level. The operation itself unfolded with impressive precision. Izuku infiltrated in cat form, his enhanced senses mapping the villain hideout and identifying guard positions. Mirio phased through walls to position himself for intervention. Sir Night-Eye coordinated from a mobile command center, his precognition letting him guide them around patrols and identify optimal timing. 3 guards approaching your position in 20 seconds, Sir Night-Eye's voice came through the communication device. Hold position and let them pass. Quote, Izuku froze, his cat form blending into shadows. The guards walked past within meters, completely unaware of his presence. Once they passed, he continued mapping the facility, his enhanced hearing detecting conversations that revealed the organization's leadership structure. Target location confirmed, Izuku whispered into the communicator. Basement level, security code 7734, approximately 8 hostiles present including the ringleader. Quote, excellent work. Mirio, prepare for intervention. Midoriya, Position yourself for extraction support. Execute in 90 seconds. Quote. What followed was a textbook takedown. Mirio phased through to the basement and engaged the villains directly, his permeation quirk making him nearly impossible to fight. Izuku provided perimeter security, using his hybrid form to intercept villains trying to escape. Sir Night-Eye had already contacted law enforcement, and police arrived with perfect timing to secure the scene and arrest everyone involved. 0 casualties. 0 property damage. Complete success. And the entire operation was so smooth that it would barely make the news, exactly how Sir Night-Eye preferred it. That's professional hero work, Sir Night-Eye said during the post-operation debrief. No dramatic battles, no collateral damage, just precise execution based on thorough investigation. This organization won't traffic illegal items anymore, and we've gathered evidence that will help dismantle their entire network. Quote. Over the following weeks, Izuku participated in multiple operations with Sir Night-Eye's agency. Each one reinforced the same lessons: preparation over improvisation, precision over power, investigation over confrontation. It was the opposite of the flashy hero work shown on television, but it was undeniably effective. His quirk continued evolving through this work. The asymmetric transformation control Gran Torino had introduced became more refined. The reflexive transformation that could bypass precognitive defense became more consistent. And he developed entirely new applications, using his cat form's enhanced smell to track individuals through crowds, manifesting just his eyes in cat form for superior night vision while maintaining human appearance, even learning to partially transform his vocal cords to produce sounds outside normal human range. You're developing well, Sir Night-Eye said during a one-on-one meeting 3 weeks into the work study. Your quirk application has matured significantly, and your tactical thinking meets professional standards. But there's something I need to discuss with you. Quote. Sir Night-Eye pulled out a folder containing photographs and reports, information about the League of Villains and their recent activities. You and your classmates have been targeted repeatedly, Sir Night-Eye continued, his expression grave. USJ, training camp, Camino, the provisional exam. That's not coincidence or bad luck. The League of Villains is specifically targeting Class 1A, and my precognition shows that pattern continuing. Quote. Why is specifically? Izuku asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Because you survived, Sir Night-Eye replied. Every attack, every encounter, your class has survived and grown stronger. To villains, you represent the next generation of heroes who can actually stop them. They're trying to eliminate that threat before you fully develop. And my precognition suggests they're planning something significant. Quote. What kind of something? Izuku's enhanced hearing picked up the tension in Sir Night-Eye's voice. I can't see specifics, their planning involves someone with an anti-precognition quirk. But I see outcomes. Futures where Class 1A faces threats that will test everything you've learned. Futures where some of you don't survive. Quote. The words hit like a physical blow. Sir Night-Eye's precognition was rarely wrong. If he saw futures where Class 1A students died, those were real possibilities. Can we prevent it? Izuku asked. Perhaps. Precognition shows probability, not certainty. The future can be changed through action and choice. But you need to be stronger. All of you. The League of Villains is evolving, developing new tactics and recruiting more powerful villains. If you're going to survive what's coming, you need to evolve faster. Quote. Sir Night-Eye's words stayed with Izuku as he returned to UA that evening. He gathered his closest classmates, Todoroki, Iida, Uraraka, and Katsuki, and shared what he had learned, omitting specific details about precognition but emphasizing the threat. The League of Villains isn't done with us, Izuku explained. We need to get stronger, develop better coordination, prepare for threats we can't predict. Our work studies are giving us professional experience, but we also need to train together as a class. Quote. Extra training on top of classes and work studies. Kaminari groaned when the proposal was brought to the full class. When are we supposed to sleep? Heroes don't get to sleep when villains are planning to kill them, Katsuki said bluntly. Deku's right. We've been reactive, waiting for attacks and responding. We need to be proactive. Get strong enough that villains think twice before targeting us. Quote. The proposal was voted on and passed unanimously. Class 1A would implement additional training sessions, early morning combat drills, evening tactical planning, weekend team building exercises. It would be exhausting, pushing them all to their limits. But they had faced death multiple times and survived. They wouldn't wait passively for the next attack. Izuku threw himself into this expanded training with renewed determination. His work study taught him professional hero tactics. His additional training with classmates developed team coordination. And his private quirk development continued pushing boundaries. He discovered he could maintain partial cat transformations indefinitely without fatigue. Enhanced senses became his default state, always active at low levels. He learned to transform individual internal organs, using cat heart and lungs for increased endurance during extended operations. He even developed a technique he called phantom step, rapid transformation to cat form and back that created a visual distortion effect, making his movements seem to teleport short distances. The unpredictable hero was living up to his name, developing capabilities that defied easy categorization or counter-strategy. But with each new technique, with each successful operation, Izuku felt the weight of responsibility growing. Sir Night-Eye's warning haunted him, futures where classmates didn't survive. He couldn't let that happen. Wouldn't let that happen. Whatever threat the League of Villains was planning, whatever future Sir Night-Eye had seen, Izuku would find a way to change it. Because that's what heroes did. They didn't accept bad outcomes. They fought to create better ones. 3 months into the work-study program, Sir Night-Eye called an emergency meeting with his entire agency plus several allied heroes. The precognitive hero's expression was more serious than Izuku had ever seen. "My precognition has clarified," Sir Night-Eye announced. "The League of Villains is planning a major operation within the next 2 months. Target appears to be UA's Class 1A during a school-sponsored event. I've alerted UA and law enforcement, but we need to be prepared for coordinated assault." Quote, "What kind of event?" Mirio asked. "Cultural festival. Public-facing, lots of civilian attendance, difficult to secure. Completely. Perfect target for villains wanting maximum impact." Quote, Izuku felt cold certainty settle over him. The cultural festival was in 6 weeks. 6 weeks to prepare for an attack they knew was coming but couldn't predict specifics about. 6 weeks to make sure Sir Night-Eye's dark precognition didn't come true. The unpredictable hero had evolved significantly. Now it was time to prove that evolution meant survival, not just for himself, but for everyone he had sworn to protect. Thank you.